This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio.
By the Light of the Moon by Dean Koontz. Performed by Kate Rudd and Seth Podowitz. And at his prow, the pilot held within his hands his freight of lives, eyes wide open, full of moonlight. Night Flight. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Life has no meaning except in terms of responsibility. Faith and History. Reinhold Niebuhr. Now take my hand and hold it tight. I will not fail you here tonight, for failing you, I fail myself and place my soul upon a shelf in hell's library without light. I will not fail you here tonight. The Book of Counted Sorrows. Chapter 1. Shortly before being knocked unconscious and bound to a chair, before being injected with an unknown substance against his will, and before discovering that the world was deeply mysterious in ways he'd never before imagined, Dylan O'Connor left his motel room and walked across the highway to a brightly lighted fast food franchise to buy cheeseburgers, french fries, pocket pies with apple filling, and a vanilla milkshake. The expired day lay buried in the earth, in the asphalt. Unseen but felt, its ghost haunted the Arizona night, a hot spirit rising lazily from every inch of ground that Dylan crossed. Here, at the end of town that served travelers from the nearby interstate, formidable batteries of colorful electric signs warred for customers. In spite of this bright battle, however, an impressive sea of stars gleamed from horizon to horizon, for the air was clear and dry. A westbound moon, as round as a ship's wheel, plied the starry ocean. The vastness above appeared clean and full of promise, but the world at ground level looked dusty, weary. Rather than being combed by a single wind, the night was plated with many breezes, each with an individual quality of whispery speech and a unique scent. Redolent of desert grit, of cactus pollen, of diesel fumes, of hot blacktop, the air curdled as Dylan drew near to the restaurant, thickened with the aroma of long-used deep fryer oil, with hamburger grease smoking on a griddle, with fried onion vapors nearly as thick as black damp. If he hadn't been in a town unfamiliar to him, if he hadn't been tired after a day on the road, and if his younger brother Shepard hadn't been in a puzzling mood, Dylan would have sought a restaurant with healthier fare. Shep wasn't currently able to cope in public, however, and when in this condition, he refused to eat anything but comfort food with a high fat content. The restaurant was brighter inside than out. Most surfaces were white, and in spite of the well-greased air, the establishment looked antiseptic. Contemporary culture fit Dylan O'Connor only about as well as a three-fingered glove, and here was one more place where the tailoring pinched. He believed that a burger joint ought to look like a joint, not like a surgery, not like a nursery with pictures of clowns and funny animals on the walls, not like a bamboo pavilion on a tropical island, not like a glossy plastic replica of a 1950s diner that never actually existed. If you were going to eat charred cow smothered in cheese with a side order of potato strips made as crisp as ancient papyrus by immersion in boiling oil, and if you were going to wash it all down with either satisfying quantities of icy beer or a milkshake containing the caloric equivalent of an entire roasted pig, then this fabulous consumption ought to occur in an ambiance that virtually screamed guilty pleasure, if not sin. The lighting should be low and warm. Surfaces should be dark, preferably old mahogany, tarnished brass, wine-colored upholstery. Music should be provided to soothe the carnivore, not the music that made your gorge rise in an elevator because it was played by musicians steeped in Prozac, but tunes that were as sensuous as the food, Perhaps early rock and roll or big band swing, or good country music about temptation and remorse and beloved dogs. Nevertheless, he crossed the ceramic tile floor to a stainless steel counter where he placed his takeout order with a plump woman whose white hair, well-scrubbed look, and candy-striped uniform made her a dead ringer for Mrs. Santa Claus. He half expected to see an elf peek out of her shirt pocket. In distant days, counters in fast food outlets had been manned largely by teenagers. In recent years, however, a significant number of teens considered such work to be beneath them, which opened the door to retirees looking to supplement their Social Security checks. Mrs. Santa Claus, called Dylan Deer, delivered his order in 2 white paper bags and reached across the counter to pin a promotional button to his shirt. The button featured the slogan, "Fries, not flies," and the grinning green face of a cartoon toad whose conversion from the traditional diet of his warty species to such taste treats as half-pound bacon cheeseburgers was chronicled in the company's current advertising campaign. Here was that 3-fingered glove again. Dylan didn't understand why he should be expected to weigh the endorsement of a cartoon toad or a sports star, or a Nobel laureate for that matter, when deciding what to eat for dinner. Furthermore, he didn't understand why an advertisement assuring him that the restaurant's French fries were tastier than houseflies should charm him. Their fries better have a superior flavor to a bag full of insects. He withheld his anti-toad opinion also because lately he had begun to realize that he was allowing himself to be annoyed by too many inconsequential things. If he didn't mellow out, he would sour into a world-class curmudgeon by the age of 35. He smiled at Mrs. Claus and thanked her, lest otherwise he ensure an anthracite Christmas. Outside, under the fat moon, crossing the 3-lane highway to the motel, carrying paper bags full of fragrant cholesterol in a variety of formats, Dylan reminded himself of some of the many things for which he should be thankful. Good health, nice teeth, great hair, youth — he was 29. He possessed a measure of artistic talent and had work that he found both meaningful and enjoyable. Although he was in no danger of getting rich, he sold his paintings often enough to cover expenses and to bank a little money every month. He had no disfiguring facial scars, no persistent fungus problem, no troublesome evil twin, no spells of amnesia from which he awoke with bloody hands, no inflamed hangnails. And he had Shepard. Simultaneously a blessing and a curse, Shep in his best moments made Dylan glad to be alive and happy to be his brother. Under a red neon motel sign where Dylan's traveling shadow painted a purer black upon the neon-rouged blacktop, and then when he passed squat sago palms and spiky cactuses and other hardy desert landscaping, and also while he followed the concrete walkways that served the motel, and certainly when he passed the humming and softly clinking soda vending machines lost in thought, brooding about the soft chains of family commitment, he was stalked. So stealthy was the approach that the stalker must have matched him step for step, breath for breath. At the door to his room, clutching bags of food, fumbling with his key, he heard too late a betraying scrape of shoe leather. Dylan turned his head, rolled his eyes, glimpsed a looming moon-pale face, and sensed as much as saw the dark blur of something arcing down toward his skull. Strangely, he didn't feel the blow and wasn't aware of falling. He heard the paper bags crackle, smelled onions, smelled warm cheese, smelled pickle chips, realized that he was face down on the concrete, and hoped that he hadn't spilled Shep's milkshake. Then he dreamed a little dream of dancing French fries.
Chapter 2. Jillian Jackson had a pet jade plant, and she treated it always with tender concern. She fed it a carefully calculated and measured mix of nutrients, watered it judiciously, and regularly misted its fleshy, oval-shaped, thumb-sized leaves to wash off dust and maintain its glossy green beauty. That Friday night, while traveling from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Phoenix, Arizona, where she had a 3-night gig the following week, Jilly did all the driving because Fred had neither a license to drive nor the necessary appendages to operate a motor vehicle. Fred was the jade plant. Jilly's midnight blue 1956 Cadillac Coupe de Ville was the love of her life, which Fred understood and graciously accepted. But her little Crassula Argentea, Fred's birth name, remained a close second in her affections. She had purchased him when he'd been just a sprig with 4 stubby branches and 16 thick rubbery leaves. Although he had been housed in a tacky 3-inch diameter black plastic pot and should have looked tiny and forlorn, he'd instead appeared plucky and determined from the moment that she'd first seen him. Under her loving care, he had grown into a beautiful specimen about a foot in height and 18 inches in diameter. He thrived now in a 12-inch glazed terracotta pot. Including soil and container, he weighed 12 pounds. Jilly had crafted a firm foam pillow, a ramped version of the dough-like seat provided to patients following hemorrhoid surgery, which prevented the bottom of the pot from scarring the passenger's seat upholstery, and which provided Fred with a level ride. The Coupe de Ville had not come with seatbelts in 1956, and Jilly had not come with one either when she'd been born in 1977. But she'd had simple lap belts added to the car for herself and for Fred. Snug in his custom pillow, with his pot belted to the seat, he was as safe as any jade plant could hope to be while hurtling across New Mexico Badlands at speeds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Sitting below the windows, Fred couldn't appreciate the desert scenery. But Jilly painted word pictures for him when from time to time they encountered a stunning vista. She enjoyed exercising her descriptive powers. If she failed to parlay the current series of bookings in seedy cocktail lounges and second-rate comedy clubs into a career as a star comedian, her backup plan was to become a best-selling novelist. Even in dangerous times, most people dared to hope. But Jillian Jackson insisted upon hope, took as much sustenance from it as she took from food. 3 years ago, when she'd been a waitress, sharing an apartment with 3 other young women to cut costs, eating only the 2 meals a day that she received gratis from the restaurant where she worked, before she landed her first job as a performer, her blood had been as rich with hope as with red cells, white cells, and platelets. Some people might have been daunted by such big dreams, but Jilly believed that hope and hard work could win everything she wanted. Everything except the right man. Now, through the waning afternoon, from Los Lunas to Socorro to Las Cruces, during a long wait at the U.S. Customs Station east of Aquila, where inspections of late were conducted with greater seriousness than they had been in more innocent days, Jilly thought about the men in her life. She'd had romantic relationships with only 3. But those 3 were 3 too many. Onward to Lordsburg, north of the Pyramid Mountains, then to the town of Road Forks, New Mexico, and eventually across the state line, she brooded about the past, trying to understand where she'd gone wrong in each failed relationship. Although prepared to accept the blame for the implosion of every romance, second-guessing herself with the intense critical analysis of a bomb squad cop deciding which of several wires ought to be cut to save the day, she finally concluded, not for the first time, that the fault resided less in herself than in those feckless men she'd trusted. They were betrayers, deceivers. Given every benefit of the doubt, viewed through the rosiest of rose-colored lenses, they were nonetheless swine. 3 little pigs who exhibited all the worst porcine traits and none of the good ones. If the big bad wolf showed up at the door of their straw house, the neighbors would cheer him when he blew it down and would offer him the proper wine to accompany a pork chop dinner. "I am a bitter, vengeful bitch," Jilly declared. In his quiet way, sweet little Fred disagreed with her. Will I ever meet a decent man? She wondered. Though he possessed numerous fine qualities, patience, serenity, a habit of never complaining, an exceptional talent for listening and for quietly commiserating, a healthy root structure, Fred made no claim to clairvoyance. He couldn't know if Jilly would one day meet a decent man. In most matters, Fred trusted in destiny. Like other passive species lacking any means of locomotion, He had little choice but to rely on fate and hope for the best. "Of course I'll meet a decent man," Jilly decided with a sudden resurgence of the hopefulness that usually characterized her. "I'll meet dozens of decent men, scores of them, hundreds." A melancholy sigh escaped her as she braked in response to a traffic backup in the westbound lanes of Interstate 10, immediately ahead of her. "The question isn't whether I'll meet a truly decent man, but whether I'll recognize him if he doesn't arrive with a loud chorus of angels and a flashing halo that says, 'Good guy, good guy, good guy.'" Jillian couldn't see Fred's smile, but she could feel it, sure enough. "Oh, face facts," she groaned. "When it comes to guys, I'm naive and easily misled." When he heard the truth, Fred knew it. Wise Fred. The quiet with which he greeted Jilly's admission was far different from the quiet disagreement that he had expressed when she'd called herself a bitter, vengeful bitch. Traffic came to a full stop. Through a royal purple twilight and past nightfall, they endured another long wait, this time at the Arizona Agricultural Inspection Station east of San Simon, which currently served state and federal law enforcement agencies. In addition to Department of Agriculture officers, a few flinty-eyed plainclothes agents on assignment from some less vegetable-oriented organization evidently were searching for pests more destructive than fruit flies breeding in contraband oranges. In fact, they grilled Jilly as if they believed a chotter and a submachine gun were concealed under the car seat, and they studied Fred with wariness and skepticism, as though convinced that he was of Mideastern origin, held fanatical political views, and harbored evil intentions. Even these tough-looking men, who had reason to regard every traveler with suspicion, could not long mistake Fred for a villain. They stepped back and waved the Coupe de Ville through the checkpoint. As Jilly put up the power window and accelerated, she said, "It's a good thing they didn't throw you in the slammer, Freddie. Our budget's too tight for bail money." They drove a mile in silence. A ghost moon, like a faint ectoplasmic eye, had risen before sundown, and with the fall of night, its cyclops stare brightened. "Maybe talking to a plant isn't just an eccentricity," Jilly brooded. "Maybe I'm a little off my nut." North and south of the highway lay dark desolation. The cool lunar light could not burn away the stubborn gloom that befell the desert after sundown. "I'm sorry, Fred, that was a mean thing to say." The little jade was proud but also forgiving. Of the 3 men with whom Jilly had explored the dysfunctional side of romance, none would have hesitated to turn even her most innocent expression of discontent against her. Each would have used it to make her feel guilty and to portray himself as the long-suffering victim of her unreasonable expectations. Fred, bless him, never played those power games. For a while they rode in companionable silence, conserving a flagon of fuel by traveling in the high-suction slipstream of a speeding Peterbilt that, judging by the advertisement on its rear doors, was hauling ice cream treats to hungry snackers west of New Mexico. When they came upon a town radiant with the signs of motels and service stations, Jilly exited the interstate. She tanked up from a self-serve pump at Union 76. Farther along the street, she bought dinner at a burger place. A counter clerk as wholesome and cheerful as an idealized grandmother in a Disney film circa 1960 insisted on fixing a smiling toad pin to Jilly's blouse. The restaurant appeared sufficiently clean to serve as an operating theater for a quadruple bypass in the event that one of the customers at last achieved multiple artery blockages while consuming another double patty cheeseburger. Of itself, however, mere cleanliness wasn't enough to induce Jilly to eat at one of the small formica-topped tables, under a glare of light intense enough to cause genetic mutations. In the parking lot, in the Coupe de Ville, as Jilly ate a chicken sandwich and French fries, she and Fred listened to her favorite radio talk show, which focused on such things as UFO sightings, evil extraterrestrials eager to breed with human women, Bigfoot, plus his recently sighted offspring, Little Bigfoot, and time travelers from the far future, who had built the pyramids for unknown malevolent purposes. This evening, the smoky-voiced host, Parrish Lantern, and his callers were exploring the dire threat posed by brain leeches purported to be traveling to our world from an alternate reality. None of the listeners who phoned the program had a word to say about fascistic Islamic radicals determined to destroy civilization in order to rule the world, which was a relief. After establishing residence in the occipital lobe, a brain leech supposedly took control of its human host, imprisoning the mind, using the body as its own. These creatures were apparently slimy and nasty, but Jilly was comforted as she listened to Parrish and his audience discuss them. Even if brain leeches were real, which she didn't believe for a minute, at least she could understand them. Their genetic imperative to conquer other species, their parasitic nature. On the other hand, human evil rarely, if ever, came with a simple biological rationale. Fred lacked a brain that might serve as a leech condominium, so he could enjoy the program without any qualms whatsoever regarding his personal safety. Jilly expected to be refreshed by the dinner stop, but when she finished eating, she was no less weary than when she had exited the interstate. She'd been looking forward to an additional 4-hour drive across the desert to Phoenix, accompanied part of the way by Parrish Lantern's soothing paranoid fantasies. In her current loggy condition, however, she was a danger on the highway. Through the windshield, she saw a motel across the street. "If they don't allow pets," she told Fred, "I'll sneak you in."
Chapter 3. High-speed jigsaw is a pastime best undertaken by an individual who is suffering from subtle brain damage and who, consequently, is afflicted by intense and uncontrollable spells of obsession. Shepard's tragic mental condition usually gave him a surprising advantage whenever he turned his full attention to a picture puzzle. He was currently reconstructing a complex image of an ornate Shinto temple surrounded by cherry trees. Although he'd started this 2,500-piece project only shortly after he and Dylan checked into the motel, he had already completed perhaps a third of it. With all 4 borders locked in place, Shep worked diligently inward. The boy, Dylan thought of his brother as a boy even though Shep was 20, sat at a desk in the light of a tubular brass lamp. His left arm was half raised, and his left hand flapped continuously as though he were waving at his reflection in the mirror that hung above the desk. But in fact, he shifted his gaze only between the picture that he was assembling and the loose pieces of the puzzle piled in the open box. Most likely, he didn't realize that he was waving, and certainly he couldn't control his hand. Tics, rocking fits, and other bizarre repetitive motions were symptoms of Shep's condition. Sometimes he could be as still as cast bronze, as motionless as marble, forgetting even to blink. But more often than not, he flicked or twiddled his fingers for hours on end, or jiggled his legs, or tapped his feet. Dylan, on the other hand, had been so securely taped to a straight-backed chair that he couldn't easily wave, rock, or twiddle anything. Inch-wide strips of electrician's tape wound around and around his ankles, lashing them tightly to the chair legs. Additional tape bound his wrists and his forearms to the arms of the chair. His right arm was taped with the palm facing down, but his left palm was upturned. A cloth of some kind had been wadded in his mouth when he'd been unconscious. His lips had been taped shut. Dylan had been conscious for 2 or 3 minutes, and he hadn't connected any pieces of the ominous puzzle that had been presented for his consideration. He remained clueless as to who had assaulted him and as to why. Twice, when he'd tried to turn in his chair to look toward the twin beds in the bathroom, which lay behind him, a rap alongside the head, delivered by his unknown enemy, had tempered his curiosity. The blows weren't hard, but they were aimed at the tender spot where earlier he had been struck more brutally, and each time he nearly passed out again. If Dylan had called for help, his muffled shout wouldn't have carried beyond the motel room, but it would have reached his brother less than 10 feet away. Unfortunately, Shep wouldn't respond either to a full-throated scream or to a whisper. Even on his best days, he seldom reacted to Dylan or to anyone, and when he became obsessed with the jigsaw puzzle, this world seemed less real to him than did the two-dimensional scene in the fractured picture. With his calm right hand, Shep selected an amoeba-shaped piece of pasteboard from the box, glanced at it, and set it aside. At once, he plucked another fragment from the pile and immediately located the right spot for it, after which he placed a second and a third, all in half a minute. He appeared to believe that he sat alone in the room. Dylan's heart knocked against his ribs as though testing the soundness of his construction. Every beat pushed a pulse of pain through his clubbed skull. And, in sickening syncopation, the rag in his mouth seemed to throb like a living thing, triggering his gag reflex more than once. Scared to a degree that big guys like him were never supposed to be scared, unashamed of his fear, entirely comfortable with being a big, frightened guy, Dylan was as certain of this as he had ever been certain of anything. 29 was too young to die. If he'd been 99, he'd have argued that middle age began well past the century mark. Death had never held any allure for him. He didn't understand those who reveled in the goth subculture, their abiding romantic identification with the living dead. He didn't find vampires sexy. With its glorification of murder and its celebration of cruelty to women, gangster rap music didn't start his toe tapping either. He didn't like movies in which evisceration and decapitation were the primary themes. If nothing else, they were certain popcorn spoilers. He supposed that he'd never be hip. His fate was to be as square as a saltine cracker. But the prospect of being eternally square didn't bother him a fraction as much as the prospect of being dead. Although scared, he remained cautiously hopeful. For one thing, if the unknown assailant had intended to kill him, surely he would already have assumed room temperature. He had been bound and gagged because the attacker had some other use for him. Torture came to mind. Dylan had never heard about people being tortured to death in the rooms of national chain motels, at least not with regularity. Homicidal psychopaths tended to feel awkward about conducting their messy business in an establishment that might at the same time be hosting a Rotarian convention. During his years of traveling, his worst complaints involved poor housekeeping, unplaced wake-up calls, and lousy food in the coffee shop. Nevertheless, once torture opened a door and walked into his mind, it pulled up a chair and sat down and wouldn't leave. Dylan also took some comfort from the fact that the sap-wielding assailant had left Shepard untapped, untouched, and untaped. Surely this must mean that the evildoer, whoever he might be, recognized the extreme degree of Shep's detachment and realized that the afflicted boy posed no threat. A genuine sociopath would have disposed of poor Shepard anyway, either for the fun of it or to polish his homicidal image. Crazed killers were probably convinced, as were most modern Americans, that maintaining high self-esteem was a requirement of good mental health. Locking each sinuous shape of pasteboard in place with a ritualistic nod and with the pressure of his right thumb, Shepard continued to solve the puzzle at a prodigious pace, adding perhaps 6 or 7 pieces per minute. Dylan's blurry vision had cleared and his urge to vomit had passed. Ordinarily, those developments would be reason to feel cheerful, but good cheer would continue to elude him until he knew who wanted a piece of him, and exactly which piece was wanted. The internal timpani of his booming heart and the rush of blood circulating through his eardrums, which produced a sound reminiscent of a cymbal softly beaten with a drummer's brush, masked any small noise the intruder might be making. Maybe the guy was eating their takeout dinner, or performing preventive maintenance on a chainsaw before firing it up. Because Dylan sat at an angle to the mirror that hung above the desk, only a narrow wedge of the room behind him was presented in the reflection. Watching his brother, the jigsaw juggernaut, he glimpsed movement peripherally in the mirror, but by the time he shifted his focus, the phantom glided out of sight. When at last the assailant stepped into direct view, He looked no more menacing than any 50-something choir master who took great and genuine pleasure in the sound of well-orchestrated voices raised in joyous hymns. Sloped shoulders, a comfortable paunch, thinning white hair, small, delicately sculpted ears. His pink and jolly face looked as benign as a loaf of white bread. His faded blue eyes were watery, as though with sympathy, and seemed to reveal a soul too meek to harbor a hostile thought. He appeared to be the antithesis of villainy, and he wore a gentle smile, but he carried a length of highly flexible rubber tubing, like a snake, 2 to 3 feet long. No inanimate object, whether a spoon or a meticulously stropped razor-edged switchblade, can be called evil. But while a switchblade might be used merely to peel an apple, it was difficult at this perilous moment to envision an equally harmless use for the half-inch diameter rubber tubing. The colorful imagination that served Dylan's art now afflicted him with absurd yet vivid images of being force-fed through the nose and of colon examinations most definitely not conducted through the nose. His alarm didn't abate when he realized that the rubber tubing was a tourniquet. Now he knew why his left arm had been secured with the palm up. When he protested through the saliva-saturated gag and the electrician's tape, his voice proved no clearer than might have been that of a prematurely buried man calling for help through a coffin lid and 6 feet of compacted earth. "Easy, son, easy now." The intruder didn't have the hard voice of a snarly thug, but one as soft and sympathetic as that of a country doctor committed to relieving every distress of his patients. "You'll be just fine." He was dressed like a country doctor, too, a relic from the lost age that Norman Rockwell had captured in cover illustrations for the Saturday Evening Post. His cordovan shoes gleamed from the benefit of brush and buffing cloth, and his wheat-brown suit pants depended upon a pair of suspenders. Having removed his coat, having rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, having loosened collar button and necktie, he needed only a dangling stethoscope to be the perfect picture of a comfortably rumpled rural physician nearing the end of a long day of house calls, a kindly healer known to everyone as Doc. Dylan's short-sleeved shirt facilitated the application of the tourniquet. The rubber tube, when quickly knotted around his left biceps, caused a vein to swell visibly. Gently tapping a fingertip against the revealed blood vessel, Doc murmured, "Nice, nice," forced by the gag to inhale and exhale only through his nose. Dylan could hear humiliating proof of his escalating fear as the wheeze and whistle of his breathing grew more urgent. With a cotton ball soaked in rubbing alcohol, the doctor swabbed the target vein. Every element of the moment, Shep waving to no one and blitzing through the jigsaw, the smiling intruder prepping his patient for an injection, the foul taste of the rag in Dylan's mouth, the astringent scent of alcohol, the restraining pressure of the electrician's tape, so completely engaged the 5 senses, it wasn't possible with any seriousness to entertain the thought that this was a dream. More than once, however, Dylan closed his eyes and mentally pinched himself. And upon taking another look, he breathed yet harder when nightmare proved to be reality. The hypodermic syringe surely couldn't have been as huge as it appeared to be. This instrument looked less suitable for human beings than for elephants or rhinos. He assumed that its dimensions were magnified by his fear. Right thumb firmly on the thumb rest, knuckles braced against the finger flange, Doc expelled air from the syringe, and a squirt of golden fluid caught the lamplight as it glimmered in an arc to the carpet. With a muffled cry of protest, Dylan pulled at his restraints, causing the chair to rock from side to side. "One way or another," the doctor said affably, "I'm determined to administer this." Dylan adamantly shook his head. "This stuff won't kill you, son, but a struggle might." Stuff. Having at once rebelled at the prospect of being injected with a medication or an illegal drug, or a toxic chemical, a poison, a dose of blood serum contaminated with a hideous disease, Dylan now rebelled even more strenuously at the idea of stuff being squirted into his vein. That lazy word suggested carelessness and offhanded villainy, as though this dough-faced, round-shouldered, pot-bellied example of the banality of evil could not be bothered, even after all the trouble he'd taken, to remember what vile substance he intended to administer to his victim. Stuff. In this instance, the word stuff also suggested that the golden fluid in the syringe might be more exotic than a mere drug or a poison, or a dose of disease-corrupted serum, that it must be unique and mysterious and not easily named. If all you knew was that a smiling, pink-cheeked, crazed physician had shot you full of stuff, then the good and concerned and not crazy doctors in a hospital ER wouldn't know what antidote to apply or what antibiotic to prescribe, because in their pharmacy they didn't stock treatments for a bad case of stuff. Watching Dylan wrench ineffectually at his bonds, the stuff-peddling maniac clucked his tongue and shook his head disapprovingly. If you struggle, I might tear your vein, or accidentally inject an air bubble, resulting in an embolism. An embolism will kill you, or at least leave you a vegetable. He indicated Shep at the nearby desk. Worse than him. At the burnt-out end of certain bad black days, overwhelmed by weariness and frustration, Dylan sometimes envied his brother's disconnection from the worries of the world. However, although Shep had no responsibilities, Dylan had plenty of them, including, not least of all, Shep himself. And oblivion, whether by choice or by embolism, could not be embraced. Focusing on the shiny needle, Dylan stopped resisting. A sour sweat lathered his face. Exhaling explosively, inhaling with force, he snorted like a well-run horse. His skull had begun to throb once more, particularly where he'd been struck, and also across the breadth of his forehead. Resistance was futile, debilitating, and just plain stupid. Since he couldn't avoid being injected, he might as well accept the malicious medicine man's claim that the substance in the syringe wasn't lethal. Might as well endure the inevitable, remain alert for an advantage, assuming consciousness was an option after the injection, and seek help later. That's better, son. Smartest thing is just to get it over with. It won't even sting as much as a flu vaccination. You can trust me. You can trust me. They were so far into surreal territory that Dylan half expected the room's furniture to soften and distort like the objects in a painting by Salvador Dali. Still wearing a dreamy smile, the stranger expertly guided the needle into the vein, at once slipped loose the knot in the rubber tubing, and kept the promise of a painless violation. The tip of the thumb reddened as it put pressure on the plunger. Stringing together as unlikely a series of words as Dylan had ever heard, Doc said, "I'm injecting you with my life's work." In the transparent barrel of the syringe, the dark stopper began to move slowly from the top toward the tip, forcing the golden fluid into the needle. You probably wonder what this stuff will do to you. Stop calling it stuff, Dylan would have demanded if his mouth hadn't been crammed full of unidentified laundry. Impossible to say what it'll do exactly. Although the needle might have been of ordinary size, Dylan realized that at least regarding the dimensions of the syringe barrel, his imagination hadn't been playing tricks with him after all. It was enormous, fearsomely huge. On that clear plastic tube, the black scale markings indicated a capacity of 18 cc, a dosage more likely to be prescribed by a zoo veterinarian whose patients topped 600 pounds. The stuff's psychotropic. That word was big, exotic too, But Dylan suspected that if he could think clearly, he would know what it meant. His stretched jaws ached, however, and the soaked ball of cloth in his mouth leaked a sour stream of saliva that threatened to plunge him into fits of choking, and his lips burned under the tape, and greater fear flooded through him as he watched the mysterious fluid draining into his arm, and he was seriously annoyed by Shep's compulsive waving, even though he remained aware of it only from the corner of one eye. Under these circumstances, clear thinking was not easily achieved. Ricocheting through his mind, the word psychotropic remained as smooth and shiny and impenetrable as a steel bearing caroming from peg to rail to bumper to flipper in the flashing maze of a pinball machine. It does something different to everyone. A sharp but perverse scientific curiosity prickled Doc's voice, as disturbing to Dylan as finding shards of glass in honey. Although this man looked the part of a caring country physician, he had the bedside manner of Victor von Frankenstein. The effect is without exception interesting, frequently astonishing, and sometimes positive. Interesting, astonishing, sometimes positive. This didn't sound like a life's work equal to that of Jonas Salk. Doc seemed to belong more comfortably in the mad, malevolent, megalomaniacal Nazi scientist tradition. The last cc of fluid disappeared from the barrel of the syringe into the needle, into Dylan. He expected to feel a burning in the vein, a terrible chemical heat that would spread rapidly through his circulatory system, but the fire didn't come, nor did a chill shiver through him. He expected to experience vivid hallucinations, to be driven mad by a crawling sensation that suggested spiders squirming across the tender surface of his brain, to hear phantom voices echoing inside his skull, to be afflicted by either convulsions or violent muscle spasms, or by painful cramps or by incontinence, to be overcome by either nausea or giddiness, to grow hair on the palms of his hands, to watch the room reel as his eyes spun like pinwheels. But the injection had no noticeable effect, except perhaps to make his fevered imagination register a few degrees higher on the thermometer of the unlikely. Doc withdrew the needle. A single bead of blood appeared at the point of the puncture. One of the two should pay the debt, Doc muttered, not to Dylan, but to himself, an observation that seemed to make no sense. He moved behind Dylan, out of sight. The crimson pearl quivered in the crook of Dylan's left arm, as though pulsing in sympathy with the racing heart that had once harried it to the farthest capillary, and from which it was now and forever estranged. He wished that he could reabsorb it, suck it back through the needle wound, because he feared that in the coming nasty struggle for survival, he would need every drop of healthy blood that he could muster if he hoped to prevail against whatever threat had been injected. "But debt payment isn't perfume," Doc said, reappearing with a Band-Aid from which he stripped the wrapper as he talked. "It won't mask the stink of treachery, will it? Will anything?" Although once more speaking directly to Dylan, the man seemed to talk in riddles. His solemn words required somber delivery, yet his tone remained light. The half-whimsical sleepwalker smile continued to play across his features, waxing and waxing again, much as the glow of a candle might flux and flutter under the influence of every subtle current in the air. "Remorse has gnawed at me so long that my heart's eaten away. I feel empty." Functioning remarkably well without a heart, the empty man peeled the two protective layers off the Band-Aid tape and applied the patch to the point of the injection. "I want to be repentant for what I did. There's no real peace without repentance. Do you understand?" Although Dylan didn't understand anything this lunatic said, he nodded out of a concern that failure to agree would trigger a psychotic outburst involving not a hypodermic needle, but a hatchet. The man's voice remained soft, but a bleach of anguish at last purged all the color from it, even as, eerily, the smile endured. I want to be repentant, to reject entirely the terrible thing I did, and I want to be able to honestly say that I wouldn't do it again if I had my life to live over. But remorse is as far as I'm able to go. I would do it again, given a second chance. Do it again, and spend another 15 years racked by guilt. The single drop of blood soaked into the gauze, leaving a dark circle visible through the vented covering. This particular Band-Aid, marketed for children, came decorated with a capering and grinning cartoon dog that failed either to lift Dylan's spirits or to distract his attention from his boo-boo. I've got too much pride to be contrite. There's the problem. Oh, I know my flaws. I know them well. But that doesn't mean I can fix them. Too late for that. Too late, too late. After dropping the Band-Aid wrappings in the small waste can by the desk, Doc fished in a pants pocket and withdrew a knife. Although ordinarily Dylan wouldn't have used the word weapon to describe a mere pocket knife, no less menacing noun would be adequate in this instance. You didn't need either a dagger or a machete to cut a throat and sever a carotid artery. A simple pocket knife would do the job. Doc changed the subject from unspecified past sins to more urgent matters. They want to kill me and destroy all my work. With a thumbnail, he pried the stubby blade out of the handle. The smile finally sank out of sight in the doughy pool of his face, and a frown slowly surfaced. A net is closing around me right this minute. Dylan figured that with the net would come a significant dose of Thorazine, a straitjacket, and cautious men in white uniforms. Lamplight glinted off the polished steel penknife blade. There's no way out for me, but damn if I'll let them destroy a life's work. Stealing it is one thing. I could accept that. I've done it myself, after all. But they want to erase everything that I've achieved, as if I never existed. Scowling, Doc wrapped his fist around the handle of the little knife and drove the blade into the arm of the chair a fraction of an inch from his captive's left hand. This didn't have a beneficial effect on Dylan. The shock of fright that jumped through him was of such high voltage that the resultant muscle spasm lifted at least 3 legs of the chair off the floor and might even have levitated it entirely for a fraction of a second. They'll be here in half an hour, maybe less, Doc warned. I'm going to make a run for it, but there's no point kidding myself. The bastards will probably get me. And when they find even just one empty syringe, they'll seal off this town and test everybody in it one by one till they learn who's carrying the stuff. Which is you. You're a carrier. He bent down, lowering his face close to Dylan's. His breath smelled of beer and peanuts. You better take what I'm telling you to heart, son. If you're in the quarantine zone, they'll find you all right, and when they find you, they'll kill you. A smart fellow like you ought to be able to figure out how to use that pocket knife and get himself loose in 10 minutes, which gives you a chance to save yourself, and gives me a chance to be long gone before you can get your hands on me. Shreds of the red skins from peanuts and pale bits of nut meat mortared the spaces between Doc's teeth, but evidence of his madness could not be found as easily as could proof of his recent snack. His faded denim eyes brimmed with nothing more identifiable than sorrow. He stood erect once more, stared at the pocket knife stuck in the arm of the chair, and sighed. They really aren't bad people. In their position, I'd kill you too. There's only one bad man in all this, and that's me. I've no illusions about myself." He stepped behind the chair out of sight. Judging by the sounds he made, Doc was gathering up his mad scientist gear, shrugging into his suit coat, getting ready to split. "So you're driving to an arts festival in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where in previous years you've sold enough paintings to pay expenses and to bank a profit, and you stop for the night at a clean and respectable motel, subsequent to which you purchase a bagged dinner of such high caloric content that it will knock you into sleep as effectively as an overdose of Nembutal, because all you want is to spend a quiet evening putting your brain cells at risk watching the usual idiotic TV programs in the company of your puzzle-working brother, and then spend a restful night disturbed by as little cheeseburger-induced flatulence as possible. But the modern world has fallen apart to such an extent that you wind up taped to a chair, gagged, injected with God knows what hideous disease, targeted by unknown assassins, and yet your friends wonder why you're becoming a young curmudgeon." From behind Dylan, as though he were as telepathic as he was crazy, Doc said, "You're not infected, not in the sense you think. No bacteria, no virus. What I've given to you, it can't be passed along to other people. Son, I assure you, if I weren't such a coward, I'd inject myself." That qualified assurance didn't improve Dylan's mood. "I'm ashamed to say cowardice is another of my character flaws. I'm a genius, certainly, but I'm not a fit role model for anyone." The man's self-justification through self-deprecation had lost what little fizz it might at first have possessed. "As I explained, the stuff produces a different effect in each subject. If it doesn't obliterate your personality or totally disrupt your capacity for linear thinking or reduce your IQ by 60 points, there's a chance it'll do something to greatly enhance your life." On further consideration, this guy didn't have the bedside manner of Dr. Frankenstein. He had the bedside manner of Dr. Satan. "If it enhances your life, then I'll have paid some reparations for what I've done. Hell's got a bed waiting for me, sure enough, but a successful result here would compensate at least a little for the worst crimes I've committed." On the motel room door, the security chain rattled and the deadbolt lock scraped steel against steel as Doc disengaged them. "My life's work depends on you. It now is you. So stay alive if you can." The door opened. The door closed. With less violence than on arrival, the maniac had departed. At the desk, Shep no longer waved. He worked the jigsaw puzzle with both hands. Like a blind man before a Braille book, he seemed to read each piece of pasteboard with his sensitive fingertips, never glancing at any scrap of the picture for longer than a second or two, occasionally not even bothering to use his eyes, and with uncanny speed he either placed each fragment of the image in the rapidly infilling mosaic, or discarded it as not yet being of use. Foolishly hoping that recognition of the desperate danger would transmit by some miraculous psychic bond between brothers, Dylan tried to shout Shepherd. The soggy gag filtered the cry, soaked up most of the sound, and let through only a stifled bleat that didn't resemble his brother's name. Nevertheless, he shouted again, and a third time, a fourth, a fifth, counting on repetition to gain the kid's attention. When Shep was in a communicative mood, which was less often than the frequency of sunrise, but not as rare as the periodic visitation of Halley's Comet, he could be so hyperverbal that you felt as if you were being hosed down with words, and just listening to him could be exhausting. More reliably, Shep would pass most of any day without seeming to be aware of Dylan. Like today. Like here and now. In a puzzle-working passion, all but oblivious of the motel room, living instead in the shadow of the Shinto temple half formed on the desk before him, breathing the freshness of the blossoming cherry trees under a cornflower-blue Japanese sky, he was half a world removed in just 10 feet. Too far away to hear his brother or to see Dylan's red-faced frustration, his clenched neck muscles, his throbbing temples, his beseeching eyes. They were here together, but each alone. The pocket knife waited, point buried in the arm of the chair, posing as formidable a challenge as the magic sword Excalibur locked in its sheath of stone. Unfortunately, King Arthur was not likely to be resurrected and dispatched to Arizona to assist Dylan with this extraction. Unknown stuff currently circulated through his body, and at any moment 60 points might drop off his IQ, and faceless killers were coming. His travel clock was digital and therefore silent, but he could hear ticking nonetheless. A treacherous clock from the sound of it, counting off the precious seconds in double time. Accelerating the pace of resolution, Shep worked the jigsaw ambidextrously, keeping 2 pieces in play at all times. His right hand and his left hand swooped over and under each other, fluttered across the pile of loose pieces in the box, flew sparrow-quick to blue sky or cherry trees, or to unfinished corners of the temple roof, and back again to the box, as if in a frenzy of nest-building. "Doodle-deedle-doodle," Shep said. Dylan groaned. "Doodle-deedle-doodle." If past experience was a reliable guide, Shep would repeat this bit of nonsense hundreds or even thousands of times for at least the next half hour and perhaps until he fell asleep, nearer to dawn than to midnight. Doodle-deedle-doodle. In less dangerous times, which fortunately included virtually all of his life to date until he'd encountered the lunatic with the syringe, Dylan had occasionally endured these fits of repetition by playing a rhyming game with whatever concatenation of meaningless syllables currently obsessed his brother. Doodle-deedle-doodle. I'd like to eat a noodle, Dylan thought. Doodle-deedle-doodle. And not just one lonely noodle. Doodle-deedle-doodle, but the whole kit and caboodle. Bound to a chair, full of stuff, sought by assassins, this was not the time for rhyme. This was a time for clear thinking. This was a time for an ingenious plan and effective action. The moment had come to seize the pocket knife somehow, some way, and to do amazing, wonderfully clever, knock-your-socks-off things with it. Doodle-deedle-doodle. Let's bake a noodle strudel.
Chapter 4. In his inimitable green and silent way, Fred thanked Jillian for the plant food that she gave him, and for the carefully measured drink with which she slaked his thirsty roots. Secure in his handsome pot, the little guy spread his branches in the soft glow of the desk lamp. He brought a measure of grace to a motel room furnished in violently clashing colors that might have been interpreted as a furious interior designer's loud statement of rebellion against nature's harmonious palette. In the morning, she would move him into the bathroom while she showered. He reveled in the steam. "I'm thinking of using a lot more of you in the act," Jillian informed him. "I've cooked up some new bits we can do together." During her performance, she usually brought Fred on stage for her final 8 minutes, set him on a tall stool, and introduced him to the audience as her latest beau, and as the only one she had ever dated who neither embarrassed her in public nor tried to make her feel inadequate about one aspect or another of her anatomy. Perching on a stool beside him, she discussed modern romance, and Fred made the perfect straight man. He gave new meaning to the term deadpan reaction, and the audience loved him. "Don't worry," Jilly said. "I won't put you in goofy-looking pots or insult your dignity in any way." Whether cactus or sedum, no other succulent plant could have radiated trust more powerfully than did Fred. With her significant other having been fed and watered and made to feel appreciated, Jilly slung her purse over her shoulder, grabbed the empty plastic ice bucket, and left the room to get ice and to feed quarters to the nearest soda vending machine. Lately, she'd been in the grip of a root beer Jones. Although she preferred diet soda, she would drink regular when that was the only form of root beer that she could find. 2 bottles, sometimes 3 a night. If she had no choice but the fully sugared variety, then she would eat nothing but dry toast for breakfast to compensate for the indulgence. Fat asses plagued the women in her family, by which she wasn't referring to the men they married. Her mother, her mother's sisters, and her cousins all had fetchingly tight buns when they were in their teens, or even in their 20s. But sooner rather than later, each of them looked as if she had shoved a pair of pumpkins down the back of her pants. They rarely gained weight in the thighs or the stomach, only in the gluteus maximus, medius, and minimus, resulting in what her mother jokingly referred to as the gluteus mucho mega. This curse was not passed down from generation to generation on the Jackson side of the family, but on the Armstrong side, the maternal side, along with male pattern baldness and a sense of humor. Only Aunt Gloria, now 48, had escaped being afflicted with the Armstrong ass past 30. Sometimes Gloria attributed her enduringly lean posterior to the fact that she had made a novena to the Blessed Virgin 3 times a year since the age of 9, when she'd first become aware that sudden colossal butt expansion might lie in her future. At other times, she thought that maybe a periodic flirtation with bulimia had something to do with the fact that she could still sit on a bicycle seat without requiring the services of a proctologist to dismount. Jilly, too, was a believer, but she'd never made a novena in the hope of petitioning for a merciful exemption from gluteus mucha mega. Her reticence in this matter arose not because she doubted that such a petition would be effective, but only because she was incapable of raising the issue of her butt in a spiritual conversation with the Holy Mother. She had practiced bulimia for 2 miserable days when she was 13, before deciding that daily volitional vomiting was worse than living 2/3 of your life in stretchable ski pants, with a quiet fear of narrow doorways. Now she pinned all her hopes on dry toast for breakfast and wizardly advances in plastic surgery. The ice and vending machines were in an alcove off the covered walkway that served her room, no more than 50 feet from her door. A faint breeze, coming off the desert, was too hot to cool the night, and so dry that she half expected her lips to parch and split with an audible crackle. Hissing faintly, this current of air seemed to serpentine along the covered passage, as if it, too, were searching for something with which to wet its scaly lips. En route, Jilly encountered a rumpled, kindly-looking man who, apparently returning from the automated oasis, had just purchased a can of Coke and 3 bags of peanuts. His eyes were the faded blue of a Sonoran or Mojave sky in August, when even heaven can't hold its color against the intense, bleaching light. But he wasn't native to the region, for his round face was pink, not cancerously tan, seamed by excess weight and by time rather than by the merciless southwest sun. Although his eyes didn't focus on Jilly, and though he wore the distracted half-smile of someone lost in a jungle of complex but pleasant thoughts, the man spoke as he approached her. "If I'm dead an hour from now, I'd sure regret not having eaten a lot of peanuts before the lights went out. I love peanuts." This statement was peculiar at best, and Jilly was a young woman of sufficient experience to know that in contemporary America you should not reply to strangers who, unbidden, revealed their fears of mortality and their preferred deathbed snacks. Maybe you were dealing with a blighted soul who had been made eccentric by the stresses of modern life. More likely, however, you were being confronted by a drug-blasted psychopath who wanted to carve a crack pipe from your femur and use your skin as the cloth for a decorative cozy to cover his favorite beheading axe. Nevertheless, perhaps because the guy appeared so harmless, or maybe because Jilly herself was a tad wiggy after too long a period during which all her conversation had been conducted with a jade plant, she replied, "For me, it's root beer. When my time is up, I want to cross a river Styx of pure root beer." Failing to acknowledge her response, he drifted serenely past, surprisingly light on his feet for a man his size, gliding almost as smoothly as an ice skater, his locomotion in sync with his half-loco smile. She watched him walk away until she was convinced that he was nothing worse than another weary soul who'd been wandering too long through the lonely immensity of the Southwest deserts. Perhaps a tired salesman assigned to a territory so vast that it tested his stamina, dazed by the daunting distances between destinations, by sun-silvered highways that seemed to go on forever. She knew how he might feel. Part of her unique stage shtick, her comedic ID, was to prevent herself as a true Southwest chick, A sand-sucking cactus kicker who ate a bowl of jalapeno peppers every morning for breakfast, who hung out in country music bars with guys named Tex and Dusty, who was a full sun-ripened woman but also tough enough to grab a rattlesnake if it dared to hiss at her, crack it like a whip, and snap its brains out through its eye sockets. She booked dates in clubs all across the country, but she spent a significant part of her time in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada, staying in touch with the culture that had shaped her, keeping her shtick sharp, refining her material in front of boot-stomping audiences that would relate to every righteous observation with whoops of approval, but would likewise hoot her off the stage if she tried to pass off ketchup as salsa, or if she went showbiz phony on them. Driving between these gigs was part of remaining a real and true sandsucker, and although she loved the barren badlands and the sweeping vistas of silver sage, she understood how the daunting emptiness of the desert could leave you smiling as vacuously as a sock puppet and set you to talking of death and peanuts to an imaginary friend. In the refreshments alcove, the vending machines offered 3 brands of Diet Cola, 2 brands of Diet Lemon Lime Soda, and Diet Orange Crush. But in the matter of root beer, her choice was between abstinence or the sugar-packed, big-ass-making real stuff. She pumped quarters with the abandon of a gambling grandma feeding a hot slot machine, and as 3 cans clattered one at a time into the delivery tray, she murmured a Hail Mary prayer. Not with a physiology-related request attached, but just to store up a little goodwill in heaven. Carrying 3 cans of soda and a plastic bucket brimming with ice cubes, she made the short trip back to her room. She'd left the door ajar in anticipation of having full hands upon her return. As soon as she opened a root beer, she'd have to call her mom in Los Angeles, have a good long mother-daughter gab about the curse of the family ass, new material for the act, who'd been shot recently in the neighborhood, whether the cutting from Fred was continuing to thrive under Mom's good care, whether clone Fred was as cute as Fred the First. Shouldering inside, the first thing that she noticed was Fred, of course, who was a breath of zen serenity in the colorful chaos of the clown closet decor. And then on the desk, in the shade of Fred, she spotted the can of Coke, beaded with icy condensation, and the 3 bags of peanuts. A fraction of an instant later, she saw the open black satchel on the bed. The smiling salesman had been carrying it. Probably his sample case. Snake-cracking, sand-striding, Southwest Amazons need to be both mentally and physically quick to cope with romance-minded honky-tonk cowboys, both those who are loaded with Lone Star and those who are inexplicably sober. Jilly could fend off the most persistent cowpoke Casanova as fast and forcefully as she could dance Western swing, and her collection of swing dance trophies filled a display case. Nevertheless, although she understood the danger when she'd been in the motel room shy of 2 seconds, she couldn't react fast enough to save herself from the salesman. He came from behind her, locking one arm around her neck, pressing a rag over her face. The soft cloth stank of chloroform or ether, or perhaps of nitrous oxide. Not being a connoisseur of anesthetics, Jilly failed to identify the variety and the vintage. She told herself, don't breathe, and knew that she should stamp hard on one of his feet, should drive an elbow into his gut. But her initial gasp of surprise, in the instant when the rag covered mouth and nose, undid her. When she tried to move her right foot, it was wobbly and seemed to be coming loose at the ankle, and she couldn't remember where her elbows were located or how they worked. Instead of not breathing, she breathed in again to clear her head, and this time she filled her lungs with the essence of darkness, as though she were a drowning swimmer, sinking, sinking.
Chapter 5. Doodle-deedle-doodle was a name I gave my poodle. Doodle-deedle-doodle. On a flute my dog could tootle. Dylan O'Connor's game had long been an effective defense against being driven into a screaming fit by his brother's occasional spells of monotonous chanting. In the current crisis, however, if he was not able to shut out Shep's voice, he would not be able to stay focused on the challenge posed by his bonds. he would still be taped to this chair chewing on a cotton cud when the nameless assassins arrived with the intention of testing his blood for the presence of stuff and then chopping him into bite-sized carrion for the delectation of desert vultures. As his fluttering hands rapidly constructed the two-dimensional temple, Shep said, "Doodle-deedle-doodle." Dylan concentrated on his predicament. The size of the rag in his mouth, a soggy wad large enough to make his entire face ache from the strain of containing it, prevented him from working his jaws as aggressively as he would have liked. Nevertheless, by persistently flexing his facial muscles, he loosened the strips of tape, which slowly began to peel up at the ends and to unravel like a mummy's wrappings. He drew his tongue out from under the gag, contracted it behind that ball of cloth, and strove to press the foreign material out of his mouth. The extruding rag put pressure on the half-undone tape, which caused twinges of mild pain when, at a few points, the adhesive strips separated from his lips with a tiny prize of skin. Like a giant human-moth hybrid regurgitating a disagreeable dinner in a low-budget horror movie, he steadily expelled the vile cloth, which slid wetly over his chin onto his chest. Looking down, he recognized the saliva-soaked ejecta, one of his nearly knee-length white athletic socks, which Doc apparently had found in a suitcase. At least it had been a clean sock. Half the tape had fallen away, but 2 strips remained, one dangling from each corner of his mouth, like catfish whiskers. He twitched his lips, shook his head, but the drooping lengths of tape clung fast. At last he could shout for help, but he kept silent. Whoever came to free him would want to know what had happened, and some concerned citizen would call the police, who would arrive before Dylan could throw his gear, and Shep, into the SUV and hit the road. If killers were coming, any delay could be deadly. Point in pine, gleaming brightly, the pocket knife awaited use. He leaned forward, lowered his head, and clamped the rubber-coated handle of the knife in his teeth, got a firm grip, carefully worked the little instrument back and forth, widening the wound in the arm of the chair until he freed the blade. Doodle-deedle-doodle. Dylan once more sat straight up in the chair, biting on the handle of the pocket knife, staring cross-eyed at the point, on which a star of light twinkled. He was armed now, but he didn't feel particularly dangerous. He dared not drop the knife. If it fell on the floor, Shepard wouldn't pick it up for him. To retrieve it, Dylan would have to rock the chair, topple it sideways, and risk injury. Risking injury remained always near the top of his list of things that smart people don't do. Even if he toppled the chair without catastrophe, from that new and more awkward position, he might have a hard time getting his mouth around the handle again, especially if the knife bounced under the bed. He closed his eyes and brooded on his options for a moment before making another move. Doodle-deedle-doodle. Because he was an artist, brooding was supposed to come easily to Dylan. However, he had never been that kind of artist. Never one to wallow in bleak thoughts about the human condition or to despair over man's inhumanity to man. On an individual level, the human condition changed day by day, even hour by hour. And while you were soaking in self-pity over a misfortune, you might miss an opportunity for a redeeming triumph. And for every act of inhumanity, the species managed to commit 100 acts of kindness. So, if you were the type to brood, you would be more sensible if you dwelt on the remarkable goodwill with which most people treated others, even in a society where the cultural elites routinely mocked virtue and celebrated brutality. In this case, his options were so severely limited that although he might be an unskilled brooder, he was able to quickly arrive at a plan of action. Leaning forward again, he brought the cutting edge of the blade to one of the loops of glossy black tape that fixed his left wrist to an arm of the chair. Much like a goose bobbing its head, much as Shep sometimes spent hours imitating a goose bobbing its head, Dylan sawed with the pocket knife. The bonds began to part, and once his left hand was freed, he transferred the knife from teeth to fingers. As Dylan quickly cut away the remaining restraints, the jigsaw junkie, now locking pieces in the picture at a frenetic pace that even methamphetamine could not have precipitated, altered his nonsense chant. Deedle doodle diddle. I feel a pressure in my middle. Deedle doodle diddle. I think I have to piddle.
Chapter 6. Jilly opened her eyes and saw, blearily, the salesman and his identical twin bending over the bed on which she reclined. Although she knew that she ought to be afraid, she had no fear. She felt relaxed. She yawned. If the first brother was evil, and no doubt he was, then the second must be good, so she was not without a protector. In movies and often in books, moral character was distributed in exactly that ratio between identical siblings, one evil, one good. She'd never known twins in real life. If she ever met any, she would not be able to trust both. Your trust ensured that you would be bludgeoned to death, or worse in Act 2 or in Chapter 12, or certainly by the end of the story. These two guys looked equally benign, but one of them slipped loose a rubber tube tourniquet that had been knotted around Jilly's arm, while the second appeared to be administering an injection. Neither of these interesting actions could fairly be called evil, but they were certainly unsettling. "Which of you is going to bludgeon me?" she asked, surprised to hear a slur in her voice as though she had been drinking. As one, with matching expressions of surprise, the twin salesman looked at her. "I should warn you," she said. "I know karaoke." Each of the twins kept his right hand on the plunger of the hypodermic syringe, but simultaneously each snatched up a white cotton handkerchief with his left hand. They were exquisitely choreographed. "Not karaoke," she corrected herself. "Karate." This was a lie, but she thought that she sounded convincing, even though her voice remained thick and strange. "I know karate." The blurry brothers spoke in perfect harmony, their syllables precisely matched. "I want you to sleep a little more, young lady. Sleep, sleep." As one, the wonderfully synchronized twins swept the white handkerchiefs through the air and dropped them on Jilly's face with such panache that she expected the cloths to transform magically into doves before they quite touched her skin. Instead, the damp fabric, reeking with the pungent chemistry of forgetfulness, seemed to turn black, like crows, like ravens, and she was borne away on midnight wings into darkness deep. Although she thought that she'd opened her eyes an instant after closing them, a couple minutes must have passed in that blink. The needle had been withdrawn from her arm, the twins no longer hovered over her. In fact, only one of the men was present, and she realized that the other had not actually existed, had been a trick of vision. He stood at the foot of the bed, returning the hypodermic syringe to the leather satchel, which she'd mistaken for a kit of salesman's samples. She realized that it must be a medical bag. He droned on about his life's work, but nothing he said made any sense to Jilly, perhaps because he was an incoherent psychopath, or perhaps because the fumes of nepenthe, still burning in her nose and sinuses, rendered her incapable of understanding him. When she tried to rise from the bed, she experienced a wave of vertigo that washed her back down onto the pillows. She clutched the mattress with both hands, as a shipwrecked sailor might cling to a raft of flotsam in a turbulent sea. This sensation of tilting and spinning at last stirred up the fear that she knew she ought to feel, but that until now had been an inactive sediment at the bottom of her mind. As her breathing grew shallow, quick, and frantic, her racing heart churned currents of anxiety through her blood, and fear threatened to darken into terror, panic. She had never been interested in controlling others, but she'd always insisted on being the master of her own fate. She might make mistakes, did make mistakes. Lots. But if her life was destined to be screwed up, then she'd damn well do the job herself. Control had been taken from her, seized by force, maintained with chemicals, with drugs, for reasons that she could not understand, even though she strained to remain focused on her tormentor's line of self-justifying patter. With the surge of fear came anger. In spite of her karaoke karate threat and her Southwest Amazon image, Jilly wasn't by nature a butt-kicking warrioress. Humor and charm were her weapons of choice. But here she saw an ample backside in which she emphatically wanted to bury a boot. As the salesman, maniac, doctor, whatever, walked to the desk to pick up his cola and 3 bags of peanuts, Jilly tried once more to rise in righteous rage. Again, her box spring raft tossed in the flamboyant sea of bad motel decor. A second attack of vertigo, worse than the first, spun a whirlpool of nausea through her. And instead of executing the butt-booting assault that she'd envisioned, she groaned, "I'm gonna puke." Retrieving his Coke and peanuts, picking up his medical bag, the stranger said, "You'd better resist the urge. The effects of the anesthesia linger. You could lose consciousness again. And if you pass out while regurgitating, you'll wind up like Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix, choking to death on your own vomit." Oh, lovely. She'd simply gone out to buy some root beer. Such an innocent undertaking, not ordinarily a high-risk task. She had fully understood the need to compensate for the root beer indulgence with a dry toast breakfast. But she hadn't gone to the vending machines with any expectation whatsoever that by doing so she would put herself at risk of choking to death on her own upchuck. Had she known, she would have stayed in her room and drunk tap water. After all, what was good enough for Fred was good enough for her. "Lie still," the crackpot urged, not with any element of command in his voice, but with what sounded like concern for her. "Lie still, and the nausea and the vertigo will fade in 2 or 3 minutes. I don't want you to choke to death. That would be stupid. But I can't risk hanging around here playing nursemaid. And remember, if they get their hands on me and discover what I've done, they'll come looking for anyone I've injected, and they'll kill you." Remember? Kill? They? She had no memory whatsoever of any such previous warning, so she assumed that it must have been part of what he'd been talking about when her brain haze, now gradually clearing, had been as thick as London fog. From the door, he looked back at her. "The police won't be able to keep you safe from these people who are coming. There's no one to turn to." On the rolling bed in this tilting room, she could not help but think about the chicken sandwich, slathered with chipotle mayonnaise, and the greasy French fries she'd eaten. She tried to concentrate on her assailant, desperate to devastate him with words in place of the boot that she hadn't been able to bury in his bottom. But her gorge kept trying to rise. "Your only hope," he said, "is to get out of the search area before you're detained and forced to have a blood test." The chicken sandwich struggled within her as though it retained some of its chicken consciousness, as though the fowl were attempting to take a first messy step toward reconstitution. Nevertheless, Jilly managed to speak, and she was at once embarrassed by the insult that escaped her, which would have been lame even if she had pronounced it without confusion. "Sis, my Cass." In comedy clubs, she frequently dealt with hecklers, cracked their thick skulls, wrung their geek necks, stomped their malicious hearts till they cried for mama, metaphorically speaking, of course, using a dazzle of words as effective as the fists of Muhammad Ali in his prime. In post-anesthesia disorientation, however, she was about as witheringly funny as chipotle mayonnaise, which right now was the least amusing substance in the known universe. "As attractive as you are," he said, "I'm sure someone'll look after you." "Stupid trick," she said, further mortified by the utter collapse of her once formidable verbal war machine.
In the days ahead, you'd be best advised to keep your mouth shut about what happened here.
Cupid's strick, she corrected herself, only to realize that she had found a new way to mangle the same insult.
Keep your head down.
Stupid prick, she said with clarity this time, although the epithet had actually sounded more withering when mispronounced.
And never speak to anyone about what's happened to you, because as soon as it's known, you'll be a target.
She almost spat the word at him, hickhead, though such crude language, whether or not properly pronounced and clearly enunciated, was not her usual style.
Good luck,
he said. And then he left with his Coke and his peanuts and his evil, dreamy smile.
Chapter 7. Having cut himself loose from the chair, having taken a quick piddle, deedle-doodle-diddle, Dylan returned from the bathroom and discovered that Shep had risen from the desk and had turned his back on the unfinished Shinto temple. Once he began to obsess on a puzzle, Shep could be lured from it neither with promises, nor with rewards, nor by force, until he plugged in the final piece. Yet now, standing near the foot of the bed, staring intently at the empty air as though he perceived something of substance in it, he whispered not to Dylan, apparently not to himself either, but as if to a phantom visible only to him. "By the light of the moon." During most of his waking hours, Shepard radiated strangeness as reliably as a candle gave forth light. Dylan had grown accustomed to living in that aura of brotherly weirdness. He had been Shep's legal guardian for more than a decade, since their mother's untimely death when Shep was 10, 2 days before Dylan turned 19. After all this time, he could not easily be surprised by Shep's words or actions as once he had been. Likewise, in his youth, he had sometimes found Shep's behavior creepy rather than merely peculiar. But for many years, his afflicted brother had done nothing to chill the nape of Dylan's neck. Until now. By the light of the moon. Shepard's posture remained as stiff and awkward as always, but his current edginess wasn't characteristic. Though usually as smooth as the serene brow of Buddha, his forehead furrowed. His face gave itself to a ferocity he'd never exhibited before. He squinted at the apparition that only he could see, chewing on his lower lip, looking angry and worried. His hands cramped into fists at his sides, and he seemed to want to punch someone, though never before had Shepard O'Connor raised a hand in anger. "Shep, what's wrong?" If the lunatic physician with a hypodermic syringe could be believed, they had to get out of here, and quickly. A speedy exit, however, would require Shep's cooperation. He seemed to be teetering on the edge of emotional turmoil, and if he was not calmed, he might prove difficult to manage in an excited state. He wasn't as big as Dylan, but he stood 5'10" and weighed 160 pounds, so you couldn't just grab him by the back of his belt and carry him out of the motel room as though he were a suitcase. If he decided he didn't want to go, he would wrap his arms around a bedpost or make a human grappling hook out of himself in a doorway, hooking hands and feet to the jamb. "Shep. Hey, Shep, you hear me?" The boy appeared to be no more aware of Dylan now than when he'd been working the puzzle. Interaction with other human beings didn't come to Shepard as easily as it came to the average person, or even as easily as it came to the average cave-dwelling hermit. At times he could connect with you, and as often as not, that connection would be uncomfortably intense. However, he spent most of his time in a world so completely his own and so unknowable to Dylan that it might as well have revolved around an unnamed star in a different arm of the Milky Way galaxy, far from this familiar Earth. Shep lowered his gaze from an eye-level confrontation with the invisible presence, and although his stare fixed upon nothing more than a patch of bare carpet, his eyes widened from a squint, and his mouth went soft as though he might cry. A progression of expressions fell across his face in swift succession like a series of rippling veils, quickly transforming his grimace of anger to a wretched look of helplessness and tremulous despair. His tightly gripped ferocity swiftly sifted between his fingers until his clenched fists, still at his sides, fell open, leaving him empty-handed. When Dylan saw his brother's tears, he went to him, gently placed a hand on one shoulder, and said, "Look at me, little bro. Tell me what's wrong. Look at me. See me. Be here with me, Shep. Be here with me." At times, without coaching, Shep could relate almost normally, if awkwardly, to Dylan and to others. More often than not, however, he needed to be guided toward communication, constantly and patiently encouraged to make a connection and to maintain it once it had been established. Conversation with Shep frequently depended on first making eye contact with him, but the boy seldom granted that degree of intimacy. He seemed to avoid such directness not solely because of his severe psychological disorder, and not merely because he was pathologically shy. Sometimes, in a fanciful moment, Dylan could almost believe that Shep's withdrawal from the world, beginning in early childhood, had occurred when he had discovered that he could read the secrets of anyone's soul by what was written in the eyes, and had been unable to bear what he saw. "By the light of the moon," Shep repeated, but this time with his gaze fixed on the floor. His whisper had fallen to a murmur, and with what sounded like grief, his voice broke more than once on those 6 words. Shep seldom spoke, and when he did, he never spouted gibberish, even if sometimes it seemed to be gibberish as surely as cheddar was a cheese. Within his every utterance lay motive and meaning to be discerned, although when he was at his most enigmatic, his message could not always be understood, in part because Dylan lacked the patience and the wisdom to solve the puzzle of the boy's words. In this case, his urgent and fiercely felt emotion suggested that what he meant to communicate was unusually important, at least to him. "Look at me, Shep. We need to talk." Shep shook his head, perhaps in denial of what he seemed to see on the motel room floor, in denial of whatever vision had brought tears to his eyes, or perhaps in answer to his brother's question. Dylan put one hand under Shepard's chin, gently lifted the boy's head. "What's wrong?" Maybe Shep read the fine print on his brother's soul, but even eye to eye, Dylan glimpsed nothing in Shepard but mysteries more difficult to decipher than ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. As his eyes clarified behind waning tears, the boy said, "Moon, orb of night, lunar lamp, green cheese, heavenly lantern, ghostly galleon, bright wanderer." This familiar behavior, which might be a genuine obsession with synonyms, or which might be just another technique to avoid meaningful communication, still occasionally annoyed Dylan, even after all these years. Now, with the unidentified golden serum circulating through his body, and with the promise of ruthless assassins riding this way on the warm desert breeze, annoyance quickly swelled into irritation, exasperation. Silvery globe, harvest lamp, sovereign mistress of the true melancholy. Keeping one hand under his brother's chin, tenderly insisting upon attention, Dylan said, "What's that last one? Shakespeare? Don't give me Shakespeare, Shep. Give me some real feedback. What's wrong? Hurry now, help me here. What's this about the moon? Why are you upset? What can I do to make you feel better?" Having exhausted his supply of synonyms and metaphors for the moon, Shep turned next to the subject of light, speaking with an insistence that implied a greater meaning in these words than they otherwise seemed to possess. Light, illumination, radiance, ray, brightness, brilliance, beam, gleam, God's eldest daughter. "Stop it, Shep," Dylan said firmly but not harshly. "Don't talk at me. Talk to me." Shep made no effort to turn away from his brother. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, putting an end to any hope that eye contact would lead to useful communication. Effulgence, refulgence, blaze, glint, glimmer. "Help me," Dylan pleaded. "Pack up your puzzle. Shine, luster, sheen." Dylan looked down at Shep's stocking feet. "Put on your shoes for me, kiddo." "Incandescence, candescence, afterglow." Pack your puzzle, put on your shoes. With Shepard, patient repetition sometimes encouraged him to act. Puzzle, shoes. Puzzle, shoes. Luminousness, luminosity, fulgur, flash, Shep continued, his eyes jiggling behind his lids as though he were fast asleep and dreaming. One suitcase stood near the foot of the bed, and the other lay open on top of the dresser. Dylan closed the open bag, picked up both pieces of luggage, and went to the door. Hey, Shep, puzzle, shoes. Puzzle, shoes. Standing where his brother had left him, Shep chanted, sparkle, twinkle, scintillation. Before frustration could build to head-exploding pressure, Dylan opened the door, carried the suitcases outside. The night continued to be as warm as a toaster oven, as parched as a burnt crust. A dry drizzle of yellow lamplight fell on the largely empty parking lot, soaked into the pavement, was absorbed as efficiently by the blacktop as light might be captured by the heavy gravity of a black hole in space. Broad blades of sharp-edged shadows lent the night a quality of guillotine expectancy, but Dylan could see that the motel grounds did not yet seethe with the squads of promised pistol-packing killers. His white Ford Expedition was parked nearby. Bolted to the roof, a watertight container held artist supplies as well as finished paintings that he had offered for sale at a recent art festival in Tucson, where 5 pieces had sold, and would offer also in Santa Fe and at similar events thereafter. As he opened the tailgate and quickly loaded the suitcases into the SUV, he looked left and right and behind himself, leery of being assaulted again, as though crazed physicians armed with enormous syringes full of stuff could be expected to travel in packs as surely as did coyotes in desert canyons, wolves in forests primeval, and personal injury attorneys at any prospect of product liability. When he returned to the motel room, he found Shep where he had left him, standing in his stocking feet, eyes closed, exhibiting his annoyingly impressive vocabulary. Fluorescence, phosphorescence, bioluminescence. Dylan hurried to the desk, broke apart the finished portion of the jigsaw, and scooped double handfuls of Shinto temple and cherry trees into the waiting box. He preferred to save time by leaving the puzzle, but he felt certain that Shep would refuse to go without it. Shepard surely heard and recognized the distinctive sound of pasteboard pieces being tumbled together in a pile of soft rubble. Ordinarily, he would have moved at once to protect his unfinished project, but not this time. Eyes closed, he continued urgently to recite the many names and forms of light. Lightning, fulmination, flying flame, firebolt, oak-cleaving thunderbolts. Fitting the lid on the box, Dylan turned away from the desk and briefly considered his brother's shoes. Rockport walkers, just like Dylan's, but a few sizes smaller. Too much time would be required to get the kid to sit on the edge of the bed, to work his feet into the shoes, and to tie the laces. Dylan snatched them off the floor and placed them atop the puzzle box. Candlelight, rushlight, lamplight, torchlight. The point of injection in Dylan's left arm began to feel hot, and it itched. He resisted tearing off the cartoon dog Band-Aid and scratching the puncture wound because he feared that the colorful bandage concealed awful proof that the substance in the syringe had been worse than dope, worse than a mere toxic chemical, worse than any known disease. Under the little rectangle of gauze might wait a tiny but growing patch of squirming orange fungus or a black rash, or the first evidence that his skin had begun metamorphosing into green scales as he underwent a conversion from man to reptile. In full X-Files paranoia, he didn't have the courage to discover the reason for the itch. Firelight, gaslight, foxfire, fata morgana. Burdened with puzzle box and sibling footgear, Dylan hurried past Shep to the bathroom. He hadn't yet unpacked their toothbrushes and shaving gear, but he'd left a plastic pharmacy bottle containing a prescription antihistamine on the counter beside the sink. Right now, allergies were the least of his problems. However, even if he were being eaten alive by a vile orange fungus and simultaneously morphing into a reptile while also being hunted by vicious killers, a runny nose and a sinus headache were complications best avoided. Chemiluminescence, crystalloluminescence, counterglow, gegenshine. Returning from the bathroom, Dylan said hopefully, "Let's go, Shep. Go, now. Come on, move. Violet ray, ultraviolet ray. This is serious, Shep. Infrared ray. We're in trouble here, Shep. Actinic ray. Don't make me be mean," Dylan pleaded. Daylight, dayshine. Please don't make me be mean. Sunshine, sunbeam.
Chapter 8.
"Hickhead,"
Jilly said again to the closed door. And then maybe she called a brief timeout, because the next thing she knew, she was no longer in the tilting, turning bed, but lay face down on the floor. For an instant, she couldn't remember the nature of this place, but then she gagged on a dirty carpet stench that made it impossible to hope that she had checked into the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. After heroically rising to her hands and knees, she crawled away from the treacherous bed. When she realized that the telephone stood on the nightstand, she executed a 180-degree turn and crawled back the way she had come. She reached up, fumbled at the travel clock, and then pulled the phone off the nightstand. It came easily, trailing a severed cord. Evidently, the peanut lover had cut it to prevent her from making a quick call to the cops. Jilly considered crying out for help, but she worried that her assailant, if still in the vicinity, might be the first to respond. She didn't want another injection, didn't want to be quieted by a kick in the head, and didn't want to have to listen to any more of his droning monologue. By focusing her attention and by bringing all her Amazonian strength to bear, she managed to lever herself off the floor and sit on the edge of the bed. This was a fine thing. She smiled, suddenly suffused with pride. Baby could sit up by herself. Emboldened by this success, Jilly attempted to rise to her feet. She swayed on the way up, pressing her left hand against the nightstand to steady herself, but although she sagged slightly at the knees, she didn't collapse. Another fine thing. Baby could stand upright, as erect as any primate and more fully erect than some. Best of all, she hadn't puked, as earlier she'd been sure she would. She no longer felt nauseated, just peculiar. Confident that she could stand without supportive furniture and that she would remember how to walk as soon as she tried, Jilly made her way from the bed to the door in a parabolic arc that compensated for the movement of the floor, which rolled lazily like the deck of a ship in mild seas. The doorknob presented a mechanical challenge, but after she fumbled the door open and navigated the threshold, she found the warm night to be surprisingly more invigorating than the cool motel room. The thirsting desert air sucked moisture from her, and along with the moisture went some of her wooziness. She turned right toward the motel office, which lay at the end of a distressingly long and complicated series of covered walkways that seemed to have been patterned after any laboratory's rat maze. Within a few steps, she realized that her coupe de ville had vanished. She had parked the car 20 feet from her room, but it no longer stood where she recalled leaving it. Empty blacktop. She weaved toward the vacant parking slot, squinting at the pavement as though she expected to discover an explanation for the vehicle's disappearance. Perhaps a concise but considerate memo. I owe you one beloved midnight blue Cadillac Coupe de Ville fully loaded. Instead, she found an unopened bag of peanuts, evidently dropped by the smiling salesman who wasn't a salesman, and a dead but still formidable beetle the size and shape of half an avocado. The insect lay on its glossy shell, 6 stiff legs sticking straight in the air, eliciting a far less emotional response from Jilly than would have a kitten or puppy in the same condition. Harboring little interest in entomology, she left the bristling beetle untouched, but she stooped to pluck the bag of peanuts from the pavement. Having read her share of Agatha Christie mysteries, she had been convinced instantly upon spotting the peanuts that here lay a valuable clue for which the police would be grateful. When she rose to her full height once more, she realized that the warm, dry air had not purged her of the lingering effects of the anesthetic as completely as she'd thought. As a whirl of dizziness came and passed, she wondered if she had been mistaken about where she'd parked the Coupe de Ville. Perhaps it had been 20 feet to the left of her motel room instead of to the right. She peered in that direction and saw a white Ford Expedition, just 12 or 15 feet away. The Cadillac might be parked on the far side of the SUV. Stepping over the Beetle, she returned to the covered walkway. She approached the Expedition, realizing that she was headed in the direction of the vending machine alcove, where she would find more of the root beer that had gotten her in all this trouble in the first place. When she passed the SUV and didn't find her Coupe de Ville, she became aware of 2 people hurrying toward her. She said, "The smiley bastard stole my car," before she realized what an odd couple she had encountered. The first guy, tall, as solid as an NFL linebacker, carried a box approximately the size of a pizza container with a pair of shoes balanced on top. In spite of his intimidating size, he didn't seem the least threatening, perhaps because he had a bearish quality. Not a rip-your-guts-out grizzly bear, but a burly Disney bear of the, "gosh, how did I get my butt stuck in this tire swing" variety. He wore rumpled khaki pants, a yellow and blue Hawaiian shirt, and a wide-eyed, worried expression that suggested he'd recently robbed a hive of honey and expected to be hunted down by a swarm of angry bees. With him came a smaller and younger man, maybe 5'9" or 10, about 160 pounds, in blue jeans and a white T-shirt featuring a portrait of Wile E. Coyote, the hapless predator of the Roadrunner cartoons. Shoeless, he accompanied the larger man with reluctance. His right sock appeared to be snugly fitted, but his loose left sock flapped with each step. Although the wily fan shuffled along with his arms dangling limply at his sides, offering no resistance, Jilly assumed he would have preferred not to go with the bearish man, because he was being pulled by his left ear. At first, she thought she heard him protesting this indignity. When the pair drew closer and she could hear the younger guy more clearly, however, she couldn't construe his words as a protest. "Electroluminescence, cathode luminescence." The bearish one halted in front of Jilly, bringing the smaller man to a stop as well. In a voice much deeper, but no less gentle than that of Pooh Corners, he said,
"Excuse me, ma'am. I didn't hear what you said."
Head tilted under the influence of the hand that gripped his left ear, the younger man kept talking, though perhaps not either to his burly keeper or to Jilly. "Nimbus, aureola, halo, corona, parhelion." She couldn't be certain whether this encounter was in reality as peculiar as it seemed to be, or whether the lingering anesthetic might be distorting her perceptions. The prudent side of her argued for silence and for a sprint toward the motel office, away from these strangers. But the prudent side of her had hardly more substance than a shadow. So she repeated herself. "The smiley bastard stole my car."
Aurora borealis, aurora polaris, starlight.
Seeing the focus of Jilly's attention, the giant said,
"This is my brother Shep.
Candle power, foot candle, luminous flux." "Pleased to meet you, Shep," she said, not because she was in fact pleased to meet him, but because she didn't know what else to say, never having been in precisely this situation before. "Light quantum, photon, bougie decimale," said Shep without meeting her eyes, and continued rattling out a meaningless series of words as Jilly and the older brother conversed.
"I'm Dylan."
He didn't look like a Dylan. He looked like a Bruno or a Samson or a Gentle Ben.
"Shep has a condition,"
Dylan explained.
"Harmless, don't worry. He's just not normal."
"Well, who is these days?" Jilly said. "Normality hasn't been attainable since maybe 1953. Woozy, she leaned against one of the posts that supported the walkway cover. "Gotta call the cops."
"You said smiley bastard."
"Said it twice."
"What smiley bastard?"
he asked with such urgency that you would have thought the missing Cadillac had been his, not hers. "The smiley, peanut-eating, needle-poking, car-stealing bastard. That's what bastard."
"Something's on your arm."
Curiously, she expected to see the beetle resurrected. "Oh, a Band-Aid."
"A bunny,"
he said, his broad face cinching with worry. No, a Band-Aid.
Bunny, he insisted. The son of a bitch gave you a bunny, and I got a dancing dog.
The walkway was well enough lighted for her to see that both she and Dylan sported children's Band-Aids. A colorful capering rabbit on hers, a jubilant puppy on his. She heard Shep say, "Lumen, candle hour, lumen hour," before she tuned him out again. "I have to call the cops," she remembered. Dylan's voice, thus far earnest, grew more earnest still, and quite grave as well.
No. We don't want cops. Didn't he tell you how it is?
He who?
The lunatic doctor.
What doctor?
Your needle-poking bastard.
He was a doctor? I thought he was a salesman.
Why would you think he was a salesman?
Jilly frowned. I'm not sure now.
Obviously, he's some sort of lunatic doctor.
Why's he knocking around a motel, attacking people, and stealing Coupe de Villes? Why isn't he just killing patients in HMOs like he's supposed to?
Are you all right?
Dylan asked, peering more closely at her.
You don't look well.
I almost puked. Then I didn't. Then I almost did again. But then I didn't. It's the anesthetic.
What anesthetic?
Maybe chloroform. The lunatic salesman. She shook her head. No, you're right. He must be a doctor. Salesmen don't administer anesthetics.
He just clubbed me on the head.
Now that sounds more like a salesman. I gotta call the cops.
That's not an option. Didn't he tell you professional killers are coming?
I'm glad they're not amateurs. If you have to be killed, you might as well be killed efficiently. Anyway, you believe him? He's a thug and a car thief.
I think he was telling the truth about this.
He's a lying sack of excrement, she insisted. Shep said,
Lucency, refulgency, facula.
Or at least that's what it sounded like. Although Jilly wasn't entirely sure that those collections of syllables were actually words. Dylan shifted his attention from Jilly to something beyond her, and when she heard the roar of engines, she turned in search of the source. Past the parking lot lay a street. An embankment flanked the far side of the street, and atop that long slope, the interstate highway followed the east-to-west trail of the moon. Traveling at a reckless speed, 3 SUVs descended the arc of an exit ramp.
Light, illumination, radiance, Shep, I think you've started repeating yourself,
Dylan noted, though he remained riveted on the SUVs. The 3 vehicles were identical black Chevrolet Suburbans, as darkly tinted as Darth Vader's face shield. The windows concealed the occupants.
Brightness, brilliance, beam, gleam.
Without even a token application of brakes, the first Suburban exploded past the stop sign at the bottom of the exit ramp and angled across the heretofore quiet street. This was the north side of the motel, and the entrance to the parking lot lay toward the front of the Enterprise, to the east. At the stop sign, the driver had shown no respect for the uniform highway safety code. Now, with gusto, he demonstrated a lack of patience with traditional roadway design. The Suburban jumped the curb, churned through a 10-foot-wide landscaping zone, spitting behind it a spray of dirt and masticated masses of flowering lantana, briefly took flight off another curb, made a hard 4-tire landing in the parking lot, about 60 feet from Jilly, executed a sliding turn at the cost of considerable rubber, and raced west toward the back of the motel.
Effulgence, refulgence, blaze.
The second Suburban followed the first, and the third pursued the second, chopping up additional servings of lantana salad. But once in the parking lot, the second turned east instead of continuing to pursue the first, and sped toward the front of the motel. The third streaked straight toward Jilly, Dylan, and Shep.
Glint, glimmer.
Just when Jilly thought the oncoming SUV might run them down, as she was deciding whether to dive to the left or to the right, as she considered again the possibility that she might puke. The third driver proved to be as flamboyant a showman as the first 2. The Suburban braked so hard that it nearly stood on its nose. Upon its roof, A rack of 4 motorized spotlights, previously dark, suddenly blazed, swiveled, tilted, took perfect aim, and shed enough wattage on its quarry to bake the marrow in their bones.
Luminosity, fulgur, flash.
Jilly felt as though she were standing not before a mere earthly vehicle, but in the awesome presence of an extraterrestrial vessel, being body-scanned, mind-sucked, and soul-searched by data-gathering rays that, in 6 seconds flat, would count the exact number of atoms in her body, review her entire lifetime of memories, beginning with her reluctant exit from her mother's birth canal, and issue a printed chastisement for the deplorably frayed condition of her underwear. After a moment, the spotlights switched off, and ghost lights like luminous jellyfish swam before her eyes. Even if she hadn't been dazzled, she wouldn't have been able to get a glimpse of the driver or of anyone else in the Suburban. The windshield appeared not merely to be tinted, but also to be composed of an exotic material that, while perfectly transparent to those within the SUV, appeared from the outside to be as impenetrable to light as absolute black granite. Because Jilly, Dylan, and Shep were not the quarry of this search, not yet, the Suburban turned away from them. The driver stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle shot eastward, toward the front of the motel, once more following the second SUV, which had already rounded the corner of the building with a shriek of tires and had vanished from sight. Shep fell silent. Referring to the lunatic doctor who had warned that violent men would follow in his wake, Dylan said,
Maybe he wasn't a lying sack of excrement after all.
Chapter 9. These were extraordinary times, peopled by ranting maniacs in love with violence and with a violent God, infested with apologists for wickedness who blamed victims for their suffering and excused murderers in the name of justice. These were times still hammered by the utopian schemes that had nearly destroyed civilization in the previous century. Ideological wrecking balls that swung through the early years of this new millennium with diminishing force, but with sufficient residual power to demolish the hopes of multitudes if sane men and women weren't vigilant. Dylan O'Connor understood this turbulent age too well, yet he remained profoundly optimistic. For in every moment of every day, in the best works of humanity, as in every baroque detail of nature, he saw beauty that lifted his spirit. And everywhere he perceived vast architectures and subtle details that convinced him the world was a place of deep design, as surely as were his own paintings. This combination of realistic assessment, faith, common sense, and enduring hope ensured that the events of his time seldom surprised him, rarely struck terror in him, and never reduced him to despair. Consequently, when he discovered that Jillian Jackson's friend and traveling companion Fred was a member of the stonecrop family of succulents native to southern Africa, Dylan was only mildly surprised, not in the least terrified, and encouraged rather than despondent. Dealing with any other Fred, not a plant, would almost certainly have entailed more inconvenience and greater complications than would coping with the little green guy in the glazed terracotta pot. Mindful of the 3 black Suburbans circling the motel, a trio of hungry sharks cruising a sea of asphalt, Jilly hurriedly packed her toiletries. Dylan loaded her train case and her single suitcase in his expedition through the tailgate. Commotion of any kind always distressed poor Shepherd, and when anxious, he could be at his most unpredictable. Now, cooperative when cooperation might have been least expected from him, the boy climbed docilely into the SUV. He sat beside the canvas tote bag that contained a variety of items to occupy him during long road trips on those occasions when he grew bored after hours of staring into empty space or studying his thumbs. Because Jilly insisted that she would hold Fred on her lap, Shep had the back seat to himself, a solitude that would moderate his anxiety. Arriving at the expedition with the pot in both hands, for the first time appearing free of the lingering effects of anesthesia, the woman had second thoughts about getting into a vehicle with 2 men whom she'd met only minutes ago.
"For all I know, you could be a serial killer,"
she told Dylan as he held open the front passenger's door for her and Fred. "I'm not a serial killer," he assured her. "That's exactly what a serial killer would say." "It's exactly what an innocent man would say, too." "Yes, but it's exactly what a serial killer would say." "Come on, get in the truck," he said impatiently. Reacting sharply to his tone, she said, "You're not the boss of me. I didn't say I was the boss of you. Nobody in my family's been bossed in any recent century." "Then I guess your real last name must be Rockefeller. Now, will you please get in the truck?" "I'm not sure I should." "You remember those 3 Suburbans that looked like something the Terminator might drive?" "They weren't interested in us after all." "They will be soon," he predicted. "Get in the truck." "Get in the truck. Get in the truck. The way you say it is totally serial killer." Frustrated, Dylan demanded, "Do serial killers generally travel with their disabled brothers? Don't you think that would get in the way of doing a lot of grisly work with chainsaws and power tools?" "Maybe he's a serial killer too." From the back seat, Shep peered at them, head cocked, wide-eyed, blinking in bewilderment, looking less like a psychopath than like a big puppy waiting to be driven to the park for a session of frisbee. "Serial killers don't always look crazy violent," Jilly said. "They're cunning. Anyway, even if you're not a killer, you might be a rapist." "You're a wonderfully cordial woman, aren't you?" Dylan said sourly. "Well, you might be a rapist. How would I know?" "I'm not a rapist." "That's just what a rapist would say." "For God's sake, I'm not a rapist, I'm an artist." "They aren't mutually exclusive." "Listen, lady, you approached me for help, not the other way around. How do I know what you are?" "One thing for sure, you know I'm not a rapist. That's not anything men have to worry about, is it?" Nervously surveying the night, expecting the black Suburbans to reappear with a roar at any moment, Dylan said, "I'm not a serial killer, a rapist, a kidnapper, bank robber, mugger, pickpocket, cat burglar, embezzler, counterfeiter, shoplifter, or jaywalker. I've had 2 speeding tickets, paid a fine on an overdue library book last year, kept a quarter and 2 dimes I found in a payphone instead of returning them to the telephone company, wore wide neckties for a while after skinny ones were in fashion, and once in a park I was accused of not picking up my dog's crap when it wasn't even my dog, when, in point of fact, I didn't even have a dog. Now you can get in this truck and we can scram, or you can stand here dithering about whether I do or whether I don't look like Charles Manson on a bad hair day. But with or without you, I am getting out of Dodge City before those stunt drivers come back and the bullets start to fly." "You're amazingly articulate for an artist." He gaped at her. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I've just always found artists far more visually than verbally oriented." "Yeah, well, I'm plenty verbal." "Suspiciously so for an artist." "What? You still think I'm Jack the Ripper?" "Where's the proof you aren't?" "And a rapist." "Unlike me, you could be," she observed. "So I'm a raping, killing itinerant artist. Is that a confession?" "What do? Drum up business for psychiatrists? You go around all the time making people crazy so the shrinks will always have business?" "I'm a comedian," she declared. "You're amazingly unfunny for a comedian." She bristled as obviously as a porcupine. "You've never seen me perform. I'd rather eat nails. Judging by your teeth, you've eaten enough to build a house." He flinched from the insult. "That's unfair. I've got nice teeth." "You're a heckler. Anything's fair with hecklers. Hecklers are lower than worms." "Get out of my truck," he demanded. "I'm not in your truck." "Then get in so I can drag you out." Scorn, as dry as old bones and as thick as blood, lent a dangerous new texture to her voice. "Do you have issues with people like me?" "People like you? What is that? Crazy people? Unfunny comedians? Women who have unnatural relationships with plants?" Her scowl was storm-cloud dark. "I want my bags back." "Delighted," he assured her, at once heading for the back of the expedition. "And how fitting, bags for the bag." Following him, carrying Fred, she said, "I've been hanging out with grown men too long. I've forgotten how delectable the wit of 12-year-old boys can be." That stung. Raising the tailgate, he glared at her. "You can't begin to imagine how much I wish right now I was a serial killer." "Were," she said. "What?" "You wish you were a serial killer." In English grammar, when a statement is an obvious contradiction to reality, the subjunctive mood requires a plural verb after a singular noun or pronoun in conditional clauses beginning with if, but also in subordinate clauses following verbs like wish. Working up a mouthful of sarcasm, Dylan spat out his reply. No shit? None whatsoever, she assured him. Yeah, well, I'm a semi-articulate, visually oriented artist, he reminded her as he removed her suitcase from the expedition and put it down hard on the pavement. I'm no more than half a step above a barbarian, one step above a monkey. Another thing, I knew there would be. If you put your mind to it, I'm sure you'll be able to think of plenty of acceptable synonyms for feces. I'd be grateful if you wouldn't use crude language around me. Plucking her train case out of the cargo space, Dylan said, I don't intend to use much more language of any kind around you, lady. 30 seconds from now, you'll be a dwindling speck in my rearview mirror, and the instant you're out of sight, I'll forget you ever existed. Fat chance. Men don't forget me easily. He dropped her train case, not actually aiming for her foot, but characteristically hopeful. Hey, I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. You are every bit as unforgettable as a bullet in the chest. An explosion shook the night. Motel windows rattled and the aluminum awning over the walkway thrummed softly as pressure waves traveled through it. Dylan felt the shock of the blast in the blacktop under his feet, as if a fossilized Tyrannosaurus Rex in deep rock strata were stirring in its eternal sleep, and he saw the dragon's breath of fire in the east-southeast toward the front of the motel. Showtime, said Jillian Jackson. Chapter 10. Even as the dragon turned over deep in the earth and as the echo of its roar continued to wake motel guests, Dylan returned Jillian Jackson's 2 pieces of luggage to the cargo space in the expedition. Before he quite realized what he was doing, he'd closed the tailgate. By the time he climbed in behind the steering wheel, his feisty passenger was in the seat beside him, holding Fred on her lap. They slammed their doors in unison. He started the engine and glanced over his shoulder to be sure that his brother was wearing a seatbelt. Shep sat with his right hand flat on top of his head and his left hand atop his right, as though this 10-finger helmet would protect him from the next explosion and from falling debris. His stare matched Dylan's for an instant, but the connection proved too intense for the boy. When Shep closed his eyes and found insufficient privacy in self-imposed blindness, he turned his head toward the window beside him and faced the night with his eyes squeezed shut. Go! Go! Jilly urged, suddenly eager to commit herself to a road trip with a man who might be a cannibalistic sociopath. Too law-abiding to jump curbs and destroy landscaping, Dylan drove to the front of the sprawling motel to reach the exit lane. Not far from the portico that overhung the entrance to the registration office, he discovered the source of the fire. A car had exploded. This was not your typical aesthetically pleasing motion picture kind of exploded car. Not dressed by a set designer, not carefully positioned according to the artistic sensibilities of a director. The pattern and size and color of the flames not calculated for maximum prettiness by a pyrotechnics specialist collaborating with a stunt coordinator. These less-than-cinematic flames were a sour, muddy orange, as dark as bloodied tongues, and out of the many mouths of the blaze spewed a vomitus of greasy black smoke. The trunk lid had blown off, crumpling into a snarled mass as ugly as any example of modern sculpture, and had landed on the roof of one of the 3 black Suburbans that surrounded the burning wreckage at a distance of 20 feet. Having been pitched partway through the windshield by the force of the blast, the dead driver lay half in and half out of the vehicle. His clothes must have been reduced to ashes by a storm of fire during the few seconds following the explosion. Now his very substance fueled the pyre, and the seething flames that he produced by sacrifice of fat and flesh, of marrow, were unnervingly different from those that consumed the automobile. Rancid yellow, veined with red as dark as vinegary Cabernet, with somber green reminiscent of things putrescent. Unable to look away from this horror, Dylan was ashamed of his inability to break free of the grip of grisly curiosity. Truth resided in ugliness as well as in beauty, and he blamed his macabre fascination on the curse of the artist's eye, although he recognized that this excuse was self-serving. Setting aside self-deception, the ugly truth might be that an enduring fault in the human heart made death perversely attractive. "That's my coupe de ville," Jilly said, sounding more shocked than angry, visibly stunned by the realization that her life had so abruptly gone wrong in a sleepy Arizona town that was little more than an interstate rest stop. 10 or 12 men had gotten out of the matched Suburbans which stood with all the doors flung open. Instead of being dressed in dark suits or in paramilitary gear, these guys wore desert resort clothes, white or tan shoes, white or cream yellow pants, regular shirts and polo shirts in a variety of pastels. They appeared to have spent a relaxing day on a golf course and the early evening in a clubhouse bar, cooked by a day of sun and stewed in gin. But not one of them exhibited the alarm or even the surprise that you would expect of average duffers who had just witnessed a catastrophe. Although Dylan didn't have to drive past the burning Cadillac to reach the exit lane from the motel, a few of these sporty types turned from the fire to stare at the expedition. They didn't look like accountants or business executives or like doctors or real estate developers. They looked rougher and even more dangerous than attorneys. Their faces were expressionless, hard masks as lacking in animation as carved stone except for the reflections of firelight that flickered from ear to ear and chin to brow. Their eyes glittered darkly, and though they tracked the expedition as it departed, none demanded that it halt. None gave pursuit. Their hard-chased prey had been brought down. The lunatic doctor had perished in the Cadillac, evidently before they could capture and question him. With him must have been consumed what he referred to as his life's work, as well as all evidence that vials of his mysterious stuff were missing. For now, this posse, or pack, or whatever these men were, believed that the hunt had reached a successful conclusion. If fortune favored Dylan, they would never learn otherwise, and he would be spared a bullet in the head. He slowed the SUV, then brought it to a full stop, gawking with obvious morbid curiosity at the blazing car. Proceeding without pause might have seemed suspicious. Beside him, Jilly understood the strategy of his hesitant departure. "It's hard to play the ghoul when you know the victim. We didn't know him, and just a couple minutes ago you called him a sack of excrement." "He's not the victim I'm talking about. I'm glad that smiley bastard's dead. I'm talking about the love of my life, my beautiful midnight blue coupe de ville." For a moment, some of the make-believe golfers watched Dylan and Jilly goggling at the burning wreckage. God knew what they might make of Shepard, who sat in the back seat with his hands still flattened atop his head, as disinterested in the fire as in everything else beyond his own skin. When the men turned away from the expedition, dismissing its driver and passengers as the usual crash scene oafs, Dylan took his foot off the brake and moved on. At the end of the exit lane lay the street across which he had ventured not an hour ago to purchase cheeseburgers and french fries, heart disease on the installment plan, though he'd never had a chance to eat that dinner. He turned right on the street and headed toward the freeway as the caterwaul of sirens rose in the distance. He didn't speed. "What are we going to do?" Jillian Jackson asked. "Get away from here." "And then?" "Get farther away from here." "We can't just run forever, especially when we don't know who or what we're running from or why." Her observation contained too much truth and common sense to allow argument, and as Dylan searched for a reply, he found that he'd become as verbally challenged as she believed all artists were. Behind Dylan, as they reached the ramp to the interstate, his brother whispered, "By the light of the moon." Shepard breathed those words only once, which was a relief considering his penchant for repetition, but then he began to cry. Shep was not a weepy kid. He had wept seldom in the past 17 years since he'd been a child of 3, when his retreat from the pains and disappointments of this world had become all but complete, since he had begun to live most of each day in a safer world of his own creation. Yet now, tears twice in one night. He didn't shriek or wail, but cried quietly, thick sobs twined with thin mewling, sounds of misery swallowed before they were fully expressed. Although he labored to stifle his emotion, Shep could not entirely conceal the terrible power of it. Some unknowable grief or anguish racked him. As revealed by the rearview mirror, his usually placid countenance, under his hat of stacked hands framed by his elbows, was wrenched by a torment as disturbing as that on the face in Edvard Munch's famous painting The Scream. "What's wrong with him?" Jilly asked as they arrived at the top of the ramp. "I don't know." Dylan worriedly shifted his attention between the road ahead and the mirror. "I don't know." As though melting, Shepard's hands slid slowly from the top of his head down his temples, but firmed up again, hardening into fists just below his ears. He ground his knuckles against his cheekbones as though he were resisting a fearsome inner pressure that threatened to fracture his facial structure, stretch his flesh, and forever balloon his features into a freak show face. "Dear God, I don't know," Dylan repeated, aware of the tremor of distress in his voice as he transitioned from the entrance ramp onto the first eastbound lane of the interstate. Traffic, all of it faster than the expedition, raced through the Arizona night toward New Mexico. Distracted by his brother's whimpers and groans of despair, Dylan couldn't match the pace set by other motorists. Then good Shep, docile Shep, peaceful Shep, did something that he had never done before. With his clenched fists, he began to strike himself hard in the face. Awkwardly balancing the potted jade plant on her lap, turned halfway around in her seat, Jilly cried out in dismay. "No, Shep, don't! Honey, don't!" Although putting distance between themselves and the men in the black Suburbans was imperative, Dylan signaled a right turn, drove onto the wide shoulder of the highway, and braked to a stop. Pausing in his self-administered punishment, Shep whispered, "You do your work," and then he hit himself again.
Chapter 11. Having gotten out of the expedition to allow Dylan O'Connor a degree of privacy with his brother, Jilly parked her not-yet big butt on the guardrail. She sat with her unprotected back to a vastness of desert, where venomous snakes slithered in the heat of the night, where tarantulas as hairy as the maniacal mullahs of the Taliban scurried in search of prey, and where the creepiest species native to this cruel realm of rock and sand and scraggly scrub were even more fearsome than serpents or spiders. The creatures that might be stalking Jilly from behind were of less interest to her than those that might approach on the eastbound lanes in synchronized black Suburbans. If they would blow up a mint-condition 56 Coupe de Ville, they were capable of any atrocity. Although no longer nauseated or lightheaded, she didn't feel entirely normal. Her heart wasn't jumping like a toad in her chest, as it had been during their flight from the motel. But it wasn't beating as calm as a choir girl's either. As calm as a choir girl. That was a saying Jilly had picked up from her mother. By calm, Mom hadn't meant merely quiet and composed. She had also meant chaste and God-loving, and much more. When, as a child, Jilly had fallen into a pout or had flung herself high into a fit of pique, her mother reliably recommended to her the shining standard of a choir girl. And when Jilly had been a teenager, excited by the smooth moves of any acne-stippled Casanova, her mother had suggested somberly that she live up to the moral model of the oft-cited and essentially mythical choir girl. Eventually, Jilly in fact became a member of their church choir, partly to convince her mother that her heart remained pure, partly because she fantasized that she was destined to be a world-famous pop singer. A surprising number of pop music goddesses had sung in church choirs in their youth. A dedicated choirmaster, who was also a voice coach, soon convinced her that she was born to sing backup, not solo. But he changed her life when he asked, "What do you want to sing for anyway, Jillian, when you've got such a big talent for making people laugh? When they just can't laugh, people turn to music to lift their spirits, but laughter is always the preferred medicine." Here, now, along the interstate, far from church and mother, but longing for both, sitting as straight-backed on a steel guardrail as ever she had sat on a choir bench. Jilly put one hand to her throat and felt the systolic throb in her right carotid artery. Although the beat was faster than the pulse of a devout choir girl, calmed by hymns of divine love, and by a beautifully raised Kyrie eleison, it didn't race with outright panic. Instead, it counted a quick cadence familiar to Jilly from several early turns on comedy club stages, when her material had not connected with the audience. This was the hurried heartbeat of a rejected performer when humiliating minutes remained in the spotlight before a hostile crowd. Indeed, she felt that telltale clamminess on her brow, that damp chill on the nape of her neck, in the small of her back, and on her palms. An icy moistness that had but one name dreaded from the high proscenium arches of Broadway to the lowest stages of boondocks honky-tonks: flop sweat. The difference this time was that the troubled heartbeat and the cold sweat weren't merely the consequences of her stand-up comedy act collapsing under her, but arose from a dreadful suspicion that her life might be falling apart, which would make this the ultimate flop sweat. Of course, maybe she was being melodramatic. More than once she had been accused of that tendency. Yet undeniably, here she sat in a desolate desert, far from anyone who loved her, in the company of a decidedly odd pair of strangers, half convinced that any authorities to whom she turned would prove to be in league with the men who had blown up her cherished Cadillac. Worse, with every heartbeat, her blood carried an unknown corruption deeper into her tissues. On consideration, she realized that in this instance, reality involved more frantic action, inspired more exaggerated emotions, and encouraged less respect for cause and effect than any melodrama ever staged. "Melodramatic, my ass," she muttered. Through the open back door of the expedition, Jilly had a clear view of Dylan O'Connor sitting beside Shep and talking. Ceaselessly, earnestly talking. The roar and whistle of passing traffic prevented her from hearing anything he said. And judging by Shepard's faraway gaze, Dylan might as well have been alone, bending no ear but his own. At first, he held his younger brother's hands to put a stop to the self-administered blows that had brought a thin flow of blood from the kid's left nostril. In time, he released Shep and simply sat beside him, bent forward, head lowered, forearms on his thighs, hands clasped, but still talking. Jilly's inability to hear Dylan over the traffic noise created the impression that he spoke in a discreet murmur to his brother. The dim light in the SUV and the posture of the men, side by side, close and yet apart, brought to mind a confessional. The longer that she watched the brothers, the more completely the illusion developed, until she could smell the wood polish with which the confessional booths of her youth had been maintained, and also the steeped-in scent of decades of smoldering incense. A strangeness overcame her, a sense that the scene before her possessed meaning beyond what the five senses could perceive, that within it wound layers of mysteries, and that at the core of all the mysteries lay something transcendent. Jilly was too firmly rooted to this world to be a medium or a mystic. Never before had she been seized by such a peculiar mood as this. Although the night could not possibly be redolent of anything more exotic than the astringent, alkaline breath of the Sonoran desert and the exhaust fumes of passing vehicles, the atmosphere between Jilly and the two O'Connors nevertheless appeared to thicken with a thin haze of incense. This enwrapping, spicy perfume, cloves, myrrh, olibanum, was no longer a mere memory of fragrance. It had become as real and as true to this moment as were the star-shot sky above her and the loose gravel of the highway shoulder under her feet. In the cloistered interior of the expedition, the fine particles of aromatic smoke in the gauzy air refracted and reflected the ceiling light, painting blue and gold aureoles around the O'Connors, until she might have sworn that the two brothers, rather than the small lamp above them, were radiant. In this tableau, she would have expected Dylan to fulfill the role of priest, for of the two, Shepard seemed to be the lost soul. But Dylan's expression and posture were those of a penitent, while Shep's blank stare appeared to be not empty but contemplative. As the younger brother began to nod slowly, rhythmically, he acquired the gracious aspect of a cassocked padre spiritually empowered to grant absolution. Jilly sensed that this unexpected reversal of roles revealed a truth of deep significance, but she could not grasp what it might be, and she could not understand why the subtleties of the relationship between these two men should be of such intense interest to her, or should, in fact, impress her as being key to her salvation from her current circumstances. Strangeness upon strangeness. She heard the sweet, silvery laughter of children, although no children were present, and immediately as these musical peals of merriment arose, a flutter of wings soared after them. Surveying the vault of stars, she glimpsed no birds silhouetted against the constellations. Yet the turbulence of wings increased, and with it the laughter, until she rose to her feet and turned slowly around in bafflement, wonderment. Jilly knew no word to describe the extraordinary experience unfolding for her, but hallucination didn't seem to be applicable. These sounds and scents had neither the dreamlike insubstantiality nor the hyper-realistic intensity that she might have expected of hallucinations, but were of a vividness precisely matched to the elements of the night that she knew to be real, neither more nor less resonant than the grumble and swish of passing traffic, neither more nor less sweet-smelling than the traffic fumes were odorous. Still turning to the encircling sound of wings, she saw tiers of candles in the desert south of her position, perhaps 20 feet beyond the guardrail. At least a double score of votive candles, racked in small ruby glasses, jeweled in the darkness. If this was dreamlight, it played on reality with a remarkable respect for the laws of physics. The metal rack stood at the foot of a smooth dune, among scattered clumps of struggling sage, casting a precise and accurate shadow made possible by the bright votives that it supported. Prowling chimeras of reflected fire shook their lions' manes and wriggled their serpents' tails across the sand, while the silvery green leaves of the vegetation lapped at the wine-red light, glistening as though they were tongues savoring a crimson Zinfandel. The illumination didn't imprint irrationally on the landscape, as the supernatural radiance of a vision might have been splashed in gaudy disregard for reason, but integrated logically with every element of the scene. Also to the south, but a few yards east of the candles and even closer to the guardrail, a single pew stood in want of a church, and if it faced a sanctuary and a high altar, both remained invisible. One end of this long wooden bench was buried in the slope of a dune. A woman in a dark dress anchored the other end. This very vista, without pew and candles, had in distant times known the thunder of wild horses, and now Jilly's heart galloped with a sound that seemed to be as loud as hooves pounding across a desert plain. Her flop sweat had become an even icier perspiration than any she had known in failure on a stage, and instead of a mere dread of humiliation, she had been seized by the fear that she might be losing her mind. The woman in the blue or black dress, perched upon the pew, wore her raven hair to the small of her back. In respect of God, a white lace mantilla draped her head, and incidentally hung forward along the side of her face, concealing her features. Lost in her prayers, she seemed to be oblivious of Jilly and to be unaware that her house of worship had disappeared around her. Always the air was battered by wings, even louder than before and ever closer, so that Jilly could clearly identify the particular feathery flutter of pinions, and thus be certain that she heard birds rather than the leathery flight of bats. So close they swooped, with an air-cutting thrum and the eerie whisk-like sound of wing veins spreading, folding, spreading like the ribs of a Japanese fan, and yet she couldn't see them. She turned. She turned in search of birds until before her once more stood the open door of the SUV, beyond which Dylan and Shep were still elevated on the seat of the false confessional, as radiant as apparitions. Dylan remained unaware of Jilly's encounter with the uncanny, as disconnected from her as his younger brother was perhaps forever lost to him. And she could not call his attention to the candles or to the worshipping woman, because fear had stolen her voice, had nearly robbed her of breath as well. The squall of wings became a storm, more tempestuous by the second, a spiraling rataplan that wrapped all the way through her and drummed upon her bones. These sounds, hard as ratcheting gears, turned her, as did the whirlwind stirred by the ghostly wings, a turbulence that tossed her hair and buffeted her face until she rotated again to the sight of the votive candles and to the penitent on the pew. Flash! A pale something flared before her face, followed at once by a brighter flash, by a feathery flicker as luminous as a lambent flame. In but a blink, a frenzied scintillation of doves or pigeons became visible, beating all around her. This fury of wings implied a wickedness of beaks, and Jilly feared for her eyes. Before she could raise her hands to protect herself, a hard crack lashed the night, as loud as a god's whip, terrifying the flock into a greater tempest. A wave of wings splashed her face, and she cried out, but soundlessly because no cork had ever stoppered a bottle as effectively as terror plugged her throat. Dashed by this spray of wings, she blinked, expecting to be blinded, but all the birds were instead banished by the blink, gone as abruptly as they had appeared, not merely invisible as before, but gone with all their sound, with all their fury. Gone, too, the rack of candles in the dunes, and the mantilla-mantled woman, cast back to an unknown church with the pew on which she had arrived. A short, sharp bark of pent-up air popped from Jilly's uncorked throat. With the first shuddery inhalation that followed, she detected what might have been the dead last smell that she would have wanted if she'd been asked to make a list of 1,000 odors. Blood. Subtle but distinctive, unmistakable. Here was the scent of slaughter and of sacrifice, of tragedy and glory. Faintly metallic, a whiff of copper, a trace of iron. More than a white wave of wings had splashed her face. With trembling and tentative hands, she touched her throat, chin, cheeks. And as she gazed with revulsion at the evidence on her fingers, she recognized a matching wetness on her lips and tasted the same substance that her fingertips revealed. She screamed, this time not silently. Chapter 12. Blacker than the barren land in this moonlit gloom, the highway sometimes seemed to unravel ahead of the expedition, leading Jilly and the brothers O'Connor into chaos and oblivion. At other times, however, it appeared instead to be raveling itself up from chaos and into an orderly ball, steadily winding them toward a rigorously plotted and inescapable destiny. She didn't know which possibility scared her more, running into an ever thornier and more tangled thicket of troubles, into a briar patch where every prickling turn brought her to another sanity-shaking encounter with the unknown, or discovering the identity of the smiling man with the needle and laying open the mystery of the golden liquid in the syringe. In 25 years of life, she had learned that understanding didn't always, or even often, bring peace. Currently, since returning to her motel room with root beer, she existed in a purgatory of ignorance and confusion, where life resembled a waking nightmare or at least a bad and edgy dream. But if she found answers and a final resolution, she might discover she was trapped in a living hell that would make her yearn for the comparative serenity and comfort of even this nerve-fraying purgatory. As before, Dylan drove without his full attention on the road, repeatedly checking the rearview mirror and periodically glancing over his right shoulder to assure himself that Shep was not in any way harming himself. But now 2 worries distracted him from his driving. Following Jilly's dramatic roadside performance, her babble of birds and blood, the attention that Dylan paid to her had the same brother's keeper quality that colored his attitude toward Shepard.
You actually tasted it? The blood, I mean,
he asked.
Actually smelled it.
Yeah, I know it wasn't real. You didn't see it. But it seemed real enough.
Heard the birds. Felt their wings. Yeah. Do hallucinations usually involve all 5 senses? Or involve them so completely?
It wasn't any hallucination, she said stubbornly.
Well, it for sure wasn't real.
She glared at him and saw that he wisely recognized the mortal danger of continuing to insist that she, Southwest Amazon fearless cactus kicker, was susceptible to hallucinations. In her estimation, hallucinations were only one step removed from such quaint female complaints as the vapors, fainting spells, and persistent melancholy. I'm not an hysteric, she said, or an alcoholic in withdrawal, or a consumer of psychedelic mushrooms, thank you very much, so the word hallucination doesn't apply.
Call it a vision, then.
I'm not Joan of Arc, either. God isn't sending me messages. Enough already. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Not right now. Not for a while.
We've got to.
I said not now.
But
I'm scared, all right? I'm scared, and talking it to death isn't going to make me less scared, so time out. Time out. She understood why he would regard her with new concern and even with a measure of wariness, but she didn't like being the object of his solicitude. Even the compassion of friends was difficult for her to bear, and the sympathy of strangers could easily curdle into pity. She would not tolerate pity from anyone. She bristled at the thought of being perceived as weak or unfortunate, and she had no capacity whatsoever for being patronized. Indeed, Dylan's glances, each of which glistened with dewy commiseration, so deeply annoyed Jilly that she soon grew desperate to distract herself from them. She unhooked her safety harness, drew her legs under herself, leaving potted Fred in full possession of the passenger's foot space, and turned half sideways in her seat to watch over Shep, making it possible for his brother to pay more attention to the road. Dylan had left a first aid kit with Shep. Much to Jilly's surprise, the young man opened it on the seat beside him and made proper use of its contents, although in a state of such intense concentration and with an expression of such blank detachment that he seemed to be machine-like. With swabs soaked in hydrogen peroxide, he patiently removed the obstructing clots of blood from his left nostril, which had played like a whistle with each breath he took, proceeding so delicately that the crimson flow did not resume. His brother had said this was a mere bloody nose, not a broken one, and Shep seemed to confirm the diagnosis, tending to his injury without one wince or hiss of pain. Employing cotton balls moistened with rubbing alcohol, he scrubbed the dried blood from his upper lip, out of the corner of his mouth and off his chin. He had skinned a couple knuckles on his teeth. He treated these minor abrasions with alcohol followed by dabs of neosporin. With the thumb and forefinger of his right hand, he tested his teeth, one by one, molar to molar, top and then bottom. Each time he confirmed that a tooth was firmly in place, he paused to say, "Quite as it should be, my lord." Judging by every indication, by his refusal to make eye contact, by his otherworldly air, by the absence of any nobleman in the SUV, either lord or duke or prince in waiting, Shep wasn't speaking to anyone present. "Quite as it should be, my lord." His ministrations were methodical to the point of robotism, and often his movements had an awkwardness that suggested a robot from which the mechanical kinks and the programming errors had not yet been entirely eliminated. More than once, Jilly tried to chat with Shepard, but every effort at communication failed. He spoke only to the Lord of Teeth, dutifully making his report.
"He's capable of conversation," Dylan told her. "Although, even at his best, what he lays on you isn't the kind of sparkling repartee that'll make him a hit at cocktail parties. It's his own brand of conversation, what I call Shep speak, but it's not without interest."
In the back seat, Shep tested a tooth and announced, "Quite as it should be, my lord."
"But you won't be able to get a dialogue going with him anytime soon," Dylan continued. "Not when he's rattled like this. He doesn't handle commotion well, or deviation from routine. He's best when the day goes exactly as he expects it to, right on schedule, quiet and boring. If breakfast, lunch, and dinner are always exactly on time, if every dish at every meal is on the narrow menu of foods acceptable to him, if he doesn't encounter too many new people who try to talk to him, Then you might make a connection with him and have yourself a real gabfest. Quite as it should be, my lord, Shep declared, ostensibly not in confirmation of what his brother had said. What's wrong with him? Jilly asked. He's been diagnosed autistic, also high-functioning autistic. He's never violent, and sometimes he's highly communicative. So he was once even diagnosed with Asperger syndrome. Asperger? Asperger, emphasis on per. Sometimes Shep seems totally high-functioning, and sometimes not so high as you would hope. Mostly I don't think easy labels apply. He's just Shep. Unique. Quite as it should be, my lord. He's said that 14 times, Dylan noted. How many teeth in the human mouth? I think 32, counting 4 wisdom teeth. Dylan sighed. Thank God his wisdom teeth were pulled. You said he needs stability. Is it good for him to be bouncing around the country like a gypsy? Quite as it should be, my lord. We don't bounce, Dylan replied with an edge that suggested he had taken offense at her question, though she intended none. We have a schedule, a routine, goals to be attained, focus. We have focus. We drive in style. This isn't a horse-drawn wagon with hex signs painted on the sides. I just meant he might be better off in an institution. That'll never happen. Quite as it should be, my lord, Jilly said. Not all those places are snake pits. The only thing he's got is me. Drop him in an institution and he won't have anything. It might be good for him. No, it would kill him. For one thing, maybe they could keep him from hurting himself. He won't hurt himself. He just did, she noted. Quite as it should be, my lord. That was a first and a fluke, Dylan said with what sounded more like hope than like conviction. It won't happen again. You never imagined it would happen the first time. Although they were already exceeding the legal limit, and though traffic conditions were not conducive to even greater speed, Dylan accelerated steadily. Jilly sensed that he was trying to outrun more than just the men in the black Suburbans. No matter how fast you drive, Shep's still in the back seat. Quite as it should be, my lord, Dylan said. The lunatic doctor gives you an injection, and an hour later, or whatever, you experience an altered state of, I said I want a timeout from that. And I don't want to talk about this, he declared emphatically. About institutions, sanitariums, care homes, places where people might as well be canned meat, where they're put on a shelf and dusted from time to time. Quite as it should be, my lord. All right, Jilly relented. Sorry, I understand. It's really none of my business anyway. That's right, Dylan concurred. Shep isn't our business. He's my business. All right, okay. Quite as it should be, my lord. 20, Jilly counted. Dylan said, But your altered state of consciousness is our business, not just yours, but yours and mine. Because it's related to the injection. We don't know that for sure. Certain expressions took exaggerated form on his broad, rubbery face, as if he were in fact a cartoon bear who had stepped out of an animated realm into the real world, had shaved his furry mug, and had set himself the tricky task of passing for human. In this instance, his disbelief pulled his features into a configuration worthy of Sylvester the cat on those occasions when the scheming feline had been tricked by Tweety Bird into walking off the edge of a cliff. Oh, but we do know that for sure. We do not, she insisted. Quite as it should be, my lord, Jilly continued. And I don't like the term altered state any more than I like hallucination. It makes me sound like a doper. I can't believe we're arguing over vocabulary. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying what I don't like. If we're going to talk about it, we have to call it something. Then let's not talk about it, she suggested. We have to talk about it. What the hell are we supposed to do? Drive at random the rest of our lives, here and there and everywhere, keeping on the move and not talking about it? Quite as it should be, my lord. Speaking of driving, Jilly said, you're going way too fast. I am not. You're doing over 90. It only looks that way from your angle. Oh, yeah? What's it look like from your angle? 88, he admitted and eased up on the accelerator. Let's call it, mirage. That doesn't imply mental instability, drug use, or religious hysteria. Quite as it should be, my lord.
I was thinking maybe phantasm, Jilly said.
I can live with phantasm.
But I think I like mirage better.
Great, fantastic. And we're in the desert, so it fits.
But it wasn't actually a mirage.
I know that,
he hastened to assure her.
It was its own thing. Special, unique, impossible to properly name. But if you were hit by this mirage because of the stuff in the damn needle...
He interrupted himself, sensing her rising objection.
Oh, get real. Common sense tells us the two things must be related.
Common sense is overrated.
Not in the O'Connor family.
I'm not a member of the O'Connor family.
Which relieves us of the need to change our name. Quite as it should be, my lord.
She didn't want to argue with him, for she knew that they were in this together, but she couldn't restrain herself. So there's not room in the O'Connor family for people like me, huh?
There's that people like me business again.
Well, it seems to be an issue with you.
It's not an issue with me, it's an issue with you. You're way too sensitive or something, like a boil just waiting to burst.
Lovely. Now I'm a bursting boil. You've sure got a talent for getting under people's skin.
Me? I'm the easiest guy in the world to get along with. I've never gotten under anyone's skin in my life, until you. Quite as it should be, my lord.
You're doing over 90 again, she warned him.
88,
he disagreed. And this time he didn't ease up on the accelerator.
If you were hit by that mirage because of the stuff in the injection, then I'll probably be hit with one too.
Which is another reason you shouldn't be doing over 90.
89,
he corrected, and reluctantly allowed the speed of the SUV to fall. The crazy son of a bitch salesman jacked the stuff into your arm first, Jilly said. So if it always causes mirages, you should have had one before I did.
For maybe the 100th time, he wasn't a salesman. He was some lunatic doctor, some psycho-scientist or something. And come to think of it, he said the stuff in the needle does lots of different things to different people. Quite as it should be, my lord.
Different things? Like what?
He didn't say. Just different. He also said something like, the effect is always interesting, often astonishing, and sometimes positive.
She shuddered with the memory of whirling birds and flickering votive candles. That mirage wasn't a positive effect. So what else did Dr. Frankenstein say?
Frankenstein?
We can't keep calling him a lunatic doctor, psycho-scientist, crazy son of a bitch salesman. We need a name for him until we can find out his real name.
But Frankenstein?
What about it? Dylan grimaced. He took one hand off the steering wheel to make a gesture of equivocation.
It feels so... quite as it should be, my lord.
Feels so what?
Melodramatic,
he decided. Everyone's a critic, she said impatiently. And why's this word melodramatic being flung at me all the time?
I never flung it before, he objected. And I wasn't referring to you personally.
Not you, I didn't say it was you. But it might as well have been you. You're a man.
I don't follow that at all.
Of course you don't. You're a man. With all your common sense, you can't follow anything that isn't as perfectly linear as a line of dominoes.
Do you have issues with men?
He asked, and the self-satisfied, back-at-you look on his face made her want to smack him.
Quite as it should be, my lord.
Simultaneously, and with equal relief, Jilly and Dylan said, 28! In the back seat, all teeth tested and found secure, Shep put on his shoes, tied them, and then settled into silence. The speedometer needle dropped. And gradually, so did Jilly's tension, although she figured she wouldn't again achieve a state of serenity for another decade. Cruising at 70 miles an hour, though he probably would have claimed that he was only doing 68, Dylan said,
I'm sorry.
The apology surprised Jilly. Sorry for what?
For my tone, my attitude, things I said. I mean, normally you couldn't drag me into an argument.
I didn't drag you into anything.
No,
he quickly amended.
That's not what I meant. You didn't drag. You didn't. I'm just saying, normally I don't get angry. I hold it in. I manage it. I convert it into creative energy. That's part of my philosophy as an artist.
She couldn't repress her cynicism as skillfully as he claimed to manage his anger. She heard it in her voice, felt it twist her features and harden them as effectively as if thick plaster had been applied to her face to cast a life mask titled Scorn. "Artists don't get angry, huh?"
We just don't have much negative energy left after all the raping and killing.
She had to like him for that comeback. "Sorry. My excrement detector always goes off when people start talking about their philosophy."
You're right, actually. It's nothing so grand as a philosophy. I should have said it's my modus operandi. I'm not one of those angry young artists who turns out paintings full of rage, angst, and bitter nihilism.
What do you paint?
The world as it is.
Yeah? And how's the world look to you these days?
Exquisite. Beautiful. Deeply, strangely layered. Mysterious.
Word by word, as though this were an oft-repeated prayer from which he drew the comfort that only profound faith can provide. His voice softened both in tone and volume, and into his face came a radiant quality, after which Jilly was no longer able to see the cartoon bear that heretofore he had resembled.
Full of meaning that eludes complete understanding. Full of a truth that, if both felt and also logically deduced, calms the roughest sea with hope. More beauty than I have the talent or the time to capture on canvas.
His simple eloquence stood so at odds with the man whom he had seemed to be that Jilly didn't know what to say. Though she realized she must not give voice to any of the many acerbic put-downs, laced with venomous sarcasm that made her tongue tremble as that of any serpent might flutter in anticipation of a bared fang's strike. Those were easy replies, facile humor, both inadequate and inappropriate in the face of what seemed to be his sincerity. In fact, her usual self-confidence and her wise-ass attitude drained from her. Because the depth of thought and the modesty revealed by his answer unsettled her. To her surprise, a needle of inadequacy punctured her as she'd rarely been punctured before, leaving her feeling empty. Her quick wit, always a juggernaut with sails full of wind, had morphed into a small skiff and had come aground in shallow water. She didn't like this feeling. He hadn't meant to humble her, but here she was, reduced. Having been a choir girl, having been churched more of her life than not, Jilly understood the theory that humility was a virtue and also a blessing that ensured a happier life than the lives of those who lived without it. On those occasions when the priest had raised this issue in his homily, however, she had tuned him out. To young Jilly, living with full humility rather than with the absolute minimum of it that might win God's approval, had seemed to be giving up on life before you started. Grown-up Jilly felt pretty much the same way. The world was full of people who were eager to diminish you, to shame you, to put you in your place and to keep you down. If you embraced humility too fully, you were doing the bastard's work for them. Gazing forward at the raveling or unraveling highway, whichever it might be, Dylan O'Connor appeared serene, as Jilly had not before seen him, as she had never expected to see him in these dire circumstances. Apparently, the very thought of his art, contemplating the challenge of adequately celebrating the world's beauty on a two-dimensional canvas, had the power to keep his dread at bay, at least for a short time. She admired the apparent confidence with which he had embraced his calling, and she knew without asking that he'd never entertained a backup plan if he failed as an artist, not as she had fantasized about a fallback career as a best-selling novelist. She envied his evident certainty, but instead of being able to use that envy to stoke a little fire of healthy anger that might chase off the chill of inadequacy, she settled deeper into a cold bath of humility. In her self-imposed silence, Jilly heard once more the faint, silvery laughter of children, or heard only the memory of it, she could not be sure which. As ephemeral as a cool draft against her arms and throat and face, whether felt or imagined, feathery wings flicked and trembled. Closing her eyes, determined not to succumb to another mirage if one might be pending, She succeeded in deafening herself to the children's laughter. The wings withdrew as well, but an even more disturbing and astonishing sensation came over her. She grew intimately, acutely aware of every nerve pathway in her body, could feel, as heat, as a tingle of current, the exact location and the complex course of all 12 pairs of cranial nerves, all 31 pairs of spinal nerves. If she'd been an artist, she could have drawn an exquisitely accurate map of the thousands upon thousands of axons in her body, and could have rendered each axon to the precise number of neurons that comprised its filamentous length. She was aware of millions of electrical impulses, carrying information along sensory fibers from far points of her body to her spinal cord and brain, and of an equally high traffic of impulses conveying instructions from the brain to muscles and organs and glands. Into her mind came the three-dimensional cartography of the central nervous system, the billions of interconnected nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, seen as points of light in numerous colors, alive and shimmering and vibrant function. She became conscious of a universe within herself, galaxy after galaxy of scintillant neurons, and suddenly she felt as though she were spiraling into a cold vastness of stars, as though she were an astronaut who, on an extravehicular walk, had snapped the tether that linked her safely to her spacecraft. Eternity yawned before her, a great swallowing maw, and she drifted fast, faster, faster still, into this internal immensity toward oblivion. Her eyes snapped open. The unnatural self-awareness of neurons, axons, and nerve pathways faded as abruptly as it had seized her. Now the only thing that felt peculiar was the point at which she had received the injection. An itch, a throbbing, under the bunny band-aid. Paralyzed by dread, she could not peel off the bandage. Shaken by shudders, she could only stare at the tiny spot of blood that had darkened the gauze from the underside. When this paralytic fear began to subside, she looked up from the crook of her arm and saw a river of white doves flowing directly toward the expedition. Silently they came out of the night, flying westward in these eastbound lanes, came by the hundreds, by the thousands, great winged multitudes, dividing into parallel currents that flowed around the flanks of the vehicle, forming a third current that swept across the hood, up and over the windshield, following the slipstream away into the night, as hushed as birds in a dream without sound. Although these uncountable legions rushed toward the truck with all the blinding density of any blizzard, allowing not one glimpse of the highway ahead, Dylan neither spoke of them nor reduced his speed in respect of them. He gazed forward into these white onrushing shoals and seemed to see not one wing or gimlet eye. Jilly knew this must be an apparition only she could perceive, a flood of doves where none existed. She fisted her hands in her lap and chewed on her lower lip, and while her pounding heart provided the drumming not furnished by the soundless wings of the birds, she prayed for these feathered phantoms to pass, even though she feared what might come after them. Chapter 13. Phantasm soon gave way to reality, and the highway clarified out of the last seething shoals of doves, gone now to boughs and belfries. Gradually Jilly's heart rate subsided from its frantic pace, but each slower beat seemed as hard struck as when her fear had been more tightly wound. Moon behind them, wheel of stars turning overhead, they traveled in the hum of tires, in the whoosh and swish of passing cars, in the grind and grumble of behemoth trucks for a mile or two, before Dylan's voice added melody to the rhythm.
"What's your modus operandi? As a comedian?"
Her mouth was dry, her tongue thick, but she sounded normal when she spoke. "My material, I guess you mean? Human stupidity. I make fun of it as best I can. Stupidity, envy, betrayal, faithlessness, greed, self-importance, lust, vanity, hatred, senseless violence. There's never a shortage of targets for a comedian." Listening to herself, she cringed at the difference between the inspirations he claimed for his art and those she acknowledged for her stage work. But that's how all comedians operate, she elaborated, dismayed by this impulse to justify herself, yet unable to repress it. Comedy is dirty work, but someone has to do it.
People need to laugh,
he said inanely, reaching for this trite bit of reassurance as though he sensed what she'd been thinking. I want to make them laugh till they cry, Jilly said, and at once wondered where that had come from. I want to make them feel...
Feel what?
The word that she had almost spoken was so inappropriate, so out of phase with what everyone expected a comedian's motivations to be, that she was confused and disturbed to hear it in the echo chamber of her mind. Pain. She'd almost said, I want to make them feel pain. She swallowed the word unspoken and grimaced as if it had a bitter taste.
Jilly?
The dark charm of self-examination abruptly had less appeal than the threat-filled night from which they'd both taken a brief holiday, and to which she preferred to return. Frowning at the highway, she said, We're headed east.
Yeah.
Why?
Black Suburbans, explosions, gorillas in golf clothes,
he reminded her. But I was headed west before all this excrement happened. I've got a 3-night gig in Phoenix next week. In the back seat, Shepard broke his silence.
Feces, feculence, defecation. You can't go to Phoenix now,
Dylan objected.
Not after all this, after your mirage.
Hey, end of the world or not, I need the money. Besides, you don't book a date, then back out at the last minute, not if you want to work again.
Movement, stool, droppings,
said Shep.
Did you forget about your Cadillac?
Dylan asked. How could I forget? The bastards blew it up. My beautiful Coupe de Ville, she sighed. Wasn't it beautiful?
A jewel,
he agreed. I loved those tastefully subdued tail fins.
Elegant.
Its howitzer shell front bumper.
Very howitzery.
They put the name Coupe de Ville in gold script on the sides. That was such a sweet detail. Now it's all blown up, burned, and stinking of one toasted Frankenstein. Who forgets such a thing? Shep said.
Manure. Orger.
Jilly asked. What's he doing now?
A while ago, Dylan reminded her. You told me I was crude. You suggested I find polite synonyms for a certain word that offended you. Shep accepted your challenge. Crap. Coprolite.
But that was back before we left the motel, she said.
Shep's sense of time isn't like yours and mine. Past, present, and future aren't easily differentiated for him, and sometimes he acts as if they're all the same thing and happening simultaneously.
Poo-poo, said Shep.
Caca. My point about the caddy,
Dylan continued,
is that when those thugs in polo shirts discover it doesn't belong to Frankenstein, that it's registered to one Jillian Jackson, then they're going to come looking for you. They'll want to know how he got your car, whether you gave it to him willingly.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. Should have filed a stolen vehicle report like a good citizen would. Now I look suspicious.
Doo-doo. Diaper dump. If Frankenstein was right, Dylan warned, maybe the cops can't protect you. Maybe these people can pull rank on the cops.
Then I guess we'd have to go to... Who? The FBI?
Maybe you can't escape these guys. Maybe they can pull rank on the FBI too.
Who in God's name are they? The Secret Service? The CIA? Santa Claus's elf Gestapo out making their Who's Been Naughty list?
Cow pie. Waste. Frankenstein didn't say who they were,
Dylan reported.
He just said if they find the stuff in our blood, we'll be as dead as dinosaurs and buried where our bones won't ever be found.
Yeah, maybe that's what he said, but why should we believe him anyway? He was a mad scientist.
Evacuation, voidance, toilet treasure. He wasn't mad,
Dylan averred. You called him a lunatic.
And you called him a salesman. We've called him a lot of things in the heat of the moment. Potty packing, outhouse input, excreta. But given his options,
Dylan continued,
considering that he knew those guys were on his tail and were going to kill him, he took the most logical, rational action available to him.
Her mouth opened as wide as if she were assuming the cooperative position for a root canal. Logical? Rational? She reminded herself that she didn't really know Mr. Dylan O'Connor. In the end, he might prove to be more peculiar than his brother. Okay, let me get this straight. The smiley creep chloroforms me, shoots Dr. Jackal Juice or something into my veins, steals my fabulous car, gets himself blown up, and in your enlightened view, that behavior qualifies him to coach the university debating team?
Obviously, they'd pushed him into a corner. Time was running out, and he did the only thing he could do to save his life's work. I'm sure he didn't intend to get himself blown up.
You're as insane as he was, Jilly decided.
Dejecta, bull duty. I'm not saying that what he did was right,
Dylan clarified.
only that it was logical. If we operate under the assumption that he was just nuttier than a 1-pound jar of Jif, we're making a mistake that could get us killed. Think about it. If we die, he loses. So he wants us to stay alive, if only because we're his... because we're his living experiments or something. Consequently, I have to assume that everything he told me was meant to help us stay alive. Filth, dung, a withdrawal from the bowel bank.
Immediately to the north and south of the interstate lay plains as black as ancient hearthstones stained by the char of 10,000 fires, with isolated mottlings as gray as ashes, where moonlight and starlight glimmered off the reflective surfaces of desert vegetation and mica-flecked rock formations. Directly east, but also curving toward the highway with vice-like relentlessness from the northeast and the southeast, the Pelencio Mountains presented a barren and forbidding silhouette. Hard, black, jagged slabs darker than the night sky into which they thrust. This wasteland offered no comfort to the mind, no consolation to the heart, and except for the interstate, it provided no evidence that it existed on a populated planet. Even along these paved lines, the lights of the oncoming and receding traffic made no conclusive argument for a living population. The scene possessed an eerie quality that suggested the science fiction scenario of a world on which all species had perished centuries before, leaving their domain as morbidly still as a glass-encased diorama, through which the only movement was the periodic bustle of perpetual motion machines, engaged in ancient programmed tasks that no longer held any meaning. To Jilly, this bleak vastness began to look like the landscape of hell with all the fires put out. "We're not going to get out of this alive, are we?" she asked in a tone entirely rhetorical.
What? Of course we will.
"Of course?" she said with a rich measure of disbelief. "No doubt at all?"
Of course, he insisted. The worst is already behind us.
"It's not behind us."
Yes, it is.
"Don't be ridiculous."
The worst is behind us,
he repeated stubbornly. "How can you say the worst is behind us when we have no idea what's coming next?"
Creation is an act of will,
he said. "What's that supposed to mean?"
Before I create a painting, I conceive it in my mind. It exists from the instant it's conceived, and all that's needed to transform the conception into a tangible work of art are time and effort. Paint and canvas.
"Are we in the same conversation?" she wondered. In the back seat, Shepard sat in silence again. But now his brother spewed a prattle more disturbing than Shep's.
Positive thinking, mind over matter. If God created the heavens and the earth merely by thinking them into existence, the ultimate power in the universe is willpower.
Evidently not, or otherwise I'd have my own hit sitcom and be partying in my Malibu mansion right now.
Our creativity reflects divine creativity because we think new things into existence every day. New inventions, new architectures, new chemical compounds, new manufacturing processes, new works of art, new recipes for bread and pie and pot roast.
I'm not going to risk eternal damnation by claiming I make a pot roast as good as God's. I'm sure his would be tastier. Ignoring her interruption, Dylan said,
We don't have godlike power, so we aren't able to transform our thought energy directly into matter.
God would whip up better side dishes than me, too, and I'm sure he's a whiz at beautiful table settings.
But guided by thought and reason, Dylan continued patiently, we can use other kinds of energy to transform existing matter into virtually anything we conceive. I mean, We spin thread to make cloth to sew into clothes, and we cut down trees to make lumber to build shelter. Our process of creation is a lot slower, clumsier, but it's fundamentally just one step removed from God's. Do you understand what I'm saying?
If I ever do, I absolutely insist you have me committed. Gradually accelerating once more, he said,
Work with me here, okay? Can you make an effort?
Jilly was irritated by his childlike earnestness and by his Pollyanna optimism in the shadow of the mortal danger that confronted them. Nevertheless, recalling how his eloquence had earlier humbled her, she felt a flush of warmth rise in her face, and for the moment she managed to put a lid on the sarcasm that a fire of frustration had set boiling. Okay, all right, whatever. Go ahead.
Assume we were made in God's image.
All right. Yeah, so?
Then it's also reasonable to assume that although we aren't able to create matter out of nothing, and although we can't change existing matter solely by the application of thought, nevertheless, even our less than godlike willpower might be able to influence the shape of things to come.
The shape of things to come, she repeated.
That's right.
The shape of things to come.
Exactly,
he confirmed, nodding happily, glancing away from the interstate to smile at her. The shape of things to come, she repeated yet again, and then she realized that in her frustration and bewilderment, she sounded disturbingly like Shepard. What things?
Future events,
he explained.
If we're in God's image, then maybe we possess a small measure, a tiny but still useful fraction, of the divine power to shape things. Not matter in our case, but the future. Maybe with the exercise of willpower, maybe we can shape our destiny, in part, if not entirely.
What? I just imagine a future in which I'm a millionaire, then I'll become one?
You still have to make the right decisions and work hard. But, yeah, I believe all of us can shape our futures if we apply enough willpower.
Still suppressing her frustration, keeping her tone light, she said, Then why aren't you a famous billionaire artist?
I don't want to be famous or rich.
Everyone wants to be famous and rich.
Not me. Life is complicated enough.
Money simplifies.
Money complicates,
he disagreed.
And fame. I just want to paint well and to paint better every day.
So, she said as the lid flew off her boiling pot of sarcasm, you're going to imagine yourself a future where you're the next Vincent van Gogh, and just by wishing on a star, you'll one day see your work hanging in museums.
I'm sure going to try anyway. Vincent van Gogh, except I'm imagining a future in which I keep both ears.
Dylan's persistent good humor in the face of dire adversity had an effect on Jilly no less distressing than the damage that would be wrought with sandpaper, vigorously applied to the tongue. And to make you get real about our situation, I'm imagining a future where I have to kick your cojones into your esophagus.
You're a very angry person, aren't you?
I'm a scared person.
Scared right now, sure. But always angry.
Not always. Fred and I were having a lovely relaxed evening before all this started.
You must have some pretty heavy unresolved conflicts from your childhood.
Oh, wow. You get more impressive by the minute, don't you? Now you're licensed to provide psychoanalysis when you're not painting circles around Van Gogh.
Pump up your blood pressure any further, Dylan warned, and you'll pop a carotid artery.
Jilly strained a shriek of vexation through clenched teeth, because by swallowing it unexpressed, she might have imploded.
All I'm saying,
Dylan pressed in an infuriatingly reasonable tone of voice,
is that maybe if we think positive, the worst will be behind us, and for sure there's nothing to be gained by negative thinking.
She almost swung her legs off the seat, almost stomped her feet against the floorboard in a fit of frustration, before she remembered that poor defenseless Fred would be trampled. Instead, she drew a deep breath and confronted Dylan. If it's so easy, why have you let Shepard live such a miserable existence all these years? Why haven't you imagined that he just magically comes out of his autism and leads a normal life?
I have imagined it,
he replied softly and with a poignancy that revealed a plumbless sorrow over the condition of his brother.
I've imagined it intensely, vividly, with all my heart, every day of my life, since as far back as I can remember.
Infinite sky, trackless desert. A vastness had been created inside the SUV to equal the daunting immensities of darkness and vacuum beyond these doors and windows. A vastness of her making. Succumbing to fear and frustration, she had unthinkingly crossed a line between legitimate argument and unwarranted meanness, needling Dylan O'Connor where she knew that he was already sorest. The distance between them, although but an arm's length, seemed now unbridgeable. Both in the glare of the oncoming headlights and in the softer pearlescent glow of the instrument panel, Dylan's eyes glimmered as though he had repressed so many tears for so long that within his gaze were pent-up oceans. As Jilly studied him with more sympathy than she'd felt previously, even dim light proved bright enough to clarify that what had resembled sorrow might be a more acute pain. Grief, long-sustained and unrelenting grief, as if his brother were not autistic, but dead and lost forever. She didn't know what to say to make amends for her meanness. Whether she spoke in a whisper or in a shout, the usual words of an apology seemed insufficiently powerful to carry across the gulf that she had created between herself and Dylan O'Connor. She felt like a pile of toilet treasure. Infinite sky. Trackless desert. The bee hum of tires and the drone of engine wove a white noise that she quickly tuned out, until she might as well have been sitting in the dead silence that abides on the surface of an airless moon. She couldn't even hear the faint tide of her breathing, or the slogging of her heart, or the singing of her old church choir that occasionally came to her in memory when she felt alone and adrift. She had not possessed a voice fine enough to perform a solo, but she'd shown a talent for harmony, and among her choral sisters and her brothers, all robed alike, holding a hymnal identical to each of theirs, she had been warmed by a profound sense of community that she had not known before or since. Sometimes Jilly felt that the excruciatingly difficult task of establishing rapport with an audience of strangers and inducing them to laugh against their will at the stupidity and meanness of humanity was far easier than closing the distance between any two human beings and keeping them even tenuously bonded for any length of time whatsoever. The infinite sky, the trackless desert, and the isolation of each armored heart were characterized by the same nearly impenetrable remoteness. Along the shoulder of the highway, tongues of light licked up here and there from the dark gravel, and for an instant Jilly feared a return of votive candles and of displaced church pews, feared the reappearance of bloodless birds and sprays of ectoplasmic blood. But she quickly realized that these quick, cold flames were nothing but reflections of their headlights flaring off the curved shards of broken bottles. The silence fell not to her or to Dylan, but to the gentle axe of Shepard's voice, monotonously chopping through the same three-word mantra familiar from television commercials. Fries, not flies. Fries, not flies. Fries, not flies. Jilly was baffled as to why Shep would choose to chant the advertising slogan of the very restaurant at which she had bought dinner less than 2 hours ago. But then she realized that he must have seen the promotional button that the counter clerk had pinned to her blouse. Fries, not flies. Fries, not flies. Dylan said,
I was clubbed down while I was returning to the room with the bags of takeout. We never had dinner. I guess he's hungry.
Fries, not flies. Fries, not flies, said Shep, rocking from side to side in his seat. As Dylan took one hand off the steering wheel and reached to the breast pocket of his Hawaiian shirt, Jilly realized he wore a toed pin that matched hers. Against the tropical flower pattern of the colorful fabric, the grinning cartoon amphibian had not been easy to see. Fries, not flies. Fries, not flies. When Dylan removed the promotional gimcrack from his shirt, a strange thing happened, and the night took another unexpected turn. Holding the button between thumb and forefinger, reaching toward the console that separated the front seats, as though he was intending to deposit the unwanted pin in the trash receptacle, he appeared to vibrate, not violently, yet with too much force for the episode to be deemed a mere shudder. Vibrated as though an electrical current were quivering through his body. His tongue fluttered rapidly against the roof of his mouth, producing a peculiar noise not unlike that of a stalled car straining to start. He managed to hold on to the steering wheel with his left hand. but his foot either eased up on the accelerator or slipped off the pedal altogether. The expedition's reckless speed began to plummet from a perilous 95 miles per hour to a merely dangerous 85 to a still hazardous 75. He stuttered, and with the final syllable, he snapped the toad button out of his fingers as though he were shooting a game of marbles. He stopped vibrating as abruptly as he had begun. The little metal disc pinged off the window in the passenger's door, inches from Jilly's face, ricocheted off the dashboard, dropped out of sight among Fred's maze of branches and succulent leaves. Although they were decelerating, Jilly sensed that because she had slipped out of her safety harness, she was at grave risk. Sensed also that she didn't have enough time to shrug into the straps and engage the buckle. Instead, she pivoted to face front, clutched the seat with her left hand almost desperately enough to puncture the leather upholstery, and with her right hand grabbed the padded assist bar immediately above the passenger's door. Just as Dylan confirmed the value of her intuition by all but standing on the brakes, she braced her feet against the dashboard. Knees bent to absorb whatever shock might come, she launched into a mental recitation of the Hail Mary prayer, not with a petition to be spared from the curse of a fat ass, but with a plea to save her ass regardless of what grotesque dimensions it might acquire in years to come. Maybe the expedition's speed fell as far as 60, maybe even as low as 50 in 2 seconds flat, but it was still traveling so fast that no sane person would have tried to execute a hard turn at this velocity. Evidently, Dylan O'Connor fully embraced madness. He let up on the brakes, pulled the steering wheel hand over hand to the left, pumped the brakes again, swung the truck off the pavement, and cranked it through a rubber-burning spin. Whirling up a cloud of dust, the expedition rotated on the wide shoulder of the highway. Gravel tattooed the undercarriage, a fierce punk-plink-crack, as unnerving as machine gun fire. Spinning into the glare of approaching headlights, Jilly inhaled a lung-stretching breath with the desperate greediness for life of a condemned woman hearing the thin whistle of a descending guillotine blade. She shrieked as they came around to their starting position, and she failed to use a polite synonym for feces as they spun yet another 120 degrees and jolted to a stop facing northwest. Here, the eastbound and westbound lanes of the interstate were separated by a 60-foot-wide median without a guardrail, relying solely on a center swale to prevent out-of-control vehicles from crossing easily into oncoming traffic. The instant that the SUV rocked to a stop, as Jilly sucked in another here-comes-the-death-blow breath, deep enough to sustain her during an underwater swim across the English Channel, Dylan abandoned the brake pedal for the accelerator and drove down the slope, diagonally crossing the median. "What are you doing?" she demanded. He was extraordinarily focused, as she'd never seen him before, concentrating more intensely on the descent into the shallow swell than he had on the sight of her blazing Coupe de Ville, than he had concentrated on self-battered Shep in the backseat confessional. Bruin big, he filled his half of the front seat to overflowing. Even in normal circumstances, or in as normal as any circumstances under which Jilly had known him, he hulked over the steering wheel. But now he hulked more aggressively than before, head thrust toward the windshield, face screwed into a bearish scowl, stare fixed on the bright swaths that the headlights cut through the dark depression into which he piloted the SUV. He failed to answer her question. His mouth hung open as if in astonishment, as though he couldn't quite believe that he had put the expedition through a controlled spin or that he was barreling across the median toward the westbound lanes. All right, he wasn't barreling yet, but the truck continued to accelerate as it reached the low point of the swale. If they crossed the declivity and hit the rising slope at the wrong angle and at too high a speed, the SUV would roll because rolling was something that SUVs did well when they were badly driven and when the terrain was, like this, composed of shifting sand and loose shale. She shouted, "Don't!" but he did. As the expedition churned across the crumbling face of the upgrade, Jilly slammed her feet harder against the dashboard, wondering where the impact airbag might be stowed, dreading what would happen if the bag was in the dashboard and if it exploded around her feet, wondering whether it would jam her knees into her face, whether it would rupture around her shoes and spew skin-peeling hot gas at high pressure across her entire body. Those grotesque images and worse flashed through her mind, instead of the standard replay of her life to date, with the Looney Tunes soundtrack that would have been most appropriate. But she couldn't block them, so she held fast to the seat and to the assist bar and shouted, "Don't!" again to no avail. Riddling the night behind them with twin barrages of tire-cast shale and sand, Dylan forced the expedition up the northern incline of the median at an oblique angle, putting the vehicle to the ultimate roll test. Judging by the relentlessness with which gravity pulled Jilly toward the driver, just one more degree of tilt would tumble the SUV back into the swale. Repeatedly as they ascended, four-wheel drive seemed to be at least 2 wheels shy of an adequate number to maintain traction. The truck lurched, rocked, but finally topped the rise onto the shoulder of the westbound lanes. Dylan checked the rearview mirror, glanced at the side mirror, and rocketed into a gap in traffic, heading back the way they had come. Toward town. Toward the motel where the Coupe de Ville no doubt still smoldered. Into the trouble they had been trying to outrun. Jilly had the crazy notion that the dangerous crossing of the median had been motivated by Shep's reminder, fries not flies, that he had not eaten dinner. The older brother's impressively deep commitment to the younger was admirable to a point, but a return to that burger bistro under these circumstances represented a colossal leap from the high ground of responsible stewardship into a swamp of reckless devotion. "What are you doing?" she demanded again. He answered this time, but his reply was neither reassuring nor informative.
"I don't know."
She sensed a quality in his demeanor that was reminiscent of her desperate state of mind each time she found herself in the thrall of a mirage. Alarmed by the prospect of being driven at high speed by a man distracted by hallucinations or worse, she said, "Slow down, for God's sake! Where are you going?" Accelerating, he said,
"West. Somewhere west. A place. Some place."
"Why?"
"I feel the pull."
"The pull of what?"
"The west. I don't know. I don't know what or where."
"Then why are you going anywhere at all?" As if he were the simplest of men for whom this conversation had taken a philosophical turn no less beyond his comprehension than the arcane discoveries of molecular biology, Dylan rolled his gaze toward her, revealing as much white of the eyes as does a dog cringing in bewilderment from harsh words that it can't understand.
"It just feels right."
"What feels right?"
"Going this direction, going west again."
"Aren't we driving straight back into trouble?"
"Yeah, probably. I think so."
"Then pull over. Stop."
"Can't."
An instant sweat slicked his face.
"Can't."
"Why?"
"Frankenstein, the needle. The stuff. It started. Something's happening to me."
"What something?"
"Some weird shit."
In the back seat, Shepard said,
"Manure."
Chapter 14. Weird manure indeed. As though he were fleeing from a fast-moving fire or outrunning an avalanche of tumbling rock and ice and snow, Dylan O'Connor was flogged by a sense of urgency so intense that his heart jumped like that of a rabbit running in the shadow of a wolf. He had never suffered feelings of persecution and had never taken methamphetamine, but he supposed this must be how a man with paranoid delusions would feel if he mainlined a near-lethal dose of liquid speed. "I'm jacked up," he told Jilly, pressing the accelerator. "And I don't know why, and I can't get down." God alone knew what she made of that. Dylan himself wasn't sure what he'd been trying to convey. In fact, he didn't feel that he was running from danger, but that he was being drawn inexorably toward something by the world's largest electromagnet, which pulled him by the iron in his blood. His sense of urgency was matched by an irresistible compulsion to move. The urgency had no apparent cause, and the compulsion related to no specific object. He simply needed to go west, and he felt constrained to race after the setting moon with all possible haste. Instinct, he told Jilly. Something in his blood that said, go, something in his bones that said hurry, a race memory voice speaking through his genes, a voice that he knew he dared not ignore, because if he resisted its message, something terrible would happen. Terrible? She asked. What? He didn't know. He only felt as a stalked antelope feels the cheetah lurking 100 yards away behind a tall screen of grass, and as a parched cheetah senses the presence of a waterhole miles away across the veldt. Trying to explain himself, he'd let up on the accelerator. The speedometer needle quivered at 85. He pumped it toward 90. In this traffic, on this highway, in this vehicle, driving at 90 miles per hour wasn't only illegal and imprudent, but foolish, and worse than foolish, moronic. He wasn't able to either shame or argue himself into reacting responsibly to the risk. Shep's life and Jilly's, as well as his own, were jeopardized by this monomaniacal determination to move and to move fast, faster, always west, west. On another night, or even at an earlier hour this night, the mere recognition of his accountability for their safety would have caused Dylan to slow down. But now, all moral considerations and even his survival instinct were overruled by this feverish compulsion. Max and Peterbilt's, sedans, coupes, SUVs, pickups, vans, auto carriers, motorhomes, tanker trucks raced westward. Weaving back and forth from lane to lane and without once slowing, Dylan plunged the expedition through the gaps in traffic as expertly as an eagle-eyed tailor speed-threading a long series of needles. As the speedometer indicated 92, his fear of crashing into another vehicle influenced him less than did the pure animal need to move. When it eased past 93, he grew concerned about the waves of vibrations that rattled the chassis, but not concerned enough to be able to cut their speed. This urgent necessity, this sense that he must drive hard or die, exceeded mere compulsion, possessed him so fully as to be no less than an obsession, until with every rushing breath he heard within his mind the dire admonition, "You're running out of time," and heard with every racing heartbeat the exhortation, "Faster." Encountering chuck holes, cracks, and patches in the pavement, the tires stuttered as hard as rapping hammers, and Dylan worried about the consequences of a blowout at this lightning pace. But he pressed the expedition to 96, taxing the shock absorbers, torturing the springs, onward to 97, with engines screaming and wind of their own manufacture shrieking at the windows, to 98, between bracketing big rigs around a sleek Jaguar with a cruise missile whoosh that elicited a disapproving blast of the sports car's horn, to 99. He remained aware of Jilly beside him, still braced for disaster with her sneakered feet against the dashboard, frantically struggling to shrug into her safety harness and to buckle herself to the seat. Peripheral vision suggested, and a glance confirmed, that she'd fallen into a state of unadulterated terror. He supposed she was saying something to him, shouting objections to his heedless, headlong westward rush. In fact, he could hear her voice, which had grown hollow and low and distorted, as though hers was a taped recitation being replayed at the wrong speed. He couldn't understand a word. Before the speedometer registered 100, to an even greater degree when it read 101, each irregularity in the pavement translated with magnified effect to the steering wheel, which tried to spin out of his grip. Fortunately, the sudden sweat that earlier slathered his face and moistened his palms had already dried in the steady blast of air conditioning. He maintained control at 102, at 103, but though he held the wheel, he couldn't lift his foot from the accelerator. Greater velocity didn't at all diminish his overwhelming need for speed. And indeed, the faster the expedition went, the greater Dylan's sense of urgency grew, and the more compelled he became to push the vehicle still harder, more relentlessly. He felt drawn by black hole gravity across the event horizon beyond which neither matter nor radiation could escape the power of a crushing vortex. Move, move, move became his mantra. Movement with no deducible purpose. Movement for movement's sake, westward, westward, on the trail of the long-lost sun and the still visible but receding moon. Perhaps this frenzied plunge toward an unknown yet desperately needed object was how Frankenstein's unluckiest injected subjects felt in the frantic moments before their plummeting IQs dropped them through a trap door to the land of imbecility, idiocy. If it doesn't obliterate your personality or totally disrupt your capacity for linear thinking, or reduce your IQ by 60 points. Ahead loomed the town that they had departed with such haste a short while ago, when they'd feared nothing more than the appearance of a train of black Suburbans in the rearview mirror, gleaming like death's gondolas given wheels. Dylan expected to experience an irresistible pull toward the freeway exit near the motel where Jilly's Coupe de Ville had served as their tormentor's flaming casket. A glance at the instrument panel, 104 miles per hour, caused his briskly trotting heart to break into a gallop. He couldn't navigate that curving ramp at half their current velocity. He prayed that if compelled to leave the interstate, he would overcome this rage for speed in time to avoid crashing through the guardrail and tumbling to the bottom of an embankment in a test to destruction of Ford Motor Company's safety engineering. As they approached the dreaded exit, he tensed, but he felt no strange attraction for it. They shot past the off-ramp as though they were a stunt team gearing up toward a jump over 16 parked buses. South of the interstate, among the bright clutter of road service enterprises, the motel sign glowed with an ominous quality. The red neon inspired thoughts of blood, fire. It brought to mind myriad scenes of hell as conceived with morbid passion by everyone from pre-Renaissance artists to contemporary comic book illustrators. The rhythmic spurt of roof-rack beacons atop emergency vehicles splashed the walls of the distant motel. Thin ribbons of gray smoke still rose from the charred hulk of the Coupe de Ville. In little more than half a minute, the smoldering carnage lay a mile behind them. They were closing rapidly on the second of two exits that served the town, more than 3 miles west of the first. As their speed at last began to fall rapidly, and as Dylan flicked the right turn signal, Jilly might have thought that he'd regained control of himself. He was, however, no more the master of his fate than he'd been when he'd spun the SUV out of the eastbound lanes and crossed the median. Something called him, like a siren to a sailor, and he continued to be powerless to resist this unknown summoning force. He took the western exit too fast, but not fast enough to slide or roll the expedition. At the bottom of the ramp, when he saw no traffic on the quiet surface street, he ran the stop sign without hesitation and turned left into a residential area, with utter disregard for the laws of man and physics. Eucalyptus. Dylan heard himself chanting, speaking without volition. Spooked by this new turn of events, not solely because it was weird, but because he sounded dismayingly like Shep. Eucalyptus 5. No, not 5. Eucalyptus 6. No, Eucalyptus 60. Although visually oriented, he was a bookish man as well, and over the years he'd read a few novels about people seized by mind-controlling aliens, one about a girl possessed by a demon, one about a guy ridden by the ghost of a dead twin, and he supposed that this was how it might feel if, in reality, an evil extraterrestrial or a malevolent spirit took up residence in his body with the power to override his will. He wasn't aware, however, of any invading entity squirming within his flesh or crawling the surface of his brain. He remained rational enough to reason that what had gotten into him was nothing more than the mysterious contents of that 18cc syringe. This analysis did not reassure him. For no reason, just because it felt right, he turned left at the first cross street, drove 3 blocks, his voice growing more urgent by the moment, insistent and loud enough to drown out whatever Jilly was saying. Eucalyptus 6, Eucalyptus 0, Eucalyptus 5, 65, no, 560 maybe, or 56. Although he had slowed to 40 miles an hour, he almost sped past the street sign bearing the name of the very tree about which he had been babbling, Eucalyptus Avenue. He tapped the brakes, wheeled left, climbed and descended the curb at the corner of the intersection, drove in to Eucalyptus Avenue. Too narrow to be correctly called an avenue, hardly wider than a lane, the street featured not a single eucalyptus as far as he could discern, but was flanked by Indian laurels and by old olive trees with exquisitely gnarled trunks and limbs that cast a wild wickerwork of shadows in the amber glow of the street lamps. Either the eucalyptuses had perished and had been replaced ages ago, or the street had been named by an arboricultural ignoramus. Beyond the trees stood modest houses, old but for the most part well-maintained, stucco casetas with barrel-tile roofs, suburban ranch-style houses with clean lines but little character, here and there a two-story structure that seemed to have been displaced from Indiana or Ohio. He began to accelerate, but then impetuously braked and swung the expedition to the curb in front of 506 Eucalyptus Avenue. At the end of a brick walkway stood a two-story clapboard house with a deep front porch. Switching off the engine, popping the release on his safety harness, he said, "Stay here with Shep." Jilly responded, but Dylan didn't understand her. Although from this point he would be on foot, the urgency and sense of mission that had swiveled him out of an eastward flight into this westward odyssey had not diminished. His heart still knocked so forcibly and so fast that the inner percussion half deafened him, and he had neither the patience nor the presence of mind to ask her to repeat herself. When he threw open the driver's door, she snared a handful of his Hawaiian shirt and held fast. She had the grip of a griffin, her fingers hooked like talons in the fabric. Dark anxiety clouded her beauty, and her sable-brown eyes, once as limpid and sharp with purpose as those of a sentinel eagle, were muddy with worry. "Where did you go?" she demanded. "Here," he said, pointing to the clapboard house. "I mean on the road. You were a world away. You forgot I was even with you." "Didn't forget," he disagreed. "No time. Stay with Shep." Griffin tough, she tried to hold him back. "What's going on here?" "Hell if I know." Maybe he didn't pry Jilly's fingers out of his shirt with a cruel force uncharacteristic of him, and maybe he didn't shove her violently away from him. He wasn't sure how he tore loose of the woman, but he got out of the expedition. Leaving the driver's door hanging open behind him, he rounded the front of the SUV, heading toward the house. Darkness ruled the first floor, but light shone behind the curtains of half the upstairs windows. Someone was home. He wondered if they were aware of his approach, if they were waiting for him, or if his appearance at their doorstep would come as a surprise to them. Perhaps they instinctively sensed something rushing toward them, as Dylan himself had been aware of being drawn to an unknown place by a power inexplicable. He heard a noise that seemed to come from the right at the side of the house. Halfway along the front walk toward the porch, he veered off the herringbone bricks. He crossed the lawn to the driveway. Attached to the house, a carport. Under the carport, an aging Buick stood beyond the reach of the waning moonlight, as during the day it would shelter from the fierce desert sun. Hot metal pinged and ticked as it cooled. The vehicle had arrived here only recently. Past the open end of the carport, toward the back of the house, a noise arose. A jangling as of keys on a ring. Though a sense of urgency continued to plague him undiminished, Dylan stood motionless beside the car, listening, waiting, uncertain what to do next. He didn't belong here. He felt as if he were a lurking thief, although as far as he knew, he hadn't come to this place to steal anything. On the other hand, the operative phrase was as far as he knew. Under the influence of the injected stuff, he might discover himself driven to commit heinous acts of which he would previously have been incapable. Theft might be the least of the crimes from which he would be powerless to turn away. He thought of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the inner beast, released and sent roaming. From the moment he had succumbed to the urgent need to drive west, his fear had been sharp. But also it had been sheathed in a blunting thickness of compulsion and confusion. Now he wondered if the substance circulating in him might be the chemical equivalent of a demon saddling his soul and digging spurs into his heart. He shuddered, and an icy blade of fear flayed his nerves and caused his skin to prickle with dread on his arms and on the nape of his neck. Again, not far away, he heard the soft brass ring of keys on keys. Hinges creaked, perhaps those of a door. At the back of the house, light bloomed behind daisy-patterned curtains at the ground floor windows. He didn't know what to do. And then he did. He touched the handle on the driver's door of the Buick. Cascades of sparks whirled across his vision, phantom fireflies in flight behind his eyes. Inside his head, he heard a fizzling, crackling electrical sound, the same as he had heard earlier in the expedition when he'd touched the button that bore the cartoon Toad's grinning face. Some kind of seizure afflicted him, frightening but fortunately less severe than full convulsions, and as his tongue vibrated against the roof of his mouth, he heard himself make that queer, half-mechanical sound again. This episode proved to be briefer than the first, and when he attempted to quell the stutter, he at once fell silent, instead of having to let it run its course as had been the case previously. With the final "nah," he was on the move again, quietly through the carport around the corner of the house. Shallower than the veranda at the front of the house, the back porch also featured planer posts. The steps were concrete instead of brick. When his hand enfolded the knob on the back door, fireflies flew inside his head, but this bright swarm numbered fewer than the two that had flown in advance of it. The accompanying electric crackle sounded less cataclysmic than before. Clenching his teeth, pressing his tongue firmly against the roof of his mouth, he avoided making any sound this time. The lock was not engaged, the knob turned when he tried it, and the door opened when he pushed inward. Dylan O'Connor crossed a threshold that was not his to cross, entered uninvited, appalled by this bold trespass, yet compelled to proceed. The plump, white-haired woman in the kitchen wore a candy-striped uniform. She looked weary and troubled, different from the fresh and cheerful Mrs. Santa Claus that she'd been when, a couple hours ago, she had taken his order for burgers and had fixed the toad pin to his shirt. A large white bag of takeout, discount dinner from her job, stood on the counter near the cooktop. This potpourri of grease and onion and cheese and charbroiled meat had already flooded the room with a delicious melange of aromas. She stood beside the kitchen table, her once pink face fading toward gray, captured by an expression between worry and despair. She stared down at an arrangement of objects on the Formica tabletop, a still life unlike any that the old masters had ever painted. 2 empty cans of Budweiser, one upright, one on its side, both partly crushed. A scattered collection of pills and capsules, many white, some pink, a few green giants. An ashtray containing 2 roaches, not the kind that had ever crawled or nested under the warm motor of a refrigerator, but the butt ends of 2 marijuana joints. The woman didn't hear Dylan enter, didn't glimpse the movement of the door from the corner of her eye, and for a moment she remained unaware of him. When she realized that she had a visitor, she shifted her gaze from the table to his face, but she seemed to have been too numbed by the tableau on the Formica to be immediately surprised or alarmed by his unexpected arrival. He saw her alive, dead, alive, dead, and the faint, cold fear that thrilled through his veins thickened into terror.
Chapter 15. Dylan crossing in front of the expedition, through the headlight beams, his yellow and blue shirt as bright as any afternoon on Maui, might have vanished before Jilly's eyes, stepping out of this world into an alternate reality, and she would have been surprised but not astonished. The hazardous return drive to town had been a high-speed journey squarely into the twilight zone, and after her vision in the desert and the river of spirit doves, she might not be capable of astonishment again this side of the grave. When Dylan didn't vanish in front of the truck, when he reached the brick walkway and started toward the house, Jilly turned her head to look at Shepard in the back seat. She caught him watching her. They locked stares. His green eyes widened at the shock of contact, and then he closed them. "You stay here, Shep." He didn't answer. "Don't move out of that seat. We'll be right back. Under his pale lids, his eyes twitched. When Jilly glanced toward the house, she saw Dylan angling from the brick walk toward the driveway. Leaning across the console, she doused the headlights, switched off the engine, plucked the keys from the ignition. "Did you hear me, Shep?" His shuttered eyes appeared to be full of dreams, marked by more REM than those of a sleeping man thrashed by nightmares. "Don't move. Stay here. Don't move. We'll be right back," she counseled as she opened the passenger's door and swiveled on her seat, keeping her legs up to spare Fred from injury. Olives littered the sidewalk and squished underfoot, as though recently the neighbors had gathered here for an outdoor martini party, but had discarded their cocktail garnishes instead of eating them. Dylan followed the driveway into the layered tarps of shadow that draped the sedan and the carport, though he remained in sight. A breath of breeze as dry as stirred gin with a single drop of vermouth inspired a subtle silken rustle from the olive trees. Over this seductive swish, Jilly heard, na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. His eerie stutter spiraled down her cochlea to the bottom of her ears and seemed to leap from there into her spine, vibrating from vertebra to vertebra, shaking shivers from her. With the utterance of the final syllable, Dylan disappeared toward the back of the carport. Making Olive pace underfoot as she crossed the public sidewalk, shuffling through the grass to clean her toes, Jilly hurried toward the place where he'd been just before darkness swallowed him.
Her face, plump and sweet, ideal for Christmas cards, was in the next instant drawn, bleak, fit for Halloween. In a quiver of shadow cast by something invisible, her white and glossy hair became tangled and matted with blood, but in a shimmer of light that had no apparent source, red tangles smoothed and clarified again into white glossy locks. A face, pale pink under snowy white hair, withered into grainy gray when framed by clotted curls and snarls. Her eyes met Dylan's with bewilderment, but then shocked wide and filled with cold mortality, and yet an instant later were alert, aware, startled once more. Dylan saw her alive, dead, one image rising out of the other, briefly asserting its reality, then submerging in its antithesis. He didn't know beyond doubt what this hideous apparition meant, if, in fact, it meant anything at all. But he glanced at his hands, expecting them to appear alternately clean and filthy with the woman's blood. When the vision of violence did not involve his hands, his innards nevertheless remained a clenched mass of dread, and he raised his eyes to her face once more, half convinced that whatever power had driven him to this place would eventually use him as the instrument of her death. "Cheeseburgers, French fries, apple pies, and vanilla shakes," she said, proving either that he had been memorable during his brief visit to the takeout counter or that her powers of recollection were formidable. Instead of answering her, Dylan found himself stepping to the kitchen table and picking up one of the empty cans of Budweiser. The fireflies flew again within the bone cave of his skull, but he heard far less of the fizz and crackle of arcing electrical current than he had heard before, and behind his clenched teeth, not one convulsive spasm plagued his tongue. "Get out of the house," he advised the woman. "You're not safe here. Hurry, go now." Whether she went or stayed, he didn't know, because even as he spoke, he dropped the beer can on the table and at once turned from her. He didn't look back, could not. He hadn't yet come to the end of this bizarre journey begun in the expedition and continued here on foot. Beyond the kitchen, past an open door, lay a plank-floored hallway softened by a threadbare rose-patterned runner. His sense of urgency renewed, Dylan was drawn forward toward some dark destination.
Reaching the carport, Jilly peered back toward the expedition, where the street lamps, filtered through olive branches, revealed Shepard in silhouette in the back seat where he had been told to stay. Past the Buick, out of the carport, she hurried to the rear of the house, stirring up a cloud of pale moths when she brushed against a camellia bush, with blooms as full and red as maidens' hearts. The back door stood open.
A rectangle of outfalling kitchen light revealed a porch floor painted pearl gray and remarkably free of dust for the porch of a house in a desert town. Even under these extraordinary circumstances, she might have halted at the threshold, might have politely rapped knuckles against the jamb of the open door. The sight of the familiar white-haired woman in the kitchen, lifting the receiver of a wall-mounted phone, alarmed and emboldened Jilly, however, and she stepped off the porch, onto the freshly polished yellow and green basket-weave linoleum. By the time Jilly surprised her, the woman had pressed 1 on the telephone keypad. Jilly took the receiver from her grasp and hung up before the second 1 could be entered. If the police had been summoned, eventually the men in the black Suburbans would have followed. No longer the cheerful purveyor of fast food and have-a-nice-day sentiments, wearied by a long day's work, haggard by worry, confused by the events of the past minute. This Disney-esque grandmother wrung her hands as though to squeeze the nervous tremors from them. With a note of amazed recognition, she said, "You! Chicken sandwich, French fries, root beer." "Big man, Hawaiian shirt?" Jilly inquired. The woman nodded. "He said I wasn't safe here." "Not safe, why?" "He said, get out of the house now." "Where did he go?" Although well wrung, her hand remained sodden with tremors as she pointed shakily toward the open door to the downstairs hallway, where soft rose-colored light glowed at the far end, past a gauntlet of shadows.
Walking on roses, green leaves, and thorns, he passed openings arched like the entrances to arbors with dark rooms beyond, where anything might be growing in the gloom. One room to the right and 2 on his left worried him, even though he was drawn to none of them, and could most likely assume that his compulsion to keep moving meant the danger still lay ahead rather than to either side. He had no doubt that something dangerous waited to be met. The mysterious attractant that had pulled him through the Arizona night would not prove to be a pot of gold, nor would this house likely ever lie at the end of any rainbow. Toadpin to car door to beer can, he had followed a trail of strange energy left behind by the white-haired woman's touch. Marjorie. Just now he knew she was Marjorie, though her uniform had not featured a name tag. Toadpin to kitchen, he had been seeking Marjorie, for in the invisible residue that her touch left on inanimate objects, he had read the pattern of her destiny. He had felt the broken threads in the tapestry of her fate, and had somehow known that they would be broken here, this night. From the half-crushed beer can onward, he stalked a new quarry. Unknowingly, Marjorie had been prey when she'd entered her home, and Dylan sought her would-be killer. Having arrived at even this half-formed understanding of the nature of the looming confrontation, he realized that pressing onward was an act of reckless valor, if not evidence of insanity. But yet he was not able to retreat a single step. He was constrained to proceed by the same unknown and overmastering power that had forced him to turn back from the promise of New Mexico and to drive westward at speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. The hallway led to a modest front foyer where a blown glass lamp under a rose silk shade stood on a small table with a delicate carved fretwork skirt. This was the sole source of light beyond the kitchen, and it barely illuminated the rising staircase as far as the landing. When Dylan put one hand on the newel post at the bottom of the stairs, he experienced again the predator's psychic spore, the same that he had found upon the beer can, as clear to him as a fugitive's unique scent is unmistakable to a bloodhound. The character of these traces was different from the quality of those Marjorie had left on the toadpin and the car door, for in these he sensed a malignancy, as though they had been laid down by a spirit that passed this way on cloven hooves. He took his hand off the newel cap and stared for a moment at the polished curve of darkly stained poplar, searching for evidence of any residue of either a physical or a supernatural nature, but finding none. His fingerprints and palm print overlaid those of the beer drinker, and though not one loop or arch or whorl could be seen by the unassisted eye, police lab technicians would later be able to make visible, with fixative chemicals, powder, and oblique light, irrefutable proof that he'd once been here. The certainty that fingerprints exist, all but invisible and yet sufficiently recoverable to convict a man of any crime from theft to murder, provided an analogy that allowed Dylan more easily to believe that with their very touch, people might leave behind something more peculiar but every bit as real as natural oils impressed with the patterns of skin ridges. The rose-decorated runner up the center of the stairs appeared to be as worn as the similar carpet in the lower hall. The pattern here looked bolder, featuring fewer flowers and more brambles, as though to signify that station by station in this journey, Dylan's task was growing thornier. Ascending, although reason could present no argument to ascend, he slid his right hand along the banister. Lingering traces of the malevolent entity flared against his palm and sparked against his fingertips, but fireflies no longer swarmed through his head. The internal electrical sizzle had been silenced as completely as his convulsing tongue had been stilled by the time that he'd touched the beer can in the kitchen. He had adjusted to this uncanny experience, and neither his mind nor his body any longer offered resistance to these currents of supernatural sensation.
Even unknown intruders and a perception of impending violence could not long stifle the white-haired woman's natural amiableness, which had no doubt been enhanced with motivational steroids during training provided by the fast food franchise for which she worked. Worry twitched into a fragile smile, and she offered one hand to be shaken, even though it was doing a fine job of shaking itself. "I'm Marjorie, dear. What's your name?" Jillian would have gone into the downstairs hall in search of Dylan if her only responsibility had been shepherd. But Dylan had left her with a second, this woman. She didn't want to leave Shep alone in the SUV much longer, and if she left Marjorie alone within reach of a telephone, more small-town cops would be milling around this place than you'd find at a Mayberry RFD convention. Besides, Dylan had told Marjorie to get out of the house because she wasn't safe here. But the old girl seemed to have lived nearly 70 years, while remaining a naif incapable of recognizing peril even when the wickedly gleaming edge of it was descending toward her neck. If Jilly didn't get her out of here, Marjorie might remain in the kitchen, vaguely concerned but not alarmed, even if a plague of ravenous locusts swarmed out of the pantry, and gouts of molten lava erupted from the kitchen drain. "I'm Marjorie," she repeated, her fragile smile trembling like a crescent of froth that might dissolve back into the pool of worry that had flooded her features. Still extending her hand, she clearly expected a name in return. A name that she would give to the cops later when, inevitably, she eventually summoned them. Putting an arm around Marjorie's shoulders, encouraging her toward the back door, Jilly said, "Sweetie, you can just call me Chicken Sandwich French Fries Root Beer, Chickie for short."
Each further contact with the spore on the banister suggested that the person whose trail Dylan followed was more malevolent than the previous trace had revealed. By the time that he turned at the landing and climbed the second flight into the gloom at the top of the stairs, he understood that in the upper rooms waited an adversary who could be vanquished not by a mere artist lacking any first-hand experience of violence, but by no less than a dragon slayer. Hardly more than a minute ago downstairs, when he had seen the woman alive, but also as she might eventually appear in the aftermath of murder, he had felt undiluted terror for the first time slither into him. Now it tightened its serpent coils around his spine. "Please," Dylan whispered, as though he still believed that he stood here in the iron control of, and at the mercy of, an unknown external force. "Please," he repeated, as though it were not becoming manifestly clear that this sixth sense had been conferred upon him, or cursed upon him, by whatever elixir the syringe contained, and as though it were not equally clear that he continued on this dangerous course utterly without coercion. His whispered pleas could rightly be directed toward no one but himself. He was driven by motives he could not understand, but they were nonetheless his motives and his alone. He could turn and leave. He knew the choice was his to make. Also, he understood that the way down and out of this house would be easier than the path ahead. When he realized that he was indeed in full control of himself, a remarkable calm settled through him, with the rare grace of windless snow layering smooth contours over a racked landscape. He stopped shaking. When his clenched teeth relaxed, his jaw muscles stopped twitching. His sense of urgency subsided, and his heartbeat grew slower and less forceful until he thought that his cardiac muscle might not explode after all. Unwinding from his spine, the serpent of cold terror bit its tail and swallowed itself entirely. He stood at the head of the stairs, at the brink of the dark hall, knowing that he could turn back, knowing he would instead go forward, but not knowing why, and for the moment, not needing to know. By his own assessment, he was not a courageous man, not born to travel battlefields or to police mean streets. He admired heroism, but he didn't expect it of himself. Although his motivation here remained a mystery, he understood himself well enough to be sure that selflessness wasn't a factor. He would go forward because, intuitively, he sensed that to retreat would not be in his best interests. Because he couldn't yet consciously process all the strange information gathered by his uncannily heightened perceptions, logic led him to rely on his instincts more than might ordinarily have been prudent. Rose light climbed the trellis of the stairs only as far as the lower landing. The dark bowers before Dylan were brightened only, and barely, by the glow of a lamp behind a door that had been left half an inch ajar on the right side of the hall. As best he could discern, 3 rooms lay upstairs, the lamplit chamber at the end, a nearer door also on the right, and a single room on the left. When Dylan took 3 steps to the first door on the right, fear crept up on him once more. A manageable anxiety, the judicious apprehension of a fireman or a cop, not the burden of terror under which he'd labored from the kitchen along the lower hall to the top of the stairs. The psychic spore of his quarry contaminated the doorknob. He nearly withdrew his hand, but intuition, his new best friend, urged him to proceed. A faint rasp of the latch, a whisper of dry hinges, a frosted glass window lustrous with the cadmium-yellow glow of a street lamp veined by the shadow of an olive branch allowed enough light to reveal a deserted bathroom. He proceeded to the second room on the right, where a blade of brighter light cut through the half-inch crack between the door and jamb. Both instinct and reason prevented him from putting his eye to that narrow space, lest the metaphorical blade be joined by a real knife that would blind him for his spying. When he cupped his hand around this doorknob, Dylan knew that he had found the lair of the sick soul he sought, for the spore was 100-fold more potent than what he'd encountered thus far. The psychic trace left by his quarry wriggled like a centipede against his palm, squirmed, writhed, and he knew that beyond this door lay a colony of hell established on the wrong side of death.
Chapter 16. Crossing the threshold at the back door, Marjorie remembered her takeout dinner, which she'd left behind, and she wanted to return to the kitchen to fetch the bag while the cheeseburger is still warm. With the patience of a giant bird or other costumed teacher from Sesame Street, defining a new word for a child whose ability to focus had been atomized by an overdose of Ritalin, Jilly kept the woman on the move by explaining that a warm cheeseburger would be no comfort if she was dead. Apparently, Dylan had given Marjorie only a vague warning, had not specified that the 4-burner gas oven was about to explode, had not predicted that an earthquake would at any moment shake her house into one of those piles of smoking rubble that the gleeful vultures of the media found so picturesque. Nevertheless, in light of recent events, Jilly took his premonition seriously, regardless of its lack of specificity. using happy talk and cunning psychology that Big Bird would have heartily endorsed. Jilly coddled Marjorie through the door, onto the back porch, to the head of the steps that led down to the back lawn. At that point, the older woman applied her impressive weight to a squinching maneuver with her feet, creating suction between the tread on her rubber-soled shoes and the glossy paint on the porch floor. This clever trick made her as immovable as Hercules had ever been when, sentenced to be drawn and quartered, he had proved himself the equal of 2 teams of torturing horses. "Chickie," the woman said to Jilly, choosing not to address her by her full fast food name, "does he know about the knives?" "He who? Your fella." "He's not my fella, Marge. Don't make assumptions like that. He's not my type. What knives?" "Kenny likes knives." "Who's Kenny?" "Kenny Jr., not his father." "Kids," Jilly commiserated, still urging the woman to move. "Kenny Sr.'s in a prison in Peru." "Bummer," Jilly said, referring both to Kenny Sr.'s Peruvian incarceration and to her own inability to tumble Marjorie down the porch stairs. "Kenny Jr., he's my oldest grandson, 19. And he likes knives, huh? He collects them. Very pretty knives, some of them. That sounds swell, Marge. I'm afraid he's back on the drugs again." "Knives and drugs, huh?" Jilly said, trying to rock the woman to break the shoe suction and get her moving. "I don't know what to do, I don't. He gets crazy on the drugs sometimes." "Crazy, drugs, knives," Jilly said, talking the pieces of the Kenny puzzle into place, glancing nervously toward the kitchen door that stood open behind them. "He's going to have a breakdown sooner or later," Marge worried. "He's going to go over the edge someday." "Sweetie," Jilly said, "I think today's the day."
Not just a single centipede, but a nest of them, writhing knots of centipedes, seemed to squirm against the palm of Dylan's hand. He didn't release the knob in revulsion because, simultaneously, he sensed the appealing traces of another and better personality layered with the spore of the sick soul. He received impressions of a shining but anxious heart whose refuge, curiously, was in the same place as the dragon's lair. Cautiously, he pushed open the door. A large bedroom had been partitioned exactly at the midpoint, as clearly as though a line had been painted across the floor, up the left-hand wall, across the ceiling, and down the right-hand wall. The division had been effected not with any boundary markers, however, but by the dramatic contrast between the interests and the characters of the 2 residents who shared these lodgings. In addition to a bed and nightstand, the nearer half of the room featured bookshelves stocked with paperbacks. Wall space remained for an eclectic collection of 3 posters. In the first, a 1966 AC Shelby Cobra convertible rocketed along a highway toward a dazzling red sunset. With its low profile, sensuously rounded lines, and a silver finish that reflected the Technicolor sky, this sports car was the embodiment of speed, joy, freedom. Beside the Cobra hung a solemn portrait of a grumpy-looking C.S. Lewis. The third was a poster of the famous photograph of U.S. Marines raising Old Glory at the summit of a battle-scarred hill on Iwo Jima. Furnished with another bed and nightstand, the farther half of the room had no books, no posters. There, the walls served as display racks for a bristling collection of edge weapons. Thin poniards and wider daggers, dirks, stilettos, 1 saber, 1 scimitar, kukris and katars from India, a ski-and-do from Scotland, a short-handled halberd, bayonets, falchions, bowies, yataghans. Many blades were etched with elaborate designs, handles ornately carved and painted, pommels and queuns sometimes plain but often elaborately decorated. In the nearer half of the room stood a small desk. On it, neatly arranged, were a blotter, a pen set, a canister of pencils, a thick dictionary, and a scale model of the 1966 AC Shelby Cobra. In the far zone, a work table held a plastic replica of a human skull and a collapsed stack of pornographic videos. The nearer realm was dusted, swept, more elaborately appointed than a monk's cell, but every bit as neat as any friar's habit. Disorder ruled in the far kingdom. The bedclothes were tangled. Dirty socks, discarded shoes, empty soda and beer cans, and crumpled candy wrappers littered the floor, the nightstand, and the shelf atop the headboard of the bed. Only the knives and other edge weapons had been arranged with care, if not with loving calculation, and judging by the mirror-bright gleam of every blade, much time had been devoted to their maintenance. A pair of suitcases stood side by side in the center of the room on the border between these rival encampments. A black cowboy hat with a green feather in the band was perched atop the luggage. All this Dylan noted in one quick survey of the scene lasting but 3 or 4 seconds, much as he had long been accustomed to absorbing entire landscapes in vivid detail with an initial sweeping gaze in order to assess at first glance, before his head overruled his heart, whether the subject matter merited the time and energy that he would have to expend to paint it, and to paint it well. The talent with which he'd been born included instant photographic perception, but he dramatically enhanced it with training, as he imagined that a gifted young cop consciously honed his natural skills of observation until he earned detective status. As any good cop would have done, Dylan began and ended this initial sweep with the detail that most immediately and strikingly defined the scene. A boy of about 13 sat in the nearest bed wearing jeans and a New York City Fire Department t-shirt, shackled at the ankles, cruelly gagged, and handcuffed to the brass headboard.
Marge did her immovable object shtick far better than Jilly could pull off her irresistible force act. Still anchored to the porch at the top of the steps, she said worriedly, "We've got to get him." Although Dylan wasn't her fella. Jilly didn't know how otherwise to refer to him, since she didn't want to use his real name in front of this woman, and because she didn't know what food he had ordered earlier. "Don't worry. My fella will get him, Marge." "I don't mean get Kenny," Marge said with more distress than she had shown previously. "Who do you mean?" "Travis! I mean Travis. All he's got is books. Kenny has knives, but Travis just has his books." "Who's Travis?" "Kenny's little brother. He's 13. Kenny has a breakdown. It'll be Travis who gets broke." "And Travis, he's in there with Kenny?" "Must be. We've got to get him out." At the far end of the back porch from them, the kitchen door still stood open. Jilly didn't want to return to the house. She didn't know why Dylan had come here at high speed, risking life and limb and increased insurance premiums, but she doubted that he'd been compelled by a belated need to thank Marge for her courteous service, or by a desire to return the toad button so that it might be given to another customer who would better appreciate it. Based on what little information Jilly possessed and considering what an X-Files night this had become, the smart money bet was that Mr. Dylan Something's Happening to Me O'Connor had raced to this house to stop Kenny from doing a bad thing with his knife collection. If a burst of psychic perception had led Dylan to Kenny of the Many Knives, whom he had apparently never met previously, then logic suggested that he would be aware of Travis too. When he encountered a 13-year-old boy armed with a book, he wasn't going to mistake the kid for a doped-up 19-year-old knife maniac. That train of thought, however, was derailed by the word logic. The events of the past couple hours had thrown baby logic out the window with the bathwater of reason. Nothing happening to them this night would have been possible in the rational world where Jilly had grown up from choir girl to comedian. This was a new world, either with an entirely new logic that she hadn't puzzled out yet, or with no logic at all. And in such a world, anything could happen to Dylan in a strange house, in the dark. Jilly didn't like knives. She had become a comedian, not part of a knife-throwing act. She desperately didn't want to go into a house with a knife collection and a Kenny. 2 minutes ago, when Jilly had entered the kitchen and had hung up the telephone 1 digit short of disaster, poor Marge seemed dazed, numb. Now the candy-striped semi-zombie was rapidly transforming into an emotionally distraught grandmother capable of reckless action. "We gotta get Travis!" The last thing Jilly needed was a knife in her chest. But the next to last thing she needed was a hysterical grandmother barging back into the house, complicating Dylan's situation. Most likely going for the phone again the moment she caught sight of it and was reminded that the police were always waiting to serve. "You stay here, Marge. You stay right here. This is my job. I'll find Travis. I'll get him out of there." As Jilly turned away, having committed to being braver than she preferred to be, Marge grabbed her by the arm. "Who are you people?" "You people." Jilly almost reacted to those two innocent words, "you people," rather than to the question. She almost said, "What do you mean, you people? You have a problem with people like me?" During the past couple years, however, as she had gained some acceptance with her act and had achieved at least a small measure of success, her hot-tempered knee-jerk reactions to perceived insults had seemed increasingly stupid. Even in response to Dylan, who for some reason had the power to push her go-nuts button as no one before him, even in response to him, the knee-jerk reactions were stupid. And under current circumstances, they were dangerously distracting as well. "Police," she lied with surprising ease for a former choir girl. "We're police." "No uniforms?" Marge wondered. "We're undercover." She didn't offer to produce a badge. "Stay here, sweetie. Stay here where it's safe. Let the pros handle this."
The boy in the FDNY t-shirt had been overpowered, beaten, and most likely knocked unconscious, although he had revived by the time Dylan entered his room. One blackened and swollen eye, a braided chin, blood caked in his left ear from a blow to the side of the head. Pulling strips of adhesive tape off the kid's face, prying a red rubber ball from the pale-lipped mouth, Dylan vividly recalled being helpless in the motel room chair, remembered gagging on the athletic sock, and he discovered in himself a settled anger like long-banked coals ready to flare white-hot when fanned by one breath of righteous outrage. This potentially volcanic anger seemed out of character for an easygoing man who believed that even the most savage heart could be brought out of darkness by the recognition of the deeply beautiful design of the natural world, of life. For years, he'd turned the other cheek so often that at times he must have looked like a spectator at a perpetual tennis match. His anger wasn't fueled by what he had suffered, however, nor even by what he might yet have to endure as his stuff-driven fate played out in days to come, but by sympathy for the boy and by pity for all victims in this age of violence. After judgment, perhaps the meek would inherit the earth for their playing field as promised, but meanwhile, the vicious had their sport, day after bloody day. Dylan had always been aware of injustice in the world, but he'd never cared as intensely as this, had never before felt the twisting auger of injustice boring through his heart. The poignancy and purity of his anger surprised him, for it seemed greatly out of proportion to the apparent cause. One battered boy was not Auschwitz, not mass graves of Khmer Rouge Cambodia, not the World Trade Center. Something profound was happening to him, all right, but the transfiguration wasn't limited to the acquisition of a sixth sense. Deeper and more fearsome changes were occurring, tectonic shifts in the deepest bedrock of his mind. Gag removed, free to speak, the boy proved self-controlled and capable of getting at once to the quick of the situation. Whispering, his gaze fixed on the open door as if it were a portal through which the most hideous troops in Hell's army might march at any moment, he said, "Kenny's wired at least 6 ways, full-on psycho. Got a girl in Grandma's room. I think he'll kill her, then Grandma, then me. He'll kill me last 'cause he hates me most." "What girl?" Dylan asked. "Becky, lives down the street." "Little girl?" "No, 17. The chain that wrapped the boy's ankles and bound them together had been secured with a padlock. The links between the 2 bracelets of his handcuffs had been passed behind one of the vertical rails on the brass headboard, tethering him to the bed. "Keys?" Dylan asked. "Kenny's got 'em." At last, the boy's gaze shifted from the open door, and he met Dylan's eyes. "I'm stuck here." Lives were in the balance now. Although bringing in the cops would almost certainly draw the black suburban crowd as well, with mortal consequences for Dylan and Shep and Jilly, he was morally compelled to call 911. "Phone?" he whispered. "Kitchen," breathed the boy. "And one in Grandma's room." Intuition told Dylan that he didn't have time to go to the kitchen to make the call. Besides, he didn't want to leave the boy up here alone. As far as he knew, premonition was not a part of his psychic gift, but the air cloyed about him, thickening with the expectation of violence. He would have wagered his soul that if the killing had not already begun, it would start before he reached the bottom of the rose-festooned stairs. Grandma's room had a phone, but evidently it also had Kenny. When Dylan went in there, he would need more than a steady finger for the touch-tone keypad. Once more, the blades on the walls drew his attention, but he was repulsed by the prospect of slashing anyone with sword or machete. He didn't have the stomach for such wet work. Aware of Dylan's renewed interest in the knives and evidently sensing his disinclination to use one, the boy said, "There, by the bookcase." A baseball bat, one of the old-fashioned hardwood kind. Dylan had swung a lot of them in his childhood, although never at a human being. Any soldier or cop or any man of action might have disagreed with him, but Dylan preferred the baseball bat to a bayonet. It felt good in his hands. "Full-on psycho," the boy reminded him, as if to say that the bat should be swung first with no resort to reason or persuasion. To the threshold, the hall, across the hall to the only second-floor room that he'd not yet investigated. This final door, closed tight, wasn't outlined even by a thin filament of light. A hush fell over the house. Ear to the jam, Dylan listened for a telltale sound from six-way wired Kenny.
Some performers eventually confused make-believe with truth, and to a degree grew into their invented personas, swaggering through the real world as though they were always on a stage. Over the past few years, Jilly had half convinced herself that she was the ass-kicking Southwest Amazon whom she claimed to be when she appeared before an audience. Returning to the kitchen, she discovered, much to her dismay, that, in a crunch, image and reality were not, in her case, the same thing. As she searched quickly for a weapon, drawer to drawer, cupboard to cupboard, the bones in her legs jellified, while her heart hardened into a sledge that hammered against her ribs. By any standard of law or combat, a butcher knife qualified as a weapon. But the nearly arthritic stiffness with which her right hand closed on the handle convinced her that she'd never be comfortable wielding it on anything more responsive than a chuck roast. Besides, to use a knife, you had to get in close to your enemy. Assuming that she might have to thump Kenny enough to stop him, if not actually waste him, Jilly preferred to thump him from as great a distance as possible, preferably with a high-powered rifle from a neighboring rooftop. The pantry was just a pantry, not also an armory. The heaviest weaponry on its shelves were cans of cling peaches and heavy syrup. Then Jilly noticed that Marge apparently had been plagued by an ant problem. And with a flash of inspiration, she said, "Ah."
Neither the baseball bat nor his righteous anger made Dylan sufficiently brave or sufficiently foolish to crash into a dark room in search of a dope-crazed, hormone-crazed, just plain crazed teenager with more types of edge weapons than Death himself could name. After easing the door open and feeling the tingle of psychic spore, he waited in the hallway, his back to the wall, listening. He heard enough nothing to suggest that he might be adrift in the vacuum of deep space, and as he began to wonder if he had gone deaf, he decided that Kenny must be no less patient than he was full-on psychotic. Although Dylan wanted to do this about as much as he wanted to wrestle a crocodile, he edged into the open doorway, reached around the casing into the room, and felt the wall for the light switch. He assumed Kenny stood poised to respond to such a maneuver, and his expectations of having his hand pinned to the wall with a knife were so high that he was not far short of astonished when he still had all his fingers after flipping the switch. Grandma's room didn't have a ceiling fixture, but one of the two nightstand lamps came on. a ginger jar painted with tulips crowned by a pleated yellow shade in the shape of a coolie hat. Soft light and soft shadows shared the space. 2 other doors served the room. Both were closed. One most likely led to a closet. A bathroom might lie behind the other. The drapes at the 3 windows were neither long enough nor full enough to conceal anyone. A freestanding, full-length, oval-shaped mirror occupied one corner. No one lurked behind it, but Dylan's reflection occupied its face, looking less frightened than he felt, bigger than he thought of himself. The queen-size bed was positioned so that Kenny might be hiding on the far side, lying on the floor, but no other furniture offered concealment. Of more immediate concern was the figure on the bed. A thin chenille spread, a blanket, and a top sheet were tossed in disarray, but someone appeared to be lying under them, concealed head to foot. As in countless prison escape movies, this might actually have been pillows arranged to mimic the human form, except that the bedclothes trembled slightly. By opening the door and switching on the light, Dylan already had announced his presence. Cautiously approaching the bed, he said, "Kenny?" Under the tumbled bedding, the ill-defined figure stopped shaking. For a moment, it froze and lay as still as any cadaver beneath a morgue sheet. Dylan gripped the baseball bat with both hands, ready to swing for the fences. "Kenny?" The hidden form began to twitch, as though with uncontainable excitement, with nervous energy. The door that might lead to a closet, still closed. The door that might lead to a bathroom, still closed. Dylan glanced over his shoulder toward the hall door. Nothing. He grappled for the name that the shackled boy mentioned, the name of the threatened girl from down the street, and then he had it. Becky? The mysterious figure twitched, so alive beneath the covers, but it did not reply. Although he dared not club what he could not see, Dylan was loath to put his hand to the bedclothes to toss them aside, for the same reason that he would have been reluctant to pull back the tarp on a woodpile if he suspected that a rattlesnake coiled among the cords. He also wasn't eager to use the fat end of the baseball bat to lift the bedclothes out of the way. While entangled with the covers, the bat would be an ineffective weapon. And although this maneuver would leave Dylan vulnerable for only the briefest moment, a moment would be all that Kenny needed if he shot off the bed and out from under the rising covers, armed with a specialty knife well designed for evisceration. Soft light, soft shadows, house hushed. The shape twitching.
Chapter 17. Jilly in the downstairs hall, archway to archway, past 3 lightless rooms, listened at each threshold, detected nothing, and moved onward to the foyer, past the lamp table, to the foot of the stairs. Starting to climb, she heard a metallic plink behind her, and halted on the 2nd step. Plink was followed by tat-a-tat, and by a quick strumming zing, and then by utter stillness. The noises had seemed to come from the first room inside the front door, directly opposite the foyer, probably the living room. When you were trying to avoid a run-in with a young man whose own grandmother's best assessment of him boiled down to crazy, drugs, knives, you didn't want to hear peculiar metallic sounds coming out of a dark room at your back. The subsequent silence did not have, could never possibly have, the innocent quality of the silence that had preceded plink. With the unknown ahead, but now also behind her, Jilly did not suddenly discover the elusive inner Amazon, but she didn't freeze or cringe in fear either. Her stoic mother and a few bad breaks long ago had taught her that adversity must be faced forthrightly, without equivocation. Mom counseled that you must tell yourself that every misfortune was custard, that it was cake and pie, and you must eat it up and be done with it. If grinning Kenny lurched in the pitch-black living room, stropping knives against each other loud enough to be confident that she would hear him, Jilly had an entire picnic of trouble laid out for her. She retreated from the stairs into the foyer once more. Plink, plink, tick, 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 zing, zing.
Short of inhaling a gale like the big bad wolf in the fairy tale and blowing the covers off the bed, Dylan either had to stand here waiting for the shrouded figure to make the first move, which invited disaster more certainly than did taking action, or he must unveil the twitching form to learn its name and intentions. Holding the baseball bat upraised in his right hand, he seized the bedclothes with his free hand and whipped them aside, revealing a black-haired, blue-eyed, barefoot teenage girl in cut-off jeans and a sleeveless blue-checkered blouse. Becky? Fright possessed her face, her electroshock wide eyes. Tremors of fear flowed through her in plentiful rillets that repeatedly backed up into an overspilling twitch, jerking her head, her entire body, with the force he'd seen translated through the covers. Her stricken gaze remained fixed on the ceiling as if she were unaware that help had arrived. Her obliviousness had the quality of a trance. As he repeated her name, Dylan wondered if she might have been drugged. She seemed to be in a semi-paralytic state and unaware of her surroundings. Then, without glancing at him, she spoke urgently between teeth more than half clenched. "Run!" With the bat raised in his right hand, he remained acutely aware of the open hallway door and of the two closed doors, alert for any sound, movement, swell of shadow. No threat arose on any side, no brutish figure that clashed with the daisy wallpaper, the yellow drapes, and the luminously reflective collection of satin glass perfume bottles on the dresser. "I'll get you out of here," he promised. He reached for her with his free hand, but she didn't take it. She lay stiff and shaking, attention still focused fearfully on the ceiling as if it were lowering toward her, a great crushing weight, as in one of those old movie serials featuring a villain who built elaborate machines of death when a revolver would have done the job better. "Run!" Becky whispered with a note of greater desperation. "For God's sake, run!" Her shaking, her paralysis, her frantic admonitions rattled his nerves, which were already rattling like hailstones on a tin roof. In those old serials, a calculated dose of curare might reduce a victim to the helpless condition of this woman, but not in the real world. Her paralysis was probably psychological, though nonetheless hampering. To lift her off the bed and carry her from the room, he would have to put down the baseball bat. "Where's Kenny?" he whispered. At last, her gaze lowered from the ceiling toward the corner of the room in which one of the closed doors waited. "There?" he pressed. Becky's eyes met his for the first time, and then at once shifted again toward the door. Warily, Dylan moved around the foot of the bed, crossing the remainder of the room. Kenny might come at him from anywhere. Bed springs sang, and the girl grunted as she exerted herself. Turning, Dylan saw Becky no longer lying face up, saw her risen to her knees and still rising, all the way to her feet upon the bed with a knife in her right hand.
Tunk, twang, plink. Eating up trouble as though it were custard, but not pleased by the taste, Jilly reached the archway on the tunk, found the light switch on the twang. On the plink, she bathed the threat in light. The furious beating of wings almost caused her to reel backward. She expected the tumult of doves or pigeons that had spiraled around her by the side of the highway, or the blinding blizzard of birds that she alone had seen while in the expedition. But the flock made no appearance, and after the briefest spate of flapping, the wings fell silent. Kenny wasn't sharpening knives. Unless he proved to be crouched behind an armchair or a sofa, Kenny wasn't even present. Another series of metallic sounds drew her attention to a cage. It hung 5 or 6 feet off the floor, supported by a base similar to that of a floor lamp. With tiny, taloned feet, a parakeet clung to the heavy-gauge wire that formed the bars of its habitat. Using its beak, the feathered prisoner plucked at those same restraints. With a sweep of its fluid neck, the parakeet strummed its beak back and forth across a swath of bars, as if it were a handless harpist, playing a glissando passage. Zing! Zing! Her tattered reputation as a warrioress having been further diminished by mistaking a parakeet for a mortal threat, Jilly retreated from this moment of humiliation. Returning to the stairs, she heard once more the bird's vigorously feathered drumming of the air. as though it were demanding the freedom to fly. The rap and rustle of wings so vividly recalled her paranormal experiences that she resisted an urge to flee the house, and instead fled up toward Dylan. The bird grew quiet by the time she reached the midpoint landing, but remaining in flight from the memory of wings, she hurried to the upper floor with too little caution.
Fake fear had washed out of Becky's blue eyes, and a mad glee had flooded into them. She launched herself off the bed in a frenzy, slashing wildly with the knife. Dylan twisted out of her way, and Becky proved to have more enthusiasm for murder than practice at it. She stumbled, nearly fell, barely escaped skewering herself, and shouted, "Kenny!" Here came Kenny through the door that Becky had not indicated. He had certain qualities of an eel, lithe and quick to the point of sinuousness, lean but muscular, with the mad pressure-pinched eyes of a creature condemned to live in cold, deep, rancid waters. Dylan half expected Kenny's teeth to be pointed and backward hooked like the teeth of any serpent, whether on land or in water. He was a young man with flair, dressed in black cowboy boots, black jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black denim jacket brightened by embroidered green Indian designs. The embroidery matched the shade of the feather in the cowboy hat that had been perched atop the suitcases in the bedroom across the hall. "Who are you?" Kenny asked Dylan, and without waiting for an answer, he demanded of Becky, "Where the hell's the old bitch?" The white-haired woman in the candy-striped uniform, home from a hard day's work, was no doubt the old bitch for whom these two had lain in wait. "Who cares who he is?" Becky said. "Just kill him, then we'll find the old puss bag and gut her." The shackled boy had misunderstood the relationship between his brother and the girl. Cold-blooded conspirators, they intended to slaughter Grandma and little brother, perhaps steal whatever pathetic trove of cash the woman had hidden in her mattress, toss Kenny's 2 suitcases in the car, and hit the road. They might make a stop farther along the street at Becky's house to pick up her luggage. Maybe they intended to kill her family too. Whether or not their plan subsequent to this snafu would prove successful, right now they had Dylan in a pincer play. They were well positioned to dispatch him quickly. Kenny held a knife with a 12-inch blade and 2 wickedly sharp cutting edges. The rubber-coated, looped handle featured a finger-formed grip that appeared to be user-friendly and difficult to dislodge from a determined hand. Less designed for war than for the kitchen, Becky's weapon would nevertheless chop a man as effectively as it might have been used to dismember a chicken for a stew pot. Considerably longer than either blade, the baseball bat provided Dylan with the advantage of reach, and he knew from experience that his size warned off punks and drunks who might otherwise have taken a whack at him. Most aggressive types assumed that only a brute could reside within the physique of a brute, when in fact he had the heart of a lamb. Perhaps Kenny hesitated also because he didn't understand the situation any longer and worried about murdering a stranger without knowing how many others might also be in the house. The homicidal meanness in those eely eyes was tempered by a cunning akin to that of the serpent in Eden. Dylan considered trying to pass himself off as a police officer and claiming that backup was on the way, but even if the lack of a uniform could be explained, the use of a baseball bat instead of a handgun made the cop story a hard sell. Whether or not a drop of prudence seasoned the drug-polluted pool of Kenny's mind, Becky was all intense animal need and demon glee, certain not to be dissuaded for long by the reach of the bat or by her adversary's size. With one foot, Dylan feinted toward Kenny but then spun more directly toward the girl and swung the bat at the hand in which she held the knife. Becky was perhaps a high school gymnast or one of the legions of ballerina wannabes on whom multitudes of loving American parents had squandered countless millions with the certainty that they were nurturing the next Margot Fontaine. Although not talented enough for Olympic competition or for the professional dance theater, she proved to be quick, limber, and more coordinated than she had appeared to be when she'd flung herself off the bed. She fell back, avoiding the bat with a cry of premature triumph, "Ha!" and at once sprang to her right to get out of the way of the backswing, half crouching to contract her leg muscles, the better to move with power when she decided how to move. Under no illusions that Kenny's better judgment would ensure his continued hesitancy if an ideal opening appeared, Dylan borrowed some moves from Becky, though he probably looked less like a failed ballerina than like a dancing bear. He rounded on the embroidered cowboy just as Kenny came in for the kill. The kid's moire eyes revealed not the feral ferocity of Becky, but the calculation of a sneak and the incomplete commitment of a coward who was bravest with a weak adversary. He was a monster, but not the savage equal of his blue-eyed squeeze, and he made the mistake of slipping in for the kill instead of lunging full out. By the time Dylan turned toward him, the bat arcing high, Kenny should have been rushing forward with enough momentum to duck under the bat and drive the blade home. Instead, he flinched, juked back, and fell victim to his lack of nerve. With a Babe Ruth crack, the bat broke Kenny's right forearm. In spite of the looped handle and formed grip, the knife flew out of his hand. Kenny seemed almost to lift off his feet, as though he were a two-base hit, if not an out-of-the-park home run. As the screaming kid failed to take flight and instead dropped like a bunt, Dylan could sense Becky coming at his back and knew that a dancing bear could never outmaneuver a psychotic ballerina.
As she reached the next to the last step, Jilly heard someone shout, "Kenny!" She halted short of the upstairs hall, unsettled that the cry had come from neither Dylan nor from a 13-year-old boy. Urgent and shrill, the voice had been female. She heard other noises, then a man's voice, likewise not Dylan's and not that of a boy, though she couldn't discern what he said. Having come to warn Dylan that young Travis was up here with Kenny, but also having followed to help him if he needed help, she couldn't freeze on these steps and yet retain her self-respect. For Jillian Jackson, self-respect had been won with considerable effort through a childhood that, except for the example set by her mother, had provided fertile ground for seeds of self-doubt and excessive self-effacement. She would not here relinquish what she had struggled so long and hard to capture. Hurrying out of the stairwell, Jilly saw a spill of soft light coming from an open door on the left, brighter light issuing from a door farther along on the right, and doves erupting through a closed window at the end of the hallway. A vision of doves that left the panes intact in their wake. The birds made no sounds, no coos or cries, nor the faintest thrum of wings. When they exploded around and over her, cataracts of white feathers, 1,000 piercing gazes, 1,000 yawning beaks. She didn't expect to feel them, but she did. The breeze stirred by their passage was spicy with incense. Their wingtips brushed her body, arms, and face. Staying close to the left wall, she moved quickly forward into a storm of white wings, as dense as the feathery blizzard that earlier had swept across the expedition. She feared for her sanity, but she didn't fear the birds, which meant her no harm. Even if they had been real, they would not have pecked or blinded her. She sensed that they were in fact proof of augmented vision, although even as this thought occurred to her, she had no idea what augmented vision might be. For the moment it was a thing she understood instinctively, emotionally, rather than intellectually. Although she could not be harmed by these phenomena, the timing of the bird's appearance couldn't have been worse. She needed to find Dylan, and real or not, the birds were a hindrance to the search. "Ha!" exclaimed someone close at hand, and an instant later Jilly felt on her left the open doorway that the seething flock had hidden from her view. She stepped across the threshold, and the birds vanished. Before her lay a bedroom revealed by a single lamp. And here was Dylan, too, armed with a baseball bat, bracketed by a young man, Kenny, and a teenage girl, both brandishing knives. The bat cut the air with a whoosh. The young man screamed, and the wickedly sharp knife, tumbling free, clattered against a walnut highboy. When Dylan swung the bat, the teenage girl behind him tensed, for an instant tightening down in her crouch. As Kenny shrieked in pain, the girl drew her knife back in striking position, certain to spring forward and bury it in Dylan before he could turn to deal with her. On the move, even as the girl uncoiled out of her crouch, Jilly shouted, "Police!" Monkey agile, The girl whipped around but also sidestepped to avoid turning her back on Dylan to keep him in sight. Her eyes were as blue as any sky adorned with cherubim on any chapel ceiling, but also radiant with dementia surely spawned by psychosis-inducing drugs. A Southwest Amazon at last, but too squeamish to risk destroying the girl's eyes, Jilly aimed lower with the instant ant death. The nozzle on the can that she'd found in the pantry had 2 settings, spray and stream. She had set it on stream, which would reach 10 feet according to the label. Perhaps because of her excitement, her homicidal exhilaration, the girl was breathing through her mouth. The stream of insecticide went straight in, like an arc of water from a drinking fountain, moistening lips, bathing tongue. Although instant ant death had a notably less severe effect on a teenage girl than it would have on an ant, it wasn't received with lip-smacking delight. Less refreshing than cool water, this drink at once took all the fight out of the girl. She flung the knife aside. Gagging, wheezing, spitting, she staggered to a door, yanked it open, slapped at the wall switch until the lights came on, revealing a bathroom. At the sink, the girl cranked on the cold water, cupped her hands, and repeatedly flushed out her mouth, sputtering and choking. On the floor, groaning, crying with a particularly annoying note of self-pity, Kenny had curled up like a shrimp. Jilly looked at Dylan and shook the can of insecticide. "From now on, I'm going to use this on hecklers."
What did you do with Shep?
"The grandmother told me about Kenny, the knives. Aren't you going to say thanks for saving my butt, Jilly?"
I told you not to leave Shep alone.
"He's all right,"
He's not all right out there by himself,
he said, raising his voice as though he had some legitimate authority over her. "Don't you shout at me. Good Lord, you drove here like a maniac, wouldn't tell me why, bailed out of the truck, wouldn't tell me why, and I'm supposed to, what? Sit out there? Just shift my brain into neutral like your good little woman and wait like a stupid turkey standing in the rain with its mouth open, gawking at the sky until it drowns?" He glowered at her.
What are you talking about, turkeys?
"You know exactly what I'm talking about."
And it's not raining.
"Don't be obtuse."
You have no sense of responsibility,
he declared. "I have a huge sense of responsibility."
You left Shep alone.
"He won't go anywhere. I gave him a task to keep him busy. I said, 'Shepherd, because of your rude and overbearing brother, I'm going to need at least 100 polite synonyms for asshole.'"
I don't have time for this bickering.
"Who started it?" she accused, and turned away from him, and might have left the room if she'd not been halted by the sight of the doves. The flock still streamed through the hallway, past the open bedroom door, toward the stairs. By this time, if these apparitions had been real, the house would have been so fully packed that extreme bird pressure would have blown out all the windows, as surely as a gas leak and a spark. She willed them to vanish. But they flew, and she turned her back on them, fearing for her sanity once more. "We've got to get out of here. Marge will call the cops sooner or later."
Marge?
"The woman who gave you the toad pin and somehow started all this. She's Kenny's grandma, Travis's. What do you want me to do?"
In the bathroom, on her knees at the toilet, Becky had begun to reconsider her dinner, if not the entire direction of her life. Dylan pointed to a straight-backed chair. He saw that Jilly got the message. The bathroom door opened outward. With the chair tipped back and wedged under the knob, Becky would be imprisoned until the police arrived to let her out. Dylan didn't think that the girl would recover sufficiently to cut him to ribbons, but he didn't want to be vomited on either. On the floor, six-way wired Kenny had come unstrung. He was all tears and snot and spit bubbles, but still dangerous, speaking more curses and obscenities than sense, demanding immediate medical attention, promising revenge. And given half a chance, he might prove whether or not his teeth were snake-sharp. A threat to cave in Kenny's skull sounded phony to Dylan when he made it, but the kid took it seriously. Perhaps because he would not have hesitated to crush Dylan's skull if their roles had been reversed. On demand, he produced handcuff and padlock keys from one of his embroidered shirt pockets with mother-of-pearl button snaps. Jilly seemed reluctant to follow Dylan out of the bedroom, as if she feared other miscreants against whom insecticide might prove to be an inadequate defense. He assured her that Becky and Kenny were the sum of all evil under this roof. Nevertheless, wincing, hesitant, she crossed the hallway to the shackled boy's room as though fear half-blinded her, and repeatedly she glanced toward the window at the end of the hall, as if she saw a ghostly face pressed to the glass. As he freed Travis, Dylan explained that Becky was not morally fit to compete in the Miss All-American Teen pageant, and then they went downstairs to the kitchen. When Marge rushed in from the back porch to embrace her grandson and to wail about his blackened eye, Travis all but disappeared in cuddling Candy Stripe. Dylan waited for the boy to half extract himself and then said, "Both Becky and Kenny need medical attention. And a prison cell until their Social Security kicks in," Jilly added. "But give us 2 or 3 minutes before you call 911, Dylan finished. This instruction baffled Marge. "But you are 911. Jilly fielded that peculiar question. "We're one of the ones, Marge, but we're not the other one or the 9. Although this further baffled Marge, it amused Travis. The boy said, "We'll give you time to split. But this is fully weird. It's practically mojo. Who the heck are you two?" Dylan couldn't summon a reply, but Jilly said, "Damned if we know. This afternoon we could have told you who we are, but right now we don't have a clue." In one sense, her answer was true and grimly serious, but it only puckered Marge's face in deeper bafflement and widened the boy's grin. Upstairs, Kenny pleaded loudly for help. "Better get moving," Travis advised. "You don't know what we were driving, never saw our wheels." "That's true," Travis agreed. "And you'll do us the favor of not watching us leave?" "As far as we know," said Travis, "you took a running leap and flew away." Dylan had asked for 3 minutes because Marge and Travis would have difficulty explaining a greater delay to the cops. But if Shep had wandered off, they were ruined. 3 minutes wouldn't be long enough to find him. Except for the breeze and the olive trees, the street was quiet. In the house, Kenny's muffled shouts wouldn't carry to a neighbor. At the curb, driver's door open, the expedition waited. Jilly had doused the headlights and switched off the engine. Even as they crossed the front lawn, Dylan saw Shepard in the back seat, face illuminated by the reflected glow of a battery-powered book light bouncing up at him from the page he was reading. "Told you," Jilly said. Relieved, Dylan didn't snap at her. Through the dusty window at Shepard's side, the title of the book could be seen. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. Shep was a fiend for Dickens. Dylan settled behind the wheel, slammed the door, figuring more than half a minute had passed since they'd left Travis to watch the wall clock in the kitchen. Legs folded on the passenger seat to spare her jade plant on the floor, Jilly held out the keys, then snatched them back. "What if you go nuts again?" "I didn't go nuts." "Whatever you did, what if you do it again?" "I probably will," he realized. "I better drive." He shook his head. "What did you see upstairs on the way to Travis's room? What did you see when you looked toward the window at the end of the hall?" She hesitated. Then she surrendered the keys. "You drive." As Travis counted off the first minute in the kitchen, Dylan executed a U-turn. They followed the route they had taken earlier on Eucalyptus Avenue, with its dearth of eucalyptuses. By the time Travis would have called 911, they had traveled surface streets to the interstate. Dylan took I-10 east toward the end of town where by now the Cadillac might have stopped smoldering, but he said, "I don't want to stay on this. I have a hunch it won't be safe a whole lot longer." "Tonight's not a night for ignoring hunches," she noted. Eventually, he departed the interstate in favor of U.S. Highway 191, an undivided 2-lane blacktop that struck north through dark desolation and carried little traffic at this hour. He didn't know where 191 led, and right now he didn't care. For a while, where they went didn't matter as long as they kept moving, as long as they put some distance between themselves and the corpse in the Coupe de Ville, between themselves and the house on Eucalyptus Avenue. For the first 2 miles on 191, neither he nor Jilly spoke. and as the third mile began to clock up on the odometer, Dylan started to shake. Now that his adrenaline levels were declining toward normal, and now that the primitive survivalist within him had returned to his genetic subcellular, the enormity of what had happened belatedly hit him. Dylan strove to conceal the shaking from Jilly, knew that he was unsuccessful when he heard his teeth chatter, and then realized that she was trembling too and hugging herself and rocking in her seat. "Damn," she said. "Yeah. I'm not Wonder Woman," she said. "No. For one thing, I don't have big enough hooters for the job," he said. "Me neither." "Oh man, those knives." "They were honking big knives," he agreed. "You with your baseball bat? What? Were you out of your mind, O'Connor?" "Must have been out of my mind. You with your ant spray. That didn't strike me as the epitome of rationality, Jackson." "Worked, didn't it?" "Nice shot." "Thanks. Where we lived when I was a kid, I got lots of practice with roaches. They move faster than Miss Becky. You must have been good at baseball." "Not bad for an effete artist. Listen, Jackson, it took guts to come upstairs after you knew about the knives." "It took stupidity is what it took. We could have been killed." "We could have been," he acknowledged, "but we weren't." "But we could have been. No more of that run, jump, chase, fight crap. No more, O'Connor." "I hope not," he said. "I mean it. I'm serious. I'm telling you, no more." "I don't think that's our choice to make." "It's sure my choice." "I mean, I don't think we control the situation." "I always control my situation," she insisted. "Not this situation." "You're scaring me." "I'm scaring me, too," he said. These admissions led to a contemplative silence. The high moon, lustrous silver at its pinnacle, grew tarnished as it became a low moon in the west, and the romantic desert table it once brightened became a somber setting suitable for a Last Supper. Brown, bristling balls of tumbleweed trembled at the verge of the road, dead yet eager to roam, but the night breeze didn't have enough power to send them traveling. Moths traveled, however, small white ghost moths and larger gray specimens like scraps of soiled shroud cloth, eerily illuminated by the headlights swooping over and around the SUV but seldom striking the windshield. In classic painting, butterflies were symbols of life, joy, and hope. Moths, of the same order as butterflies, Lepidoptera, were in all cases symbols of despair, deterioration, destruction, and death. Entomologists estimate the world is home to 30,000 species of butterflies and 4 times that many moths. In part, a mothy mood gripped Dylan. He remained edgy, twitchy, as if the insulation on every nerve of his body were as eaten away as the fibers of a wool sweater infested with larvae. As he relived what had happened on Eucalyptus Avenue, and as he wondered what might be coming next, spectral moths fluttered the length of his spine. Yet, anxiety didn't own him entirely. Contemplation of their uncertain future flooded Dylan with a choking disquiet. But each time the disquiet ebbed, exhilaration flowed in to take its place, and a wild joy that nearly made him laugh out loud. He was simultaneously sobered by anxiety that threatened to become apprehension, and also intoxicated with the possibilities of this glorious new power that he understood only imperfectly. This singular state of mind was so fresh to his experience that he wasn't capable of crafting the words, or the images for that matter, to explain it adequately to Jilly. Then he glanced away from the empty highway, from trembling tumbleweeds and kiting moths, and knew at once by her expression that her state of mind precisely matched his. Not only weren't they in Kansas anymore, Toto, they weren't in predictable Oz either, but adrift in a land where there were sure to be greater wonders than yellow brick roads and emerald cities, more to fear than wicked witches and flying monkeys. A moth snapped hard against the windshield, leaving a gray, dusty substance on the glass. A little kiss of death. Chapter 18. Earth's magnetic pole might shift in a twink, as some scientists theorized it had done in the past, resulting in an entirely new angle of rotation, causing catastrophic changes in the surface of the planet. Current tropical zones could, in an instant, be plunged into an Arctic freeze, leaving startled, soft-body Miami retirees clawing for survival in 100-degree below zero cold, in blizzards so bitter that the snow came not in the form of flakes, but as spicules, needle-like crystals as hard as glass. Colossal tectonic pressures would cause continents to buckle, fracture, fold. Rising up in massive tides, oceans would slop over coastlines, crash across the Rockies and the Andes and the Alps alike. New inland oceans would form, new mountain ranges. Volcanoes would vomit forth great burning seas of Earth's essence. With civilization gone and billions dead, small scattered bands of survivors would face the daunting task of forming tribes of hunters and gatherers. In the final hour of his program, Parish Lantern and call-ins from his nationwide radio audience discussed the likelihood of a pole shift striking within the next 50 years. Because Dylan and Jilly were for the moment still too busy digesting their recent experiences to talk any more about them, they listened to Lantern as they drove north on this lonely desert highway, where it was possible to believe simultaneously that civilization had already vanished in a planetary cataclysm and that the Earth was timeless, unchanging. "You listen to this guy all the time?" he asked Jilly. "Not every night, but a lot." "It's a miracle you're not suicidal." "His show isn't usually about doom. Mostly it's time travel, alternate realities, whether we have souls, life after death." In the back seat, Shep continued reading Dickens, granting the novelist a form of life after death. On the radio, the planet crushed and burned and drowned and blew away human civilization and most of the animal kingdom, as though all life were pestilence. When they reached the town of Safford, about 40 minutes after they exited the interstate, Shepard said, "Fries not flies, fries not flies, fries not flies." Maybe it was time to stop and devise a plan of action, or maybe they had not yet analyzed their situation to a degree that allowed for planning. But in either case, Dylan and Shep were in want of the dinner they had missed, and Jilly expressed the need for a drink. "First, we need new license plates," Dylan said. "When they trace that Cadillac to you, they'll go unit to unit in the motel looking for you. When they find you've lit out and that Shep and I didn't stay the night we'd paid for, they might link us." "No might about it, they will," she said. "The motel records have the make, model, license plate number. At least we can change the plate number and not be so easily made." On a quiet residential street, Dylan parked, took screwdrivers and pliers from the expedition toolkit, and went looking for Arizona plates. He found an easily detached pair on a pickup in the driveway of a weather-silvered cedar ranch house with a dead front lawn. Throughout the theft, his heart pounded. The guilt he felt was out of proportion to such a minor crime, but his face burned with shame at the prospect of being caught in the act. After he had purloined the plates, he drove around town until he found a school. The parking lot was deserted at this hour. In those shadows, he replaced his California plates with the Arizona pair. "With luck," he said as he got behind the wheel once more, "the owner of that pickup won't notice the plates missing until tomorrow." "I hate trusting in luck," Jilly said. "I've never had much." "Fries, not flies," Shepard reminded them. A few minutes later, when Dylan parked in front of a restaurant adjacent to a motel, he said, "Let me see the pin, your toad button." She unpinned the smiling amphibian from her blouse, but withheld it. "What do you want it for?" "Don't worry, it's not going to set me off like the other one did. That's over. That business is finished." "Yeah, but what if?" she worried. He handed the car keys to her. Reluctantly, she exchanged the pin for the keys. Thumb on the toad face, forefinger against the back of the pin, Dylan felt a quiver of psychic spore, the impression of more than one individual, perhaps Grandma Marjorie overlaid by Gillian Jackson, but neither invoked in him the compulsion to hurry, move, find, do that had harried him to the house on Eucalyptus Avenue. Dropping the button in the little trash basket in the console, he said, "Nothing, or next to nothing. It wasn't the pin itself that set me off. It was Marjorie's impending death that somehow I sensed on the first pin. Does that make sense? Only here in Nutburg, USA, where we seem to live now." "Let's get you that drink," he said. "2." Crossing the parking lot to the front door of the restaurant, Shep walked between them. He carried great expectations with the little battery-powered light attached, reading intently as he walked. Dylan had considered taking the book away from him, but Shepard had been through a lot this evening. His routines had been disrupted, which usually filled him with anxiety. Worse, he had endured more excitement in a couple hours than he had experienced in the previous 10 years, and Shepard O'Connor usually had no ability to cope with excitement. Being directly addressed by too many strangers at an art show could tax his tolerance for conversational stimulation, even though he never replied to any of them. Too much lightning in a thunderstorm, or too much thunder, or too much roaring rain for that matter, could fill his capacity for commotion to overflowing, whereupon he would succumb to a panic attack. Indeed, that Shep had not panicked at the motel, that he had not curled up like a defensive pill bug, and had not shaken with spasms of apprehension when he'd seen the burning Coupe de Ville, that he hadn't squealed and pulled his hair at some point during Dylan's reckless drive to Marjorie's house. These were great wonders, if not miracles of self-control, compared to his customary behavior when confronted by the more mundane agitations of daily life. Right now, Great Expectations was his life raft in an evening swamped by turmoil. Clinging to the book, he was able to convince himself that he was safe, and he could push from his awareness all the violations of comforting routine. Also, blind and deafen himself to the otherwise drowning tides of stimulation. Awkward movements and poor physical coordination were symptoms of Shep's condition, but walking while reading didn't lead to either a stiffer gait or a more pronounced shuffle. Dylan had the feeling that if confronted by a flight of steps, his brother might negotiate every riser without putting Mr. Dickens on hold for a moment. No steps awaited them at the restaurant entrance, but when Dylan touched the door, a fizz of latent psychic energy effervesced against his palm, the pads of his fingers, and he almost released the handle. "What?" Julie asked, always alert. "Something I'm going to have to get used to." Vaguely, he sensed numerous personalities expressed by the preternatural residue on the door handle, like layers of dried sweat from many hands. The restaurant presented a split personality, as though against the laws of physics, a diner and a steakhouse had occupied the same place at the same time without triggering a catastrophic explosion. Plastic-looking red leatherette booths and red leatherette chairs with chrome legs were mismatched with real mahogany tables. Expensive cut-glass ceiling fixtures cast rich prismatic light not on carpet, but on an easy-to-clean wood-patterned vinyl floor. Waiters and waitresses wore black suits, crisp white shirts, and natty black-string ties, but the busboys shambled among the tables in their street clothes, coordinated only by the same stupid-looking pointy paper hats and by similar surly expressions. With the dinner rush far behind, only a third of the restaurant tables were occupied. Customers, lingering over dessert, liqueurs, and coffee, were engaged in low, pleasantly boozy conversations. Only a few took notice of Shep as, preceded by Jilly, followed by Dylan, he allowed the hostess to lead him to a booth, remaining absorbed in his book every step of the way. Shep would rarely sit next to a window in a restaurant because he didn't want to be looked at by people inside and people out. Dylan requested a booth distant from the windows, and he sat on one side of the table with his brother across from Jilly. She looked uncommonly fresh, considering what she'd been through, and remarkably calm for a woman whose life had been upended and whose future was as difficult to read as a wad of tea leaves in a dark room. Hers was not a cheap beauty, but one that would wear well with time, that would take many hard washings and keep its color in more than one sense. When he picked up the menu that the hostess had placed on the table before him, Dylan shuddered as if he'd touched ice, and he put it down at once. Deposited by previous patrons, a lively patina of emotions, wants, needs, hungers squirmed on the plastic menu cover and seemed to crackle against his skin, like a charge of static electricity, much stronger than what he'd felt on the door handle. During their drive north from the interstate, he'd told Jilly about the psychic spore. Now she understood at once why he had put down the menu. "I'll read mine to you," she said. He found that he liked looking at her while she read, liked it so much that repeatedly he had to remind himself to listen to her recitation of salads, soups, sandwiches, and entrees. Her face soothed him, perhaps as much as Great Expectations soothed Shep. While he watched Jilly read aloud, Dylan placed his hands flat on his menu again. As he expected, based on his experience at the restaurant door, the initial boiling rush of strange impressions quickly subsided to a quiet simmer. And now he learned that with a conscious effort, he could entirely quell these uncanny sensations. As she informed him of the last of the dinner selections, Jilly looked up, saw Dylan's hands on his menu, and clearly realized that he had allowed her to read to him only to have an excuse to gaze at her openly, without the challenge of a direct return stare. Judging by her complex expression, she had mixed feelings about the various implications of his scrutiny, but at least part of her response was a lovely, even though uncertain, smile. Before either of them could speak, the waitress returned. Jilly asked for a bottle of Sierra Nevada. Dylan ordered dinner for Shep and for himself, and requested that Shep's plate be served 5 minutes before his own. Shepard continued to read, Great Expectations flat on the table in front of him, the book light switched off. Hunching forward, he lowered his face within 8 or 10 inches of the page, although he had no vision problems. While the waitress was present, Shep moved his lips as he scanned the lines of type, which was his way of subtly establishing that he was occupied and that she would be rude if she was to address him. Because no other diners were near them, Dylan felt comfortable discussing their situation. "Jilly, words are your business, right?" "I guess maybe you could say that." "What's this one mean? Psychotropic." "Why is it important?" she asked. "Frankenstein used it. He said the stuff in the syringe, was psychotropic." Without looking up from his book, Shep said, "Psychotropic, affecting mental activity, behavior, or perception. Psychotropic." "Thank you, Shep." "Psychotropic drugs, tranquilizers, sedatives, antidepressants. Psychotropic drugs." Jilly shook her head. "I don't think that weird juice was any of those things." "Psychotropic drugs," Shep elucidated. "Opium, morphine, heroin, methadone, barbiturates, meprobamate, amphetamines, cocaine, peyote, marijuana, LSD, Sierra Nevada beer. Psychotropic drugs." "Beer isn't a drug," Jilly corrected. "Is it?" Eyes still tracking Dickens' words back and forth across the page, Shep seemed to be reading aloud. "Psychotropic intoxicants and stimulants. Beer, wine, whiskey, caffeine, nicotine. Psychotropic intoxicants and stimulants." She stared at Shep, not sure what to make of his contributions. "Forgot," Shepard said in a chagrined tone. "Psychotropic inhalable fume intoxicants. Glue, solvents, transmission fluid. Psychotropic inhalable fume intoxicants. Forgot, sorry." "If it had been a drug in any traditional sense," Dylan said, "I think Frankenstein would have used that word. He wouldn't have called it stuff so consistently as if there wasn't an existing word for it. Besides, drugs have a limited effect. They wear off. He sure gave me the impression that whatever this crap does to you is permanent." The waitress arrived with bottles of Sierra Nevada for Jilly and Dylan, and with a glass of Coca-Cola, no ice. Dylan unwrapped the straw and put it in the soda for his brother. Shepard would drink only through a straw, though he didn't care if it was paper or plastic. He liked cola cold, but wouldn't tolerate ice with it. Cola, a straw, and ice in the glass at the same time offended him for reasons unknown to everyone except Shepard himself. Raising a frosty glass of Sierra Nevada, Dylan said, "Here's to psychotropic intoxicants." "But not to the inhalable fume variety," Jilly qualified. He detected faint, quivering energy signatures on the cold glass. Perhaps the psychic trace of a member of the kitchen staff, certainly the trace of their waitress. When he willed himself not to feel these imprints, the sensation passed. He was gaining control. Jilly clinked her bottle against his glass and drank thirstily. Then, "There's nowhere to go from here, is there?" "Of course there is." "Yeah? Where?" "Well, not to Phoenix. That wouldn't be smart. You have that gig in Phoenix, so they're sure to go looking for you there, wanting to know why Frankenstein had your Cadillac, wanting to test your blood." "The guys in the Suburbans." "They might be different guys in different vehicles, but they'll be related." "Who were those phony duffers anyway? Cloak and dagger types, you think? Or some secret police agency? Aggressive door-to-door magazine salesman?" "Any of that, I guess, but not necessarily bad guys." "They blew up my car." "As if I could forget. But they blew it up only because Frankenstein was in it. We can be pretty sure he was a bad guy." "Just because they blew up a bad guy doesn't mean they're good guys," she noted. "Bad guys blow up bad guys sometimes." "Lots of times," he agreed. "But to avoid all the blowing up, we'll go around Phoenix." "Around Phoenix to what?" "Maybe stay on secondary highways, go north somewhere big and empty where they wouldn't think to look first. Maybe up near the Petrified Forest National Park. We could be there in a few hours." "You make this sound like a vacation. I'm talking about, where do I go with my life?" "You're focusing on the big picture. Don't do that," he advised. "Until we know more about this situation, it's pointless to focus on the big picture. And it's depressing." "Then what should I focus on? The little picture?" "Exactly." She drank some beer. "And what is the little picture?" "Getting through the night alive." "The little picture sounds as depressing as the big picture." "Not at all. We just have to find a place to hole up and think." The waitress brought Shepard's dinner. Dylan had ordered for his brother based on the kid's taste and on the ease with which this particular meal could be customized to conform to Shep's culinary requirements. From Shep's viewpoint, Dylan said, shape is more important than flavor. He likes squares and rectangles, dislikes roundness. 2 oval slices of meatloaf and gravy formed the centerpiece of this platter. Using Shep's knife and fork, Dylan trimmed the edges off each slice, forming rectangles. After setting the trimmings aside on Shep's bread plate, he cut each slice into bite-sized squares. When he first picked up the utensils, he'd felt a psychic buzz, but again, he'd been able to dial it below his threshold of awareness. The steak fries featured beveled rather than blunt ends. Dylan quickly cut the points from each crisp piece of potato, forming them into simple rectangles. "Shep'll eat the points," he explained, stacking those small golden nibs beside the altered fries, "but only if they're separate." Already cubed, the carrots posed no problems. He had to separate the peas, however, mash them, and form them into square forkfuls. Dylan had ordered bread in place of a roll. 3 sides of each slice were straight, the 4th was curved. He cut off the arcs of crust and put them with the meatloaf trimmings. Fortunately, the butter isn't whipped or formed into a ball. He stripped 3 foil-wrapped pats of butter and stood them on end beside the bread. "Ready." Shepard put aside the book as Dylan slid the plate in front of him. He accepted the utensils and ate his geometric meal with the blinkered attention he exhibited when reading Dickens. "This happens every time he eats?" Jilly asked. "This or something like it. Some foods have different rules." "What if you don't go through this rigmarole?" "This isn't rigmarole to him. It's bringing order to chaos. Shep likes things orderly." "But what if you just shove it in front of him the way it comes and say, 'Eat'?" "He won't touch it," Dylan assured her. "He will when he gets hungry enough." "Nope. Meal after meal, day after day, he'll turn away from it until he passes out from low blood sugar." Regarding him with what he chose to read as sympathy rather than pity, she said, You don't date much, do you? He answered with a shrug. I need another beer, Jilly said as the waitress arrived with Dylan's dinner. I'm driving, he said, declining a second round. Yeah, but the way you've been driving tonight, another beer could only help. Maybe she had a point, maybe she didn't, but he decided to live with uncharacteristic abandon. 2, he told the waitress. As Dylan began to eat chicken and waffles in anarchic regard for the shape and size of each bite, Jilly said, So, let's say we go north a couple 100 miles, find a place to hole up and think. What exactly do we think about, other than how totally screwed we are? Don't be so negative all the time. She bristled better than a wire brush. I'm not negative. You aren't exactly as cheerful as the Dalai Lama. For your information, I was a nothing once, a wadded-up, thrown-away Kleenex of a kid. Shy, shaky shy, rubbed so thin by life I half believed sunlight passed through me. Could have given timid lessons to a mouse. Must have been a long time ago. You wouldn't have bet $1 against $1,000,000 I'd ever get up on a stage or join a choir before that. But I had hope, great hope, had this dream of me as a something, a somebody, this positive dream of me as a performer, for God's sake, and I dragged myself up out of shaky, shy nothing until I started to live that dream. As she drained the last of the beer, she glared at Dylan over the upturned bottle. He said, No argument, you've got good self-esteem. I never said different. It's not you that you're negative about. It's the rest of the world. She looked as if she might hit him with the empty bottle, but then she put it down, slid it aside, and surprised him. That's fair enough. It's a hard world, and most people are hard too. If you call that negative thinking, I call it realism. Lots of people are hard, but not most. Most are just scared or lonely or lost. They don't know why they're here or what's the purpose, the reason, so they wind up half dead inside. I suppose you know the purpose, the reason, she said. You make me sound smug. Don't mean to, just curious what you think it is. Everyone has to figure it out for himself, he said, which was in truth how he felt. And you're one who will because you want to. Now you sound smug. She looked as if she might whack him with the bottle after all. Shepard picked up one of the 3 pats of unwrapped butter and popped it in his mouth. When Jilly grimaced, Dylan said, Shep likes bread and butter, but not in the same bite. You don't want to see him eat a mayonnaise and bologna sandwich. We're doomed, she said. Dylan sighed, shook his head, said nothing. Get real, okay? They start shooting at us, what rules will Shep have about how we're allowed to dodge the bullets? Always dodge left, never right. You can weave, but you can't duck unless it's a day of the week that has the letter U in it, in which case you can duck, but you can't weave. How fast can he run while reading, and what happens when you try to take the book away from him? It won't be that way, Dylan said, but he knew she was right. Jilly leaned toward him, her voice lowering but gaining in intensity what it lost in volume. Why won't it? Listen, you've got to admit, even if it were just you and me in this mess together, we'd be on a greased slope in glass shoes. So then hang a 160-pound butter-munching millstone around our necks, and what chance do we have? He's not a millstone, Dylan said stubbornly. To Shep, she said, Sweetie, no offense, but if we have any hope of getting through this, the 3 of us, we've got to face facts, speak the truth. We lie to ourselves, we're dead. Maybe you can't help being a millstone, but maybe you can. And if you can, then you've got to work with us. Dylan said, We've always been a great team, me and Shep. Team? Some team. You 2 couldn't run a 3-legged sack race without the sack ending up on somebody's head. He ain't heavy. Oh, don't say it, she interrupted. Don't you dare say it, O'Connor. Don't you dare, you hope-drunk lunatic. You power of positive thinking nutball. He ain't heavy. He's my idiot savant brother, she finished for him. Patiently, quietly, Dylan explained, No, an idiot savant is mentally defective with a low IQ, but with an exceptional talent in one special field, such as the ability to solve complex mathematical problems at lightning speed or to play any musical instrument upon first picking it up. Shep's got a high IQ, and he's exceptional in more ways than one. He's just some kind of autistic. We're doomed, she repeated. Shepard chewed another pat of butter with enthusiasm, all the while staring at his plate from a distance of just 10 inches, as though he, like Dylan, had discovered the purpose of life, and as though that purpose were meatloaf. Chapter 19. Each time the door opened and a customer entered, Dylan tensed. The SUV crowd couldn't have tracked them this fast, and yet... The waitress brought the second round of beers, and after Jilly drew cold comfort from a swallow of Sierra Nevada, she said, "So we hole up somewhere around the petrified forest and... You said what? You said think?" "Think," Dylan confirmed. "Think about what besides how to stay alive?" "Maybe we can figure out how to track down Frankenstein." "You forget he's dead?" she asked. "I mean, track down who he was before they killed him." "We don't even have a name except the one we made up." "But he was evidently a scientist, medical research, developing psychotropic drugs, psychotropic stuff, psychotropic something, which gives us a keyword. Scientists write papers, produce articles for journals, give lectures, they leave a trail. Intellectual breadcrumbs. Yeah, and if I think about it, I might be able to remember more of what the bastard said back there in my motel room, other key words. With enough keywords, we can go on the internet and winnow through the researchers working to enhance brain function, related areas." "I'm no tech whiz," she said. "Are you?" "No, but this search doesn't take technical expertise, just patience. Even some of those stuffy science journals run photos of their contributors, and if he was near the top of his field, which it seems he must have been, then he'll have gotten newspaper coverage. As soon as we find a photo, we have a name. Then we can read about him and find out what he's been working on. Unless his research was all top secret, like the Manhattan Project, like the formula for fudge-covered Oreos. There you go again. Even if we get the full skinny on him," she said, "how does that help us?" "Maybe there's a way to undo what he did to us, an antidote or something." "Antidote? What, we toss frog tongues, bat wings, and lizard eyes in a big cauldron, stew them up with some broccoli?" "Here comes Negative Jackson, Vortex of Pessimism. The folks at DC Comics ought to develop a new superhero around you. They go in for brooding, depressive superheroes these days. And you're a Disney book, all sugar and talking chipmunks." In a Wile E. Coyote t-shirt, hunched over his dinner plate, Shep snickered, either because the Disney crack rang his bell, or because he found the remaining meatloaf amusing. Shepard wasn't always as disconnected as he appeared to be. "What I'm saying," Dylan continued, "is that maybe his work was controversial. If so, then it's possible some of his colleagues opposed his research. One of them will understand what was done to us and might be willing to help." "Yeah," she said, "and if a lot of money is needed to finance the research to find this antidote, we can always get a few billion from your Uncle Scrooge McDuck." "You have a better idea?" She stared at him as she drank her beer. One swallow, two. "I didn't think so," he said. Later, when the waitress brought the check, Jilly insisted on paying for the 2 beers that she'd ordered. From her attitude, Dylan deduced that paying her own way was an issue of honor with her. Further, he suspected that she would no more graciously accept a nickel for a parking meter than she would take $10 for 2 beers and a tip. After putting the tenner on the table, she counted the contents of her wallet. The calculation didn't require much time or higher mathematics. "I'll need to find an ATM, make a withdrawal." "No can do," he said. "Those guys who blew up your car, if they have any kind of law enforcement connections, which they probably do, then they'll be able to follow a plastic trail, and quick." "You mean I can't use credit cards either?" "Not for a while, anyway." "Big trouble," she muttered, staring glumly into her wallet. "It's not big trouble, not considering our other problems. Money trouble," she said solemnly, "is never little trouble." In that one statement, Dylan could read whole chapters from the autobiography of her childhood. Although he didn't know for sure that the men in pursuit of her could have connected Jilly to him and Shep, Dylan decided not to use any of his plastic either. When the restaurant ran his card through their point-of-sale verification machine, the transaction would register in a credit clearing center. Any legitimate law enforcement agency or any gifted hacker with dirty money behind him, monitoring that center either with a court order or secretly, might be running software that could track selected individuals immediately upon the execution of a credit card purchase. Paying with cash, Dylan was surprised to feel no charge of uncanny energy on the currency, which had passed through uncountable hands before coming into his possession in a bank withdrawal a couple days ago. This suggested that, unlike fingerprints, psychic spore faded completely away with time. He told the waitress to keep the change, and he took Shep to the men's room while Jilly visited the ladies. "P," Shep said as soon as they walked into the lavatory and he knew where they were. He put his book on a shelf above the sinks. "P." "Pick a stall," Dylan said. "I think they're all unused." "P," Shep said, keeping his head down, peering up from under his brow as he shuffled to the first of the 4 stalls. From behind the door as he latched it, he said, "P." A robust 70-something man with a white mustache and white mutton chops stood at one of the sinks washing his hands. The air smelled of orange-scented soap. Dylan approached the urinal. Shep couldn't produce at a urinal because he feared being spoken to while indisposed. "P," Shep called out from behind his stall door. "P." In any public restroom, Shepard became so uncomfortable that he needed to be in continuous voice contact with his brother to assure himself that he hadn't been abandoned. "P," Shep said, growing anxious in his stall. "Dylan, P. Dylan, P." "P," Dylan replied. Shep's spoken P served a purpose similar to that of a signal broadcast by submarine sonar apparatus, and Dylan's response was equivalent to the return ping that signified the echolocation of another vessel, in this case a known and friendly presence in the scary depths of the men's room. "P," said Shep. "P," Dylan replied. In the mirrored wall above the urinals, Dylan observed the retiree's reaction to this verbal sonar. "P, Dylan." "P, Shepard." Puzzled and uneasy, Mr. Muttonchops looked back and forth from the closed stall to Dylan to the stall, as if something not only strange but also perverse might be unfolding here. "P." When Mr. Muttonchops realized that Dylan was watching him, when their eyes met in the mirror above the urinals, the retiree quickly looked away. He turned off the water at the sink without rinsing the orange-scented lather off his hands. "P, Dylan." "P, Shepard." Dripping frothy suds from his fingers, shedding iridescent bubbles that floated in his wake and settled slowly to the floor, the retiree went to a wall dispenser and cranked out a few paper towels. At last came the sound of Shepard's healthy stream. "Good, P," said Shep. "Good, P." Reluctant to pause long enough to dry his soapy hands, the man fled the lavatory with the wad of paper towels. Dylan went to a different sink from the one that the retiree had used, and then had an idea that led him to the towel dispenser. "P, Shep said happily with great relief. "P," Dylan echoed, returning with a towel to the retiree's sink. Shielding his right hand with the paper towel, he touched the faucet that the retiree had so recently shut off. Nothing. No fizz, no crackle. He touched the fixture bare-handed. Lots of fizz and crackle. Again with the paper towel, nothing. Skin contact was required. Maybe not just hands. Maybe an elbow would work. Maybe feet. All sorts of ludicrous comic possibilities occurred to him. "P." Dylan rubbed the faucet vigorously with the towel, scrubbing away the soap and water that the retiree had left on the handle. Then he touched it with his bare hand once more. The senior citizen's psychic spore remained as strong as it had been previously. "P." Evidently, this latent energy couldn't simply be wiped away as fingerprints could be, but it dissipated gradually on its own, like an evaporating solvent. At another sink, Dylan washed his hands. He was drying them near the towel dispenser when Shepard came out of the fourth stall and went to the sink that his brother had just used. "Pee," Shepard said. "You can see me now." "Pee," Shep insisted as he turned on the water. "I'm right here." "Pee!" Refusing to be drawn into the sonar game when they were within sight of each other, Dylan tossed his crumpled towels into the waste can and waited. A riot of bizarre thoughts tumbled through his head, like an immense load of colorful laundry in a laundromat-sized clothes dryer. One of those thoughts was that Shep had gone into the first stall, but had come out of the fourth. "Pee!" Dylan went to the fourth stall. The door stood ajar, and he shouldered it open. Partitions separated the stalls, with 12 or 14 inches of airspace at the bottom. Shepard could have dropped flat on the floor and wriggled from stall 1 to number 4 under intervening partitions. Possible, but highly unlikely. "Pee," Shep repeated, but with less enthusiasm, reluctantly coming to the conclusion that his brother would not participate any longer. As fastidious about personal cleanliness as he was about the geometrical presentation of his meals, Shep had a post-toilet routine from which he never deviated. Vigorously scrub the hands once, rinse them thoroughly, then scrub and rinse again. Indeed, as Dylan watched, Shep began the second scrub. The kid had a special concern about the sanitary conditions in public lavatories. He regarded even the most well-maintained restroom with paranoid suspicion, certain that all known diseases, and some not yet discovered, were busily festering on every surface. Having read the American Medical Association Encyclopedia of Medicine, Shep could recite a list of virtually all known diseases and infections if you were foolish enough to ask him to do so, and if he happened to be relating to the outer world well enough to hear your request. And if you had a sufficient number of hours to listen, since he would be all but impossible to stop once he got started. Now, with the second rinse completed, Shep's hands were red from excessive scrubbing and from water turned up so hot that he'd hissed in discomfort as he had endured it. Mindful of the deadly and cunning microorganisms hiding in plain sight on the chrome faucet handle, he turned the water off with his elbow. Dylan could not imagine any circumstances under which Shepard would lie face down on a lavatory floor and slither under a series of partitions between toilet stalls. In fact, if it ever were to happen, you could be certain that simultaneously in a sporting goods store somewhere, Satan would be buying ice skates. Besides, his white t-shirt remained immaculate. He hadn't been mopping the floor with it. Holding his hands high, like a surgeon expecting an assisting nurse to sheathe them in latex gloves, Shep crossed the room to the towel dispenser. He waited for his brother to turn the crank, which he would not touch with clean hands. "Didn't you go into the first stall?" Dylan asked. Head lowered in his customary shy posture, but also cocked so he could look up sideways at the towel machine, Shepard frowned at the handle and said, "Germs." "Shep, when we came in here, didn't you go straight into the first stall?" "Germs." "Shep?" "Germs." "Hey, come on, listen to me, buddy." "Germs." "Give me a break, Shep. Will you listen to me, please?" "Germs." Dylan cranked out a few towels, tore them off the perforated roll, and handed them to his brother. "But then, didn't you come out of the fourth stall?" Scowling at his hands, drying them energetically, obsessively, instead of merely blotting them on the paper, Shep said, "Here." "What'd you say?" "Here." "What do you hear?" "Here." "I don't hear anything, little bro." "H-E-R-E," Shep spelled with some effort, as if pronouncing each letter at an emotional cost. "What do you want, bro?" Shep trembled. "Hear." "Hear what?" Dylan asked, seeking clarification even though he knew that clarification wasn't likely to be granted. "There," said Shep. "There?" Dylan asked. "There," Shep agreed, nodding, though continuing to focus intently on his hands, still trembling. "There where?" "Here." The note in Shep's voice might have been impatience. "What are you talking about, buddy?" "Here." Here, Dylan repeated. There, said Shep, and what had seemed to be impatience matured instead into a strained note of anxiety. Trying to understand, Dylan said, Here, there. Here, there, Shep repeated with a shudder. Shep, what's wrong? Shep, are you scared? Scared, Shep confirmed. Yeah, scared, yeah. What are you scared of, buddy? Shep is scared. Of what? Shep is scared, he said, beginning to shake more violently. Shep is scared. Dylan put his hands on his brother's shoulders. Easy, easy now. It's okay, Shep. There's nothing to be scared about. I'm right here with you, little bro. Shep is scared. The kid's averted face had faded as pale as whatever haunting spirits he might have glimpsed. Your hands are clean, no germs, just you and me. Nothing to be afraid of, okay? Shepard didn't reply, but continued to shake. Resorting to the sing-song cadences with which his brother most often could be calmed in moments of emotional turmoil, Dylan said, Good, clean hands, no dirty germs. Good, clean hands. Gonna go now. Go now. Hit the road now. Okay? Gonna roll, okay? You like the road, on the road again, on the road going places where we never been. Okay? On the road again, like old Willie Nelson. You and me rolling along, like always rolling. The old rhythm, the rhythm of the road. You can read your book. Read and ride, okay? Okay, said Shep. Read and ride, Shep echoed. The urgency and tension drained out of his voice, even though he still shivered. Read and ride. As Dylan had calmed his brother, Shep had continued to dry his hands with such energy that the towels had shredded. Crumpled rags and frayed curls of damp paper littered the floor at his feet. Dylan held Shep's hands until they stopped trembling. Gently, he pried open the clenched fingers and removed the remaining tatters of the paper towels. He wadded this debris and threw it in the nearby trash can. Placing a hand under Shep's chin, he tipped the kid's head up. The moment their eyes met, Shep closed his. You okay? Dylan asked. Read and ride. I love you, Shep. Read and ride. A pinch of color had returned to the kid's wintry cheeks. The lines of anxiety in his face slowly smoothed away as crow tracks might be erased from a mantle of snow by a persistent breeze. Although Shep's outer tranquility became complete, his inner weather remained troubled. Shuddered, his eyes twitched behind his pale lids, jumping from sight to sight in a world that only he could see. Read and ride, Shep repeated, as if those 3 words were a calming mantra. Dylan regarded the bank of toilet stalls. The door of the 4th stood open as he had left it after he'd checked on the nature of the partitions. The doors of the 2 middle stalls were ajar, and that of the 1st remained tightly closed. Read and ride, said Shep. Read and ride, Dylan assured him. I'll get your book. Leaving his brother beside the towel dispenser, Dylan retrieved Great Expectations from the shelf above the sinks. Shep stood where he'd been left, head still raised even though Dylan's supporting hand had been removed, eyes closed but busy. Carrying the book, Dylan went to the first stall. He tried the door. It wouldn't open. Here, there, Shep whispered. Standing with his eyes closed, arms slack at his sides, and hands open with both palms facing front, Shepard had an otherworldly quality, as though he were a medium in a trance, bisected by the membrane between this world and the next. If he had risen off the floor, his levitation would have conformed to his appearance so completely that you would not have been much surprised to see him floating in the air. Although Shep's voice remained recognizably his own, he almost seemed to speak for a seance-summoned entity from beyond. Here, there. Dylan knew that no one could be in the first stall. Nevertheless, he dropped to one knee and peered under the door to confirm what he understood to be a certainty. Here, there. He got up and tried the door again. Not just stuck. Locked, from the inside, of course. A faulty latch, perhaps. Loose, the drop bar might have fallen into the latch channel when no one had been in the stall. Maybe Shepard had approached this first compartment as Dylan had seen him do, but had found it inaccessible, and had at once moved to the fourth without Dylan noticing. Here, there. The chill found bone first, not skin, and radiated through Dylan from the core of every limb. Fear iced his marrow, although not fear alone. This was also a chill of not entirely unpleasant expectation and of awe inspired by some mysterious looming event that he sensed much in the manner that a storm petrel, winging under the curdled black clouds, senses the glorious tempest before being alerted by either lightning or thunder. Strangely, he glanced at the mirror above the sink, prepared to see a room other than the lavatory in which he stood. His expectation of wonders outstripped the capacity of the moment to deliver them, however, and the reflection proved to be the mundane facts of toilet stalls and urinals. He and Shep were the only figures occupying the reversed image, though he didn't know who or what else he might have expected. With one last puzzled glance at the locked stall door, Dylan returned to his brother and put one hand on his shoulder. At Dylan's touch, Shepard opened his eyes, lowered his head, let his shoulders slump forward, and in general reassumed the humble posture in which he shuffled through life. "Read and ride," Shep said, and Dylan said, "Let's roll." Chapter 20. Jilly waited pensively near the cashier's station by the front door, gazing out at the night as radiant as a princess, perhaps the heir of a handsome Roman emperor who had ventured in conquest south of Sidra's shores. Dylan nearly stopped mid-restaurant to study her and to lock in his memory every detail of the way she looked at this moment in the dialed-down, bevel-sheared light from the cut-glass ceiling fixtures, for he wanted to paint her eventually, just as she stood now. Always preferring to remain in motion in any public place, lest a hesitation should encourage a stranger to speak to him, Shepard allowed no slightest pause, and Dylan was drawn after his brother by their invisible chain. Bringing hand to hat brim, a departing customer graciously tipped his Stetson to Jilly as she stepped aside to give him easier access to the door. When she looked up and saw Dylan and Shep approaching, palpable relief chased the pensive expression from her face. Something had happened to her in their absence. "What's wrong?" he asked when he reached her. "I'll tell you in the truck. Let's get out of here. Let's go." Opening the door, Dylan put his hand on fresh spore. Bleakness, an oppressive sense of solitude, a dark night of the soul loneliness pierced him and filled him with an emotional desolation as blasted, burnt, and ash-shrouded as a landscape in the aftermath of an all-consuming fire. He tried immediately to insulate himself from the power of the latent psychic print on the door handle, as he had learned to do with the restaurant menu. This time, however, he wasn't able to resist the influx of energy. With no memory of crossing the threshold, Dylan found himself outside and on the move. Even hours past sundown, the mild desert night withdrew the banked heat of the day from the blacktop, and he detected the faint scent of tar under the kitchen odors that rose from the restaurant roof vents. Glancing back, he saw Jilly and Shep standing in the open door already 10 feet behind him. He had dropped Shep's book, which lay on the pavement between him and them. He wanted to retrieve the book and return to Shep and Jilly. He could not. "Wait here for me." Car to pickup to SUV, he was impelled to venture farther into the parking lot, not with the urgency that had earlier caused him to turn the expedition on a dime and leave 9 cents change, but with a nonetheless motivating perception that an important opportunity would shortly be foreclosed if he didn't act. He knew that he wasn't out of control, that on a subconscious level he understood exactly what he was doing and why, as he had subconsciously understood his purpose when he had driven pell-mell and hell-bent to the house on Eucalyptus Avenue, but he felt out of control just the same. This time, the magnet proved not to be a grandmotherly woman in a candy-striped uniform, but an aging cowboy wearing tan Levi's and a cambray shirt. Arriving just as the guy settled behind the wheel of a Mercury Mountaineer, Dylan prevented him from shutting the door. From the psychic trace on this door handle, he again encountered the heart-deadening loneliness familiar from the imprint back at the restaurant, a despondency bordering on despair. A lifetime of outdoor work had given the man in the Mountaineer a cured leather face, but the decades of sun that crimped and cockled his skin had not left any light in him, and the years of wind had not piped much life into his bones. Burnt out, worn thin, he seemed to be a scraggy gnarl of tumbleweed tenuously rooted to the earth, waiting only for the gust that would break him loose from life. The old man didn't tip his Stetson as he'd tipped it at Jilly upon leaving the restaurant, but he didn't react with irritation or alarm either when Dylan blocked the door. He had the look of a guy who had always been able to take care of himself, regardless of the nature of the threat or tribulation, but there was also about him the aura of a man who didn't much care what happened next. "You've been searching for something," Dylan said, although he had no idea what words were coming from him until he'd spoken them and could afterward review their meaning. "Don't need Jesus, son," the cowboy replied. "Already found him twice." His azurite blue eyes took in more light than they gave out. "Don't need trouble either, nor do you." "Not something," Dylan corrected. "You're looking for someone." "Isn't just about everybody one way or another?" "You've been looking a long time," Dylan said, though he still had no idea where this might be leading. Through a squint that seemed wise enough to filter truth from illusion, the old man studied him. "What's your name, son?" "Dylan O'Connor." "Never heard of you. So how'd you hear of me?" "Didn't hear of you, sir. I don't know who you are. I just—" Words that had come without volition now failed him on command. After a hesitation, he realized that he would have to tell a piece of the truth, reveal part of his secret if they were to proceed. "You see, sir, I have these moments of intuition. Don't count on it at the poker table. Not just intuition. I mean, I know things when there's no way to know. I feel, I know, and I make connections." "Some sort of spiritist, you're saying?" "Sir? You're a diviner, soothsayer, psychic, that sort of thing?" "Maybe," Dylan said. "It's just this weirdness that's happened to me lately. I don't make money at it." Those worn features that seemed incapable of a smile might have formed one, although it was drawn lightly as with a feather on the weathered sandstone of his face, and was so short-lived that it might have been only the tick of a wince. "If what I'm hearing is your usual pitch, I'm amazed you don't have to pay folks to listen. You think you've come to the end of whatever road you've been following." Once more, Dylan was unaware of what he would say before he said it. "You think you've failed, but maybe you haven't." "Go on." "Maybe she's near right now." "She?" "I don't know, sir. That just came to me. But whoever she is, you know who I mean." That analytic squint fixed Dylan once more, this time with a certain merciless quality, like the piercing scrutiny of a police detective. "Step back a piece. Give me room to get out." As the old man exited the big Mercury SUV, Dylan surveyed the night for Jilly and Shep. They had ventured a few feet farther from the restaurant since he'd last seen them, but only far enough for Jilly to retrieve the copy of Great Expectations that Dylan had dropped. She stood at Shepard's side, watchful, in the wound-tight posture of one who wondered if, this time too, there would be knives. He looked out toward the street as well. No black Suburbans. Nonetheless, he sensed they had stayed too long in Safford. "Name's Ben Tanner." When Dylan looked away from Shep and Jilly, he discovered the old man offering one worn and calloused hand. He hesitated, concerned that a handshake would expose him to a supercharged version of the bleak loneliness and the despondency that he had sensed in Tanner's psychic imprint. Emotion 1,000 times more intense by direct contact than what he'd experienced by exposure to the spore, so powerful that it would knock him to his knees. He couldn't remember if he had touched Marjorie when he'd found her standing beside the pill-littered kitchen table, but he didn't believe he had. And Kenny? After administering baseball bat justice, Dylan demanded handcuff and padlock keys from the pants-wetting knife maniac. However, after producing the keys from a shirt pocket, Kenny had given them to Jilly. To the best of Dylan's recollection, he had not touched the vicious little coward. No strategy to avoid Tanner's hand would leave their fragile rapport undamaged, so Dylan shook it, and discovered that what he had felt so poignantly in the man's latent psychic imprint could not be felt in equal measure or at all in the man himself. The mechanism of his sixth sense was no less mysterious than the source of it. "Come down from Wyoming near a month ago," Tanner said, "with some leads, but they had no more substance than gnat piss." Dylan reached past Tanner to touch the handle on the driver's door. "Been rattling from one end of Arizona to the other, and now I'm on my way home, where maybe I should have stayed." In the psychic trace, Dylan felt again the geography of a burnt-out soul, that continent of ashes, that despondent world of soundless solitude he had encountered when, hand to door, he had left the restaurant. Although he had not consciously framed the question, Dylan heard himself asking, "How long has your wife been dead?" The reappearance of the intimidating squint suggested that the old man still suspected a con, but the pertinence of the question lent Dylan some credibility. "Emily's been gone 8 years," Tanner said in the matter-of-fact tone with which men of his generation felt obliged to conceal their tenderest emotions. But in spite of the squint, those azurite eyes betrayed the drowning depth of his grief. To have known by some form of clairvoyance that this stranger's wife was dead, to have known it rather than merely to have suspected it, to know intimately the devastation that this death had wrought in Tanner, made Dylan feel like a brazen intruder exploring the most private spaces of a victim's house, like a sneak who picked the locks on diaries and read the secrets of others. This repugnant aspect of his uncanny talent far outweighed the exhilaration he had felt after the successful confrontation at Marjorie's house. But he couldn't suppress these revelations which rose into his awareness like water bubbling at a wellhead. "You and Emily started looking for the girl 12 years ago," Dylan said, though he didn't know to what girl he referred or yet grasped the nature of their search. Grief made way for surprise. "How do you know these things?" "I said girl, but she'd have been 38 even then." 50 now, Tanner confirmed. For a moment, he seemed to be more amazed by the number of lost decades than by the knowledge that Dylan had acquired by divination. 50. My God, where does a life go? Releasing the door handle, Dylan was drawn away from the mercury by an unknown but more powerful attractant, and once again, he was on the move. Almost as an afterthought, he called back to Tanner, "This way," as though he had a clue as to where he might be going. Prudence no doubt counseled the old man to climb in his truck and lock the doors, but his heart was involved now, and Prudence had little influence with him. Hurrying at Dylan's side, he said, "We figured we'd find her sooner than later. Then we learned the system was dead set against us." A swooping shadow, a thrum overhead. Dylan looked up in time to see a desert bat snare a moth in mid-flight, the killing silhouetted against a tall parking lot lamp. This sight would not have chilled him on another night, but chilled him now. An SUV in the street, not a Suburban, but cruising past slowly. Dylan watched until it passed out of sight. The bloodhound of intuition led him across the parking lot to a 10-year-old Pontiac. He touched the driver's door, and every nerve end in his hand received the psychic spore. "You were 20, Dylan said. "Emily just 17 when the girl came along." We had no money, no prospects. Emily's parents had died young, and yours were useless. You know what you can't know, Tanner marveled. That's exactly how it was. No family to back us up. When the faintly fizzing trace on the driver's door did not electrify Dylan, he moved around the Pontiac to the passenger's side. At his heels, the old man said, "Still, we'd have kept her no matter how hard things got. But then in Emily's 8th month, a snowy night," Dylan said, "you were in a pickup truck. No match for a semi. Both your legs were broken. Broke my back, too, and internal injuries. No health insurance. Not a dime. And I was a year getting back on my feet." At the front door on the passenger side, Dylan found an imprint different from the one on the driver's door. "Broke our hearts to give that baby up, but we prayed it was the best thing for her." Dylan detected a sympathetic resonance between the psychic trace of this unknown person and that of Ben Tanner. "By God, you're the true thing," the old man said, abandoning his skepticism more quickly than Dylan would have thought possible. Songless for so long, hope, that feathered thing perched in his soul, was singing again to Ben Tanner. "You're real." No matter what might come, Dylan remained compelled to follow this incident to its inevitable conclusion. He could no more easily turn away than a rainstorm could reverse course and pour upward from the puddled earth into the wrung-out thunderheads from which it had fallen. Nevertheless, he was loath to raise the old man's hopes, for he couldn't foresee the end point. He couldn't guarantee that the father and child reunion that seemed miraculously in process was, in fact, destined to occur this night, or ever. "You're real," Tanner repeated, this time with a disquieting reverence. Dylan's hand tightened around the Pontiac door handle, and in his mind a connection occurred with the solid ka-chunk of railroad cars coupling. "Dead Man's Trail," he murmured, not sure what he meant, but not thrilled by the sound of it. He turned from the car toward the restaurant. "There's an answer here if you want it." Seizing Dylan by the arm, halting him, Tanner said, "You mean the girl in there, where I just was?" "I don't know, Ben. It doesn't work that way with me. No clear visions, no final answers till I reach the end. It's like a chain and I go link by link, not knowing what the last link is until I've got it." Choosing to ignore the warning implicit in Dylan's words, the old man said wonderingly, "I wasn't actually looking for her here. Not in this town, this place. Pulled off the road, came for dinner, that's all. Ben, listen. I said there's an answer here, but I don't know if the answer is the girl herself. Be prepared for that." The old man had taken his first taste of hope not a minute ago, and he was already drunk with it. "Well, like you said, if this isn't the last link, you'll find the next one, and the one after that. All the way to the last link," Dylan agreed, recalling the relentlessness of the compulsion that had driven him to Eucalyptus Avenue. "But you'll find my girl. I know you will. I know." Tanner didn't seem to be the type who could flip from despair to joy in a manic moment, but perhaps the prospect of resolving 50 years of regret and remorse was sufficiently exhilarating to effect an immediate emotional transformation, even in a stoic heart. "You're an answer to prayers." In truth, Dylan might have been at least mildly enthusiastic about playing hero twice in one night, but his enthusiasm curdled when he realized how devastated Ben Tanner would be if this chase didn't have a storybook ending. Gently, he broke the old man's grip on his arm and continued toward the restaurant. Since there was no turning back, he wanted to finish this as quickly as possible and put an end to the suspense. Jinking bats, now 3 in number, frolicked in their aerial feast, and the paper-fragile exoskeleton of each doomed moth made a faint but audible crunch when snapped in those rodent teeth. Entire death announcements in crisp strokes of exclamatory punctuation. If Dylan had believed in omens, these lamplit bats would have warranted a pause for consideration, and if they were an omen, they certainly didn't portend success in the search for Ben Tanner's girl. Dead man's trail. The words returned to him, but he still didn't know what he ought to infer from them. If a chance existed that the old man's long-lost daughter would be found inside the restaurant, then perhaps it was equally likely that she was dead, and that who waited to be discovered instead at the end of this particular chain was the physician who had attended her during her final hours, or the priest who'd given her last rites. No less possible, she might not merely have died, she might have been murdered, and at dinner this evening might be the policeman who had found her body, or the man who had murdered her. With the buoyant Ben at his side, Dylan paused when he reached Jilly and Shep, but made no introductions, offered no explanations. He handed his keys to Jilly, leaned close, and said, "Get Shep belted in. Get out of the parking lot. Wait for me half a block that way." He pointed. "Keep the engine running." Events in the restaurant, whether they proved to be good or bad, might cause sufficient commotion to ensure that the employees and the customers would be interested enough in Dylan to watch him through the big front windows when he left. The SUV must not be near enough for anyone to read the license plates or to discern clearly the make and model of the vehicle. To her credit, Jilly asked no questions. She understood that in his stuff-driven condition, Dylan couldn't do other than what he was impelled to do. She accepted the keys, and she said to Shep, "Come on, sweetie, let's go." "Listen to her," Dylan told his brother. "Do what she says." And he led Ben Tanner into the restaurant. The hostess said, "I'm sorry, but we're no longer seating for dinner." Then she recognized them. "Oh, forget something?" "Saw an old friend." Dylan lied and headed into the dining area with confidence that, although he didn't know where he was going, he would arrive at where he needed to be. The couple sat at a corner table. They appeared to be in their middle to late 20s. Too young to be Ben Tanner's daughter, the woman looked up as Dylan approached her without hesitation. A pretty, fresh-faced, sun-browned brunette, she had eyes that were a singular shade of blue. "Excuse me for interrupting," Dylan said, "but do the words 'dead man's trail' mean anything to you?" Smiling uncertainly, but as though prepared to be delighted, the woman glanced at her companion. "What's this, Tom?" Tom shrugged. Set up for some joke, I guess, but it's not my joke, I swear." Turning her attention to Dylan once more, the woman said, "Dead Man's Trail is a desert backroad between here and San Simon. Just dirt and tire-snapped rattlesnakes. It's where me and Tom first met." "Lynette was changing a flat tire when I saw her," Tom said. "Helped her tighten the lugs, and the next thing I knew she used some hoodoo or other to make me propose marriage." Smiling affectionately at Tom, Lynette said, "I cast a spell on you all right, but the purpose was to turn you into a warty toad and make you hop away forever. And here you are instead. That'll teach me not to slack off on my spellcasting practice." On the table, 2 small gifts as yet unwrapped and a bottle of wine indicated a special evening. Although Lynette's simple dress appeared inexpensive, the care with which she had done her makeup and brushed her hair suggested she'd worn her best. The aging Pontiac in the parking lot further supported the conclusion that an evening as fancy as this must be a rare treat for them. "Anniversary?" Dylan asked, relying on deduction rather than on clairvoyance. "As if you didn't already know," said Lynette. "Our 3rd. Now, who put you up to this, and what's next?" Surprise froze her smile when Dylan briefly touched the stem of her wineglass to reacquaint himself with her psychic imprint. He felt again the unique trace that had been on the passenger's door of the Pontiac, and in his mind another connection occurred with the ka-chunk of coupling railroad cars. "I believe your mother told you that she was adopted, told you as much as she knew." The mention of her mother thawed Lynette's smile. "Yes." Which was nothing more than her adopted parents knew, that she'd been given up by a couple somewhere in Wyoming. "Wyoming, that's right." Dylan said, "She tried to find her real parents, but she didn't have enough money or time to keep at it." "You knew my mother?" Fully dissolve a heavy concentration of sugar in an ordinary bowl of water, suspend a string in this mixture, and in the morning you will find that rock sugar crystals have formed upon the string. Dylan seemed to have lowered a long mental string into some pool of psychic energy. and the facts of Lynette's life crystallized on it much faster than sugar would separate from water. "She died 2 years ago, this August," he continued. "The cancer took her," Tom confirmed. Lynette said, 48 is too young to go." Repulsed by the continued invasion of this young woman's heart, but unable to restrain himself, Dylan felt her still sharp anguish at the loss of her beloved mother, and he read her secrets as they crystallized on his mental string. "The night your mom died, the next to last thing she said to you was, 'Linny, someday you should go looking for your roots, finish what I started. We can better figure out where we're going if we know where we come from.'" Astonished that he could be privy to the exact words her mother had spoken, Lynette began to rise, but at once sat down, reached for her wine, perhaps remembered that he had put his fingers to the stem of the glass and left the drink untouched. Who are you?" "There, in the hospital, the night she died. The last thing she ever said to you was, 'Linny, I hope this won't count against me wherever I'm going from here, but as much as I love God, I love you more.'" By reciting those words, he wielded an emotional sledgehammer. When he saw Lynette's tears, he was appalled that he had broken her pretty anniversary mood and had knocked her into memories unsuitable for celebration. Yet he knew why he'd swung so hard. He had needed to establish his bona fides before introducing Ben Tanner, ensuring that Lynette and the old man would more immediately connect, thereby allowing Dylan to finish his work and to slip away as quickly as possible. Although Tanner had hung back until now, he'd been near enough to hear that his dream of a father-daughter reunion would not become a reality in this life, but also that another unexpected miracle was here occurring. Having taken off his Stetson, he turned it nervously in his hands as he came forward. When Dylan saw that the old man's legs were shaking and that his joints seemed about to fail him, he pulled out one of the 2 unused chairs at the table. As Tanner put his hat aside and sat down, Dylan said, "Lynette, while your mom hoped one day to find her blood kin, they were looking for her too. I'd like you to meet your grandfather, your mother's father, Ben Tanner." The old man and the young woman stared wonderingly at each other with matching azurite blue eyes. While Lynette was silenced by her astonishment, Ben Tanner produced a snapshot that he had evidently fished out of his wallet while standing behind Dylan. He slid the photo across the table to his granddaughter. "This is my Emily, your grandma, when she was almost as young as you. It breaks my heart she couldn't live to see you're the image of her." "Tom," Dylan said to Lynette's husband, "I see there's but an inch of wine left in that bottle. We're going to need something more to celebrate, and I'd be pleased if you'd let me buy this one." Bewildered by what had happened, Tom nodded, smiled uncertainly. Sure. That's nice of you." "I'll be right back," Dylan said, with no intention of keeping that promise. He went to the cashier's station by the front door, where the hostess had just paid out change to a departing customer, a florid-faced man with the listing walk of one who had drunk more of his dinner than he had chewed. "I know you're not serving dinner any longer," Dylan said to the hostess, "but can I still send a bottle of wine to Tom and Lynette over there?" "Certainly. Kitchen's closed, but the bar's open for another 2 hours. She knew what they had ordered, a moderately priced Merlot. Dylan mentally added a tip for the waitress, put cash on the counter. He glanced back at the corner table where Tom, Lynette, and Ben were intensely engaged in conversation. Good. None of them would see him leave. Shouldering through the door, stepping outside, he discovered that Jilly had moved the expedition from the parking lot, as he had requested. The SUV stood in the street at the curb half a block north. Angling in that direction, he encountered the florid-faced man who had left the restaurant ahead of him. The guy apparently had some difficulty remembering where he'd parked his car, or perhaps even what car he'd been driving. Then he focused on a silver Corvette and made for it with the hunched shoulders and the head-down determination of a bull spotting a matador with unfurled cape. He didn't charge as fast as a bull, however, nor as directly, but tacked left and right, like a sailor changing the course of his vessel by a series of maneuvers, singing a slurred and semi-coherent version of the Beatles' Yesterday. Fumbling in the pockets of his sports coat, the drunk found his car keys but dropped a wad of currency. Oblivious of the money on the blacktop behind him, he blundered on. "Mister, you lost something," Dylan said. "Hey, fella, you're gonna want this." In the melancholy mood of yesterday, singing mushily of his many troubles, the drunk did not respond to Dylan, but weaved toward the Corvette with the newfound key held at arm's length ahead of him as though it were a dowsing rod without which he would be unable to find his way across the last 10 feet of pavement to his vehicle. Picking up the wad of cash, Dylan felt a cold, slippery, twisting serpent in his hand, smelled something goatish and rank, heard an internal buzzing as of angry wasps. At once, he knew that the drunken fool lurching toward the Corvette, Lucas Croker or Crocker, was more despicable than a drunk, more sinister than a mere fool. Chapter 21. Even drunk and stumbling, this Lucas Crocker should be feared. After casting aside the wad of cash saturated in repulsive spore, Dylan rushed him from behind with no further warning. Crocker looked flabby in his loose-fitting slacks and jacket, but he was as solid as a whiskey keg, which, in fact, he smelled like. Body-checked forcefully, he slammed against the Corvette hard enough to rock it and slobbered a final word of Beatles lyrics against the glass even as he broke the driver's side window with his face. Most men would have gone down, stayed down, but Crocker roared in rage and reared back with such Brahmin power that he appeared to have been invigorated by the rib-cracking impact with the sports car. He pistoned his arms, jabbed with his elbows, thrashed, bucked, and rolled his meaty shoulders like a rodeo beast casting off a flyweight rider. Far from flyweight, Dylan was nonetheless cast off. He staggered backward, almost fell, but stayed on his feet, and wished that he had kept the baseball bat. Nose broken, face cracked in a crimson grin, Crocker rounded on his adversary with diabolic delight, as though stimulated by the prospect of having his teeth knocked out, excited by the certainty of greater pain, as if this were just the kind of entertainment that he preferred. He charged. The advantage of size would not have been enough to spare Dylan ruinous injury, and perhaps the advantage of sobriety wouldn't have been enough either. But size and sobriety and raw anger gave him a precious edge. When Crocker charged with drunken enthusiasm, Dylan lured the man by making a come-on gesture, stepped aside almost too late, and kicked him in the knee. Crocker sprawled, rapped the pavement with his forehead, and found it less accommodating than a car window. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit proved less breakable than his face, and he pushed at once onto his hands and knees. Dylan drew courage from the volcanic anger that he'd first felt upon seeing the beaten boy shackled to the bed in that room divided between books and knives. The world was full of victims, too many victims, and too few defenders of them. The hideous images that had passed into him from the wad of cash, sharp images of Lucas Crocker's singular depravity and cruelty, still ricocheted through his mind, like destructive radioactive particles. The righteous anger that flooded Dylan washed before it all fear regarding his own safety. For a painter of idyllic nature scenes, for an artist with a peaceful heart, he could deliver a remarkably vicious kick, place it with the accuracy of any mob enforcer, and follow it with another. Sickened by this violence, he nonetheless remained committed to it without compunction. As Crocker's broken ribs tested how resistant his lungs were to puncture, as his smashed fingers fattened into unclenchable sausages, as his rapidly swelling lips transformed his fierce grin into the goofy smile of a stocking doll, the drunk evidently decided that he'd had enough fun for one evening. He stopped trying to get to his feet, collapsed onto his side, rolled onto his back, lay gasping, groaning. Breathing hard but unhurt, Dylan surveyed the parking lot. He and Crocker were alone. He was pretty sure that no traffic had passed in the street during the altercation. No one had seen. His luck wouldn't hold much longer. The keys to the Corvette gleamed on the pavement near the car. Dylan confiscated them. He returned to the bloodied, gasping man and noticed a phone clipped to his belt. In Crocker's boiled ham face, cunning little pig eyes watched for an easy opportunity. "Give me your phone," Dylan said. When Crocker made no move to obey, Dylan stepped on his broken hand, pinning the swollen fingers to the blacktop. Cursing, Crocker used his good hand to detach the phone from his belt. He held it out, eyes wet with pain, but as cunning as before. "Slide it across the pavement," Dylan directed. "Over there." When Crocker did as instructed, Dylan stepped off his injured hand without doing further damage. Spinning, the telephone came to rest about a foot from the wad of currency. Dylan went to the phone, plucked it off the blacktop, but left the money untouched. Spitting out broken teeth or window glass along with words as mushy as his smashed lips, Crocker asked, "You aren't robbing me?" "I only steal long-distance minutes. You can keep your money, but you're going to get one hell of a phone bill." Having been sobered by pain, Crocker was now bleary-eyed only with bewilderment. "Who are you?" "Everybody's been asking me that same question tonight. I guess I'll have to come up with a name that resonates." Half a block north, Jilly stood beside the expedition, watching. Perhaps if she'd seen Dylan getting his ass kicked, she would have come to his aid with a can of insecticide or aerosol cheese. Hurrying toward the SUV, Dylan glanced back, but Lucas Crocker made no attempt to get up. Maybe the guy had passed out. Maybe he had noticed the bats feeding greedily on the moths in the lamplight. That spectacle would appeal to him. It might even be the kind of thing he found inspiring. By the time Dylan reached the expedition, Jilly had returned to the front passenger seat. He got in and shut his door. Her psychic trace upon the steering wheel felt pleasant, rather like immersing work-sore hands in warm water enhanced with curative salts. Then he became aware of her anxiety, as if a live electrical wire had been dropped into the hand bath. With an act of will, he tuned out all those vibrations, good and bad. "What the hell happened back there?" Jilly asked. Handing the phone to her, he said, "Get me the police." "I thought we didn't want them." "Now we do." Headlights appeared in the street behind them. Another slow-moving SUV. Maybe the same one that had earlier drifted by well below the speed limit. Maybe not. Dylan watched it pass. The driver didn't appear to be interested in them. A true professional, of course, would conceal his interest well. In the back seat, Shepard had returned to Great Expectations. He seemed remarkably calm. The restaurant fronted on Federal Highway 70, the route that Dylan wanted. He headed northwest. After using the telephone keypad, Jilly listened, then said, "Guess the town's too small for 911 service." She keyed in the number for directory assistance, asked for the police, and passed the phone back to Dylan. Succinctly, he told the police operator about Lucas Crocker, half drunk and fully thrashed, waiting for an ambulance in the restaurant parking lot. "May I have your name?" she asked. "That's not important." "I'm required to ask your name." "And so you have." "Sir, if you were a witness to this assault—" "I committed the assault," Dylan said. Law enforcement routine seldom took a strange turn here in the sleepy heart of the desert. The unsettled operator was reduced to repeating his statement as a question. "You committed the assault?" "Yes, ma'am." "Now, when you send that ambulance for Crocker, send an officer too." "You're going to wait for our unit?" "No, ma'am, but before the night's out, you'll arrest Crocker." "Isn't Mr. Crocker the victim?" "He's my victim, yes, but he's a perpetrator in his own right. I know you're thinking it's me you'll want to be arresting, but trust me, it's Crocker. You also need to send another patrol car." "Sir, filing a false police report is—" "I'm not a hoaxer, ma'am. I'm guilty of assault, phone theft, breaking a car window with a man's face, but I'm not into pranks." "With a man's face?" "I didn't have a hammer. Listen, you also need to send a second patrol car and an ambulance to the Crocker residence out on—" Fallon Hill Road. I don't see a house number, but as small as this town is, you probably know the place. You're going to be there? No, ma'am. Who's out there is Crocker's elderly mother. Noreen, I think her name is. She's chained in the basement. Chained in the basement? She's been left in her own filth for a couple weeks now, and it's not a pretty situation. You chained her in the basement? No, ma'am. Crocker wrangled a power of attorney, and he's starving her to death while he gradually loots her bank accounts and sells off her belongings. And where can we find you, sir? Don't you worry about me, ma'am. You're going to have your hands full enough tonight. He pushed end, then switched the phone off and handed it to Jilly. Wipe it clean and throw it out the window. She used a Kleenex and disposed of it with the phone. A mile later, he handed the keys to the Corvette to her, and she tossed those out the window as well. It'd be ironic if we were stopped for littering, she said. Where's Fred? While I was waiting for you, I moved him into the cargo space so I could have legroom. You think he's okay back there? I braced him between suitcases. He's solid. I meant psychologically okay. Fred's highly resilient. You're pretty resilient yourself, he said. It's an act. Who was the old cowboy? As he was about to answer her question, Dylan suffered a delayed reaction to the confrontation with Lucas Crocker and to the purity of evil that he'd experienced so intimately from contact with the wad of money. He felt as though clouds of frenzied moths swarmed within him, seeking a light they couldn't find. Already he had driven through the dusty outskirts of Safford and into relatively flat land that, in the night at least, seemed almost as devoid of the human stain as it had been in the Mesozoic area tens of millions of years ago. He pulled onto the shoulder of the highway and stopped. Give me a minute. I need to get Crocker out of my head. When he closed his eyes, he found himself in a cellar where an old woman lay in chains, caked with filth. With an artist's attention to minutiae and to the meaning of it, Dylan furnished the scene with Baroque details as significant as they were disgusting. He had never actually seen Lucas Crocker's mother when he had touched her son's dropped money in the parking lot. This cellar and this wretchedly abused woman were constructs of his imagination, and they most likely in no way resembled either the real cellar or the real Noreen Crocker. Dylan didn't see things with his sixth sense, not any more than he heard or smelled or tasted them. He simply instantly knew things. He touched an object rich with psychic spore, and knowledge arose in his mind as though summoned from memory, as though he were recalling events that he had once read in a book. Thus far, this knowledge had usually been the equivalent of a sentence or two of linked facts. At other times, it equaled paragraphs of information, pages. Dylan opened his eyes, leaving the imagined Noreen Crocker in that squalid cellar, even as the real woman might at this very moment be listening to the approaching sirens of her rescuers. You okay? Jilly asked. I'm maybe not quite as resilient as Fred. She smiled. He's got the advantage of not having a brain. Better get moving. He popped the handbrake, put some distance between ourselves and Safford. He drove onto the two-lane highway. For all we know, the guys in the black Suburbans have a statewide alert out to law enforcement agencies asking to be informed of any unusual incidents. At Dylan's request, Jilly got an Arizona map out of the glove box and studied it with a pen light while he drove northwest. North and south of them, the black teeth of different mountain ranges gnawed at the night sky, and as they traveled the intervening Gila River Valley here between those distant peaks, they seemed to be traversing the jawspan of a yawning leviathan. 78 miles to the town of Globe, Jilly said. Then, if you really think it's necessary to avoid the Phoenix area, I really think it's necessary, he said. I prefer not to be found charred beyond recognition in a burnt-out SUV. At Globe, we'll have to turn north on Highway 60, take it all the way up to Holbrook near the Petrified Forest. From there, we can pick up Interstate 40 west toward Flagstaff or east toward Gallup, New Mexico, if it matters which way we go. Negative Jackson, vortex of pessimism, it'll matter. Why? Because by the time we get there, something will have happened to make it matter. Maybe by the time we get up to Holbrook, we'll have gotten so good at positive thinking that we'll have thought ourselves into being billionaires. Then we'll go west and buy a mansion overlooking the Pacific." "Maybe," he said. "One thing I'm buying for sure as soon as the stores open in the morning, wherever we are." "What's that?" "Gloves." Chapter 22. Outside Globe, Arizona, past midnight, they stopped at a service station where the nightman had almost finished closing. Nature had given him an unfortunately thin fox face, which he failed to enhance with a hedgehog haircut. In his 20s, he had the surly manner of a 14-year-old with a severe hormonal imbalance. According to the tag on his shirt, his name was Skipper. Perhaps Skipper would have switched on the pumps again and would have filled the expedition's tank if Dylan had offered a credit card, but no bookmaker in Vegas would have been naive enough to quote odds in favor of that outcome. At the mention of cash, however, his crafty eyes sharpened on the promise of an easy skim, and his poor attitude improved from surly to sullen. Skipper turned on the pumps, but not the exterior lights. In the dark, he filled the tank while Dylan and Jilly cleaned bug splatters and dust off the windshield and the tailgate glass, no more likely to offer assistance than he was likely to start reciting Shakespeare's sonnets with a perfect 17th century English accent. When Dylan caught Skipper watching Jilly with obvious lascivious interest, a low-grade fever of anger warmed his face. Then, with some surprise, he wondered when he'd become possessive of her, and why he thought he had any reason or right to be possessive. They had known each other less than 5 hours. True, they had been subjected to great danger, enormous pressures, and consequently they had discovered more about each other's character than they might have learned during a long acquaintance under ordinary circumstances. Nevertheless, the only fundamental thing he knew about Jilly was that she could be depended upon in a pinch, that she did not back down. This wasn't a bad thing to know about anyone, but it wasn't a full portrait either. Or was it? As he finished cleaning the windshield, angered by Skipper's leer, Dylan wondered if this one thing he knew about Jilly might be all he needed to know. She deserved his trust. Perhaps everything else that mattered in a relationship grew from trust, from a tranquil faith in the courage, integrity, and kindness of the other person. He decided that he was losing his mind. The psychotropic stuff had affected his brain in more ways than he yet knew. Here he was, thinking about committing his life to a woman who already thought he was a Disney comic book, all sugar and talking chipmunks. They were not an item. They weren't even friends. You didn't make a true friend in mere hours. They were at most fellow survivors, victims of the same shipwreck, with a mutual interest in staying afloat and remaining alert for sharks. Regarding Jilly Jackson, he wasn't feeling possessive. He was only protective, just as he felt toward Shep, just as he would feel toward a sister if he had one. Sister. Yeah, right. By the time he accepted cash for the gasoline, Skipper brightened from surliness to sullenness to peevishness. Making no pretense of adding the currency to the station receipts, he tucked the money in his wallet with a pinched look of spiteful satisfaction. The total had been $34, but Dylan paid with 2 20s and suggested that the attendant keep the difference. He did not want the change, because those bills would carry Skipper's spore. He had been careful not to touch the fuel pumps or anything else on which the attendant might have left a psychic imprint. He didn't want to know the nature of Skipper's soul, didn't want to feel the texture of his mean life of petty thefts and petty hatreds. Regarding the human race, Dylan was as much of an optimist as ever. He still liked people, but he'd had enough of them for one day.
Traveling north from Globe, through the Apache Mountains with the San Carlos Indian Reservation to the east, Jilly gradually became aware that something had changed between her and Dylan O'Connor. He wasn't relating to her quite as he had previously. He glanced away from the road more frequently than before, studying her in what he believed to be a surreptitious manner, and so she pretended not to notice. A new energy flowed between them, but she couldn't define it. Finally, she decided she was just tired. Too exhausted and too stressed to trust her perceptions. After this eventful night, lesser mortals than Jillian Jackson, Southwest Amazon, might have lost their sanity altogether. So a little paranoia was nothing to worry about. From Safford to Globe, Dylan had told her about the encounter with Lucas Crocker. He'd also recounted the story of Ben Tanner and his granddaughter, which revealed an application of his sixth sense that was more appealing than being drawn into the depraved, psychotic worlds of people like Crocker and like Kenny of the Many Knives. Now, as the lights of Globe receded, as Shep remained quietly engaged with great expectations, Jilly brought Dylan up to speed on the unsettling incident in the women's restroom at the restaurant. At one of the sinks, as she'd washed her hands, she had looked up at the mirror and had seen a reflection of the bathroom that was accurate in every detail except one. Where the toilet stalls should have been, 3 dark wood confessionals stood instead. The carved crosses on the doors were brightened by gold leafing. I turned around to look directly, and there were only toilet stalls, as there should have been. But when I looked at the mirror again, the confessionals were still reflected in it. Rinsing her hands, unable to take her eyes off the mirror, she had been watching when the door of one of the confessionals slowly opened. A priest came out of the booth, not with a smile, not with a prayer book, but in a sliding heap, dead and drenched in blood. "I got the hell out of the bathroom," she said, shivering at the memory. "But I can't turn this off, Dylan. These visions keep coming at me, and they mean something."
"Visions," he said. "Not mirages?"
"I was in denial," she admitted. She slipped one fingertip under the gauze pad of the Band-Aid that covered the point of injection in her arm, and she gently fingered the sore, slightly swollen puncture wound. "But I'm not playing that game anymore. These are visions, all right. Premonitions." The first town ahead was Seneca, 30 miles away. 28 miles beyond Seneca lay Carrizo. Both were just wide spots in the road. Dylan was driving deeper into one of those many areas in the Southwest known separately and collectively as the Big Lonely.
"In my case," he said, "I seem to be making connections between people and places regarding events that happened in the past or that are already underway in current time. But you think you're seeing some event in the future."
"Yeah, an incident in a church somewhere. It's going to happen, and soon, I think. Murder. Mass murder, and somehow we're going to be there when it goes down."
"You see us there in your visions?"
"No. But why else would these same images keep coming to me? The birds, the church, all of it. I'm not having premonitions about train wrecks in Japan, airplane crashes in South America, tidal waves in Tahiti. I'm seeing something in my own future. Our future."
"Then we don't go anywhere near a church,"
Dylan said. "Somehow, I think the church comes to us. I don't think there's any way we can avoid it." A rapid moonset left the night with none but starlight, and the Big Lonely seemed to get bigger, lonelier.
Dylan didn't pilot the expedition as if it were a wingless jet, but he pushed it hard. He completed what should have been more than a 3-hour drive in 2.5 hours. For a town of 5,000, Holbrook boasted an unusual number of motels. It provided the only convenient lodging for tourists who wanted to visit the Petrified Forest National Park or various Native American attractions at nearby Hopi and Navajo Indian reservations. No 5-star resorts were among the accommodations, but Dylan wasn't looking for amenities. All he wanted was a quiet place where the cockroaches were discreet. He chose the motel farthest from service stations and other businesses likely to get noisy in the morning. At the registration counter, he presented a sleepy-eyed desk clerk with cash in advance, no credit card. The clerk required a driver's license. Dylan was loath to give it, but refusal would arouse suspicion. He had already given an Arizona license plate number and not the one on the plates that he had stolen. Fortunately, the sleepy clerk seemed not to be intrigued by the apparent conflict between a California license and Arizona plates. Jilly didn't want adjoining rooms. After all that had happened, even if they left the door open between rooms, she'd feel isolated. They booked a single unit with 2 queen-size beds. Dylan and Shep would share one, and Jilly would take the other. The usual decor of bold, clashing patterns, calculated to conceal stains and wear, gave Dylan a faint case of motion sickness. He was bone-tired, too, and grainy-eyed, suffering from a killer headache. By 3:10 a.m., they had transferred the essential luggage to the room. Shep wanted to bring the Dickens novel, and Dylan noticed that although the boy had appeared to be absorbed in the book throughout the ride north, he was on the same page that he'd been reading in the restaurant, all the way back in Safford. Jilly used the bathroom first, and when she came out, teeth brushed and ready for bed, she still wore street clothes. "No pajamas tonight. I want to be ready to move fast." "Good idea," Dylan decided. Shep had responded to an evening of chaos and shattered routines with remarkable equanimity, so Dylan didn't want to push him further by making him forego his customary sleepwear. One straw too many, and Shep might break out of his stoic silence into a hyper-verbal mode which could last for hours, ensuring that none of them got any sleep. Besides, Shep wore pretty much the same thing in bed and out of it. His daytime wardrobe consisted of a collection of identical white t-shirts featuring Wile E. Coyote and a collection of identical blue jeans. At night, he put on a fresh Wile E. Coyote t-shirt and a pair of black pajama pants. 7 years ago, in a state of hysterical despair over the decisions required to dress each morning, Shep had rebelled against a varied wardrobe. Thereafter, he would wear only jeans and Wiley. The nature of his fascination with the infamous Coyote was not clear. When in the mood for cartoon mayhem, he watched Roadrunner videos for hours. Sometimes he laughed with delight. At other times, he followed the action as solemnly as though it were the moodiest of Swedish cinema. And on still other occasions, he watched quietly with bottomless sorrow, tears sliding ceaselessly down his cheeks. Shepard O'Connor was an enigma wrapped in a mystery, but Dylan wasn't always sure that the mystery had a solution, or that the enigma possessed any meaning. The great stone heads of Easter Island, as enigmatic as anything on Earth, stared with mysterious purpose toward the sea, but they were stone inside as well as out. After brushing his teeth twice and flossing twice, after washing his hands twice before toilet and twice after, Shep returned to the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed and took off his slippers. "You're still wearing socks," Dylan noted. Shepard always slept barefoot, but when Dylan knelt to remove the socks, the kid swung his legs into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin. Deviations from routine were forced on Shep, always to his deep dismay. He never chose to make them. Dylan worried, "Are you all right, kiddo?" Shepard closed his eyes. There would be no communication on the issue of socks. Maybe his feet were cold. The in-window air conditioner didn't cool the room evenly, but sent icy drafts chasing along the floor. Maybe he was worried about germs on the carpet, germs on the bedclothes, but only germs that infected feet. Maybe if you excavated around one of those Easter Island stone heads, you'd find the rest of a giant statue buried in the earth, and maybe when you revealed its feet, the statue would be wearing stone socks, for which an explanation would be as hard to come by as an explanation for Shep's new preference for bedtime footwear. Dylan was too headachy and too wrung-out weary to care about what the psychotropic stuff might be doing in his brain, let alone to worry about Shepard's socks. He took his turn in the bathroom, wincing at the haggard face that confronted him in the mirror.
Jilly lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. Shep lay in his bed, staring at the backside of his eyelids. The hum and rumble of the air conditioner, at first annoying, settled into a lulling white noise that would mask the bang of car doors and the voices of other guests who might rise with the dawn. The air conditioner would also ensure that they could not hear the specific engine noise pattern of a souped-up Suburban, or the stealthy sounds of assassins preparing to storm their room. For a while, Jilly tried to work up a little fear about their vulnerability. But in fact, she felt safe in this place, for a while. Physically safe, anyway. Without an urgent concern for her immediate safety, without active fear to distract her, she couldn't stave off a discouragement that came close to despair. Dylan believed they had a chance to track down Frankenstein's identity and learn the nature of the injections. But she didn't share his confidence. For the first time in years, she wasn't in control of her life. She needed control. Otherwise, she felt as she had felt for too much of her childhood. Weak, helpless, at the mercy of pitiless forces. She loathed being vulnerable. Accepting victimhood, taking refuge in it, was to her a mortal sin. Yet it seemed now that she had no choice but acceptance. Some psychotropic hoodoo elixir was at work in her brain, at work on her brain, which filled her with horror when she dared to think about it. She'd never done drugs, had never been drunk, because she valued her mind and didn't want to lose any significant number of brain cells. During all the years when she'd had nothing else, she'd had her intelligence, her wit, her rich imagination. Jilly's mind had been a formidable weapon against the world and a refuge from cruelty, from adversity. If eventually she developed the gluteus mucha mega that plagued the women in her family, if her ass grew so fat that she had to be driven everywhere on a flatbed truck, she had always figured that she'd still have her mind and all the satisfactions of that inner life. But now a worm crawled through her brain. Not a worm in the literal sense, perhaps, but a worm of change. And she could not know what would be left of her or even who she might be when the worm of change had finished remaking her. Although earlier she had been exhilarated when she and Dylan had dealt with the murderous Kenny and Becky, she could not get in touch again with the fine sense of empowerment that for a while had lifted her. Concerned about the oncoming violence foreseen in visions, she could not convince herself that the gift of clairvoyance might again help her to save others, or that it might, in time, leave her more in control of her destiny than she had ever been before. Negative Jackson. She'd never had much faith in other people, but she'd long had an abiding faith in herself. Dylan had been right about that. But her faith in herself began to desert her. From his bed, Shepard whispered, "Here, there." "What is it, sweetie?" "Here, there." Jilly raised herself on one elbow. Shep lay on his back, eyes closed. Anxiety pleated his forehead. "Are you okay, Shepard?" "Shep is scared," he whispered. "Don't be scared." "Shep is scared." "We're safe here now for a while," she assured him. "Nobody can hurt you." His lips moved as though he were speaking, but no sound issued from him. Shepard was not as big as his brother, but he was bigger than Jilly, a full-grown man, yet he seemed small beneath the sheets. Hair tousled, mouth pinched in a grimace of fear, he looked childlike. A pang of sympathy pierced her when she realized that Shepard had lived 20 years without any meaningful control over his life. Worse, his need for routine, the limits he put on what he would wear, his elaborate rules about food. All these things and more revealed a desperate need to establish a sense of dominion wherever possible. His silence held. His lips stopped moving. The fear did not fade from his face, but it settled into softer lines, as if mellowing from acute fright to chronic dismay. Jilly settled back upon her pillow, grateful that she had not been born in a trap as inescapable as Shep's. But she also worried that by the time the worm of change finished with her, she might be more like Shep than not. A moment later, Dylan came out of the bathroom. He'd taken off his shoes, which he put beside the bed that he would share with his brother.
"You okay?"
he asked Jilly. "Yeah, just burnt out."
"God, I'm sludge."
Fully clothed, ready for an emergency, he got into bed, lay staring at the ceiling, but did not turn out the nightstand lamp. After a silence, he said,
"I'm sorry."
Jilly turned her head to look at him. "Sorry about what?"
Maybe from the motel on, I've done all the wrong things.
Such as?
Maybe we should have gone to the police, taken a chance. You were right when you said we can't run forever. I've got an obligation to think for Shep, but I've no right to drag you down with us.
Accountable O'Connor, she said. Vortex of responsibility, as broody as Batman. Call DC Comics, quick.
I'm serious.
I know. It's endearing. Still staring at the ceiling, he smiled.
I said a lot of things to you tonight that I wish I hadn't said.
You had provocation. I made you nuts. And I said worse things. Listen, it just makes me crazy to have to depend on anyone. And especially on men. So this situation, it pushes all my buttons.
Why especially men?
She turned away from him to gaze at the ceiling. Let's say your dad walks out on you when you're 3 years old. After a silence, he encouraged her.
Let's say.
Yeah. Let's say your mother, she's this beauty, this angel, this hero who's always there for you and nothing bad should ever happen to her. But he beats her up so bad before he goes that she loses one eye and walks with 2 canes the rest of her life. Though weary and in need of sleep, he had the grace to wait for her to tell it at her own pace. Eventually, she said, He leaves you to the miseries of welfare and the contempt of government social workers, bad enough. But then a couple times each year, he'd visit for a day, 2 days.
Police?
Mom was afraid to call them when he showed up. The bastard said if she turned him in when he got bail, then he'd come back and take her other eye, and one of mine. He would have done it, too.
Once he'd walked out, why come back at all?
To keep us scared, keep us down. And he expected a share of her welfare money. And we always had it for him because we ate a lot of dinners free at the church kitchen. Most of our clothes came without charge from the church thrift shop. So Daddy always got his share. Her father rose in her memory, standing at the apartment door, smiling that dangerous smile. And his voice.
Come to collect the eye insurance, baby girl. You got the eye insurance premium?
Enough about that, she told Dylan. This isn't meant to be a pity party. I just wanted you to understand it isn't you I've got a problem with. It's just being dependent on anyone.
You didn't owe me an explanation.
But there it is. Her father's face persisted in memory, and she knew that even as tired as she was, she wouldn't sleep until she had exorcised it. Your dad must have been great. He sounded surprised.
Why do you say that?
The way you are with Shep.
My dad raised venture capital to help high-tech entrepreneurs start up new companies. He worked 80-hour weeks. He might have been a great guy, but I never spent enough time with him to know. He got in some deep financial problems. So, 2 days before Christmas, near sunset, he drove to this beach parking lot with a great view of the Pacific. Cold day. No swimmers, no surfers. He connected a hose to the tailpipe, put the other end into the car through a window. Then he got in behind the wheel and also took an overdose of Nembutal. He was thorough, my dad. Always a backup plan. He went out with one of the most spectacular sunsets of the year. Shep and I watched it from the hill behind our house, miles away from that beach. And of course we didn't know he was watching it too. And dying.
When was this?
I was 15. Shep was 5. Almost 15 years ago.
That's hard, she said.
Yeah, but I wouldn't trade you situations.
So where did you learn?
Learn what?
To take such good care of Shep. He switched off the lamp. In the darkness, he said,
From my mom. She died young, too. She was great, so tender with Shep. But sometimes you can learn the right lesson from a bad example, too.
I guess so.
No need to guess. Look at yourself.
Me? I'm all screwed up, she said.
Name me someone who isn't.
Trying to think of a name to give him, she eventually drifted into sleep. The first time that she woke, rising out of a dreamless bliss, she heard Dylan snoring softly. The room was cold. The air conditioner had shut off. She had not been awakened by Dylan's snoring, but perhaps by Shepard's voice. 3 whispered words. "Shep is scared." Judging by the direction from which his voice arose, she thought he was still in bed. "Shep is scared." "Shep is brave," she whispered in reply. "Shep is scared." "Shep is brave." Shepard fell silent, and when the silence held, Jilly found sleep again. When next she awoke, she heard Dylan still snoring softly, but fingers of sunshine pried at every edge of the blackout drapes. Not the thinner light of dawn, but the harsher glare of mid-morning sun. She became aware of another light arising from beyond the half-open bathroom door. A bloody radiance. Her first thought was fire, but even as she bolted out of bed with that word stuck in her throat, she realized that this was not the flickering light of flames, but something quite different.
Chapter 23. Shaken out of dreams, Dylan sat up, stood up into his shoes before he was fully conscious, like a firefighter so trained in the routine of an alarm response that he could answer the firehouse bell and shrug into his turnout coat while still asleep and then wake up sliding down the pole. According to the travel clock on the nightstand, the morning had crept around to 9:12, and according to Jilly, they had trouble. A message she conveyed to him not in words, but in a look, her eyes wide and shining with worry. Dylan saw first that Shep wasn't in bed, wasn't anywhere in the motel room. Then he noticed the fiery glow beyond the half-closed bathroom door. Fiery, but not fire. The hellfire red of a nightmare, scarlet ochre overlaid on aniline black. An orange-red, muddy red radiance, with the bristle-at-your-eyes texture of the light in a nocturnal scene shot with infrared film. The dire red, hungry red glow in the eyes of a night-hunting snake. This had all of those qualities, but none of them adequately described it, because it defied description, and would defy his talents if ever he tried to render it on canvas. The bathroom had no windows. This couldn't simply be morning sun filtered through a colorful curtain. The standard fluorescent fixture above the sink couldn't produce such an eerie shine. How odd that mere light could instantly make his gut clench, his chest tighten, and his heart gallop. Here was a peculiar luminosity that appeared nowhere in nature. That was not quite like anything he had seen before in the works of man either, and therefore it snagged at every fiber of superstition in the fabric of his soul. As he drew near the bathroom, he discovered that when this glow touched him, he was able to feel it, and not merely as he would have felt the heat of the summer sun when stepping out of the shade of a tree. This light seemed to crawl on his skin, to bustle like hundreds of ants, initially on his face as he first stepped into the wedge of outfalling brightness, but then more busily on his right hand as he put it against the door. Although Jilly, at his side, remained less directly illuminated than Dylan, her face had a faint red sheen. With one glance, he saw that she too experienced the extraordinary tactility of this light. With a start and with a little grimace of revulsion, she wiped at her face with one hand, as though she had walked into the clingy spokes and spirals of a spider's web. Dylan wasn't a science buff, except as knowledge in the fields of biology and botany served to improve the accuracy of his depiction of the natural world in his paintings, and he didn't qualify as even an armchair physicist. But he knew that deadly types of radiation, including that from a nuclear bomb, never stimulated the sense of touch, just as the less mortal X-rays administered in a dentist's office never caused the slightest tingle when passing through your jaw. The survivors of the historic blast in Hiroshima, who later died of radiation poisoning, had never felt the many billions of subatomic particles piercing their bodies. Although he doubted that the flesh-prickling effect of the light represented a danger, he hesitated anyway. He might have pulled the door shut, might have turned away, leaving his curiosity unsatisfied, if Shep had not been on the other side and perhaps in need of help. When he spoke his brother's name, he didn't receive a reply. This came as no surprise. While Shep was more talkative than your average stone, he often proved no more responsive than granite. Dylan called out again and pushed open the door after the second silence. He was prepared for the sight of the shower stall, the toilet too, the sink, the mirror, the towel rack. What Dylan had not been prepared for, what caused his adrenal gland to squirt another dose of epinephrine into his bloodstream, what caused his guts to tweak in a less than pleasant fashion, was the doorway in the wall beside the sink, where earlier no door had been. The source of the strange red light lay beyond this postern. Hesitantly, he crossed the threshold into the bathroom. Doorway didn't accurately convey the nature of this mysterious opening. It wasn't rectangular, but round, like a hatch in a bulkhead between two compartments in a submarine. Hatch didn't qualify as the mot juste either, because no architrave surrounded the hole in the wall. Indeed, the 6-foot diameter opening itself appeared to lack depth, as though it had been painted on the wall. No header, no jamb, no threshold. And yet the scene beyond appeared convincingly three-dimensional, a radiant red tunnel dwindling to a disk of blue light. Dylan had seen masterpieces of trompe-l'oeil in which artists, relying on nothing more than paint and their talent, had created illusions of space and depth that completely deceived the eye. This, however, was not merely a clever painting. For one thing, the murky red glow from the luminous walls of the tunnel penetrated to the motel bathroom. This queer light glimmered in the vinyl floor, reflected off the mirror, and crawled on his exposed skin. Furthermore, those tunnel walls ceaselessly turned, as if this were a passage in a carnival funhouse, a sideshow monkey barrel in which to test your balance. Trompe-l'oeil painting could produce the illusion of depth, texture, and reality, but it could not provide an illusion of motion. Jilly stepped into the bathroom beside Dylan. He placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. Together, they marveled at the tunnel, which appeared to be at least 30 feet long. Impossible, of course. Another motel unit backed up to this one, plumbing-to-plumbing design saved on construction costs. A hole cut in the wall would reveal only another bathroom identical to theirs. Not a tunnel. Never a tunnel. There was nothing to bore a tunnel through. The bathroom had not been built into the side of a mountain. Nonetheless, a tunnel. He closed his eyes, opened them. Tunnel, 6 feet in diameter, glowing, revolving. Welcome to the monkey barrel. Buy a ticket, test your balance. In fact, someone had already entered the barrel. Silhouetted against a disk of azure light, a man stood at the far end of the passageway. Dylan had no doubt that the distant figure was Shep. Out there, past the terminus of the tunnel, his back to them, Shepard gazed into the blue beyond. So, if under Dylan the floor seemed to shift, if he felt that he might drop through a hole into a shaft as deep as eternity, this was not an associated effect of the tunnel. This was just a psychological response to the sudden perception that reality, as he'd always known it, was less stable than he had assumed. Breathing hard, exhaling words in a hot rush, Jilly sought an explanation for the impossible. "The hell with this. The hell with it. I'm not awake. I can't be awake." "You're awake. You're probably part of the dream." "This isn't a dream," he said, sounding shakier than she did. "Yeah, right, not a dream. That's exactly what you'd say if you were part of the dream." He had put a restraining hand on her shoulder, not because he feared that she would rush forward into the tunnel, but because he half expected that she would be swept into it against her will. The revolving walls suggested a whirlpool that might inexorably swallow anyone who ventured too close to the mouth of it. Second by second, however, his fear of a cyclone suction receded. "What's happening?" she asked. What is this? What the hell is this? Not a whisper of sound issued from the realm beyond the wall. The turning surface of the tunnel looked as though it ought to be emitting a noisy scrape and rumble, or at least the liquid sound of churning magma, but it revolved in absolute silence. No air escaped the opening, neither a breath of heat nor the faintest cool draft. No scent either. Only the light. Dylan moved closer to the portal. "Don't," Jilly worried. At the brink, he tried first to examine the transition point between the bathroom wall and the entrance to the tunnel, but the junction of the two proved to be fuzzy, a blur that would not resolve into concrete detail no matter how hard he squinted at it. In fact, his hackles rose and his gaze repeatedly slid away from the joint line as though some deep, primitive part of him knew that by looking too directly at such a thing, he would risk glimpsing a secret kingdom of fearsome entities behind the veil of this world, beings that operated the machinery of the universe itself, and that such a sight invited instant madness. When he'd been 13, 14, he'd read H.P. Lovecraft and thrilled to those macabre tales. Now he couldn't shake the unnerving feeling that Lovecraft had written more truth than fiction. Abandoning an attempt to examine the point of transition between the bathroom and tunnel, he stood at the brink and squinted at a spot on the revolving walls, trying to determine the nature of the material, its solidity. On closer study, the passage seemed to be formed from shining mist, or maybe he was peering along a tunnel of pure energy. This was not unlike a god's eye view down the funnel of a tornado. Tentatively, he placed his right hand on the wall beside the mysterious gateway. The painted sheetrock felt slightly warm and gratifyingly normal. Sliding his hand to the left across the bathroom wall toward the opening, he hoped to be able to feel the point of transition from motel to tunnel and to understand how the connection was made. But as his hand slid off the sheetrock and into the apparently open doorway, he detected no details of structure, nothing but a coldness, and also the red light crawling more vigorously than ever across his upraised palm. "No, don't! No!" Jilly warned. "No what?" "No, don't go in there." "I'm not going in there." "You look like you're going in there." "Why would I go in there?" "After Shep." "No way am I going in there." "You'd jump off a cliff after Shep." "I wouldn't jump off a cliff," he impatiently assured her. "You'd jump off a cliff," she insisted. "Hope to catch him on the way down, hope to carry him down into a haystack. You'd jump all right." He just wanted to test the reality of the scene before him, to confirm that indeed it had true dimension, that it was a gateway and not just a window, an actual entry point to some otherworldly place rather than merely a view of it. Then he would retreat and think over the situation, try to arrive at a logical course of action with which to approach this monumentally illogical development. Firmly pressing his right hand against the plane where the wall should have been, he discovered no sheetrock underlying the image of the tunnel, encountered no resistance whatsoever. He reached out of the bathroom into that forbidding other realm, where the air proved to be icy, and where the baleful light squirmed over and around his fingers, not like hundreds of ants any longer, but like thousands of hard-shelled beetles that might strip the flesh from his bones. If he'd allowed himself to be guided by instinct, he would have withdrawn his hand at once, but he believed that he needed to explore this incredible situation more fully. He reached farther through the gateway, extending his hand in there to the wrist, and although he winced at the bitter cold, was nearly overwhelmed by revulsion at the hideous crawly sensation, he reached in still farther, all the way to his elbow. And then, of course, as instinct might have warned him if he had been listening, the tunnel took him. Chapter 24. Dylan didn't walk the length of the tunnel, didn't run, didn't tumble, didn't fly through it, had no sense of being in transit, but went from the motel bathroom to Shep's side in an instant. He felt his shoes slip off the vinyl tiles and simultaneously bite into soft earth, and when he looked down, he discovered that he was standing in knee-high grass. His abrupt arrival stirred scores of tiny midges into spiraling flight from the golden brown grass, which appeared crisp from months of summer heat. A few startled grasshoppers leaped for safety. Upon touchdown, Dylan explosively spoke his brother's name, Shep, but Shepard didn't acknowledge his arrival. Even as Dylan registered that he stood upon a hilltop under a blue sky on a warm day in a mild breeze, he turned from the vista that fascinated Shepard and looked back to where he expected the tunnel to be. Instead, he found a 6-foot diameter view of Jillian Jackson standing in the motel bathroom, not at the end of the red passageway, but immediately in front of him, as though she were a foot from him, as though he were looking at her through a round window that had no frame. From the bathroom, Shepard had appeared to be standing far away, a fragile silhouette against blue light. Viewed from this end, however, Jilly loomed life-size. Yet Dylan knew at once that from where she stood, the woman perceived him as a tiny figure at Shep's side, for she leaned toward the tunnel entrance where he himself had so recently stood, and she squinted worriedly at him, straining to see his distant face. Her mouth opened, her lips moved. Perhaps she called his name, but though she appeared to be only inches from him, Dylan couldn't hear her, not even faintly. The view of the bathroom, floating like a huge bubble here on the hilltop, disoriented him. He grew lightheaded. The land seemed to slide under him as though it were a sea, and he felt that he had been shanghaied by a dream. He wanted to step at once out of the dry grass and back into the motel, for in spite of the fact that he had arrived on this hilltop physically intact, he feared that he must nevertheless have left some vital part of him back there, some essential thread of mind or spirit without which he'd soon unravel. Instead, propelled by curiosity, he moved around the gateway, wondering what side view it presented. He discovered that the portal wasn't in the least similar to either a window or a bubble, but more resembled a giant coin balanced on edge. From the side, it had the narrow profile of a dime, though it lacked the serrations to be found on the milled edges of most coins. The thin silvery line, arcing out of the sun-browned grass and all but vanishing against the backdrop of the bright blue sky, might in fact have been narrower than the edge of a dime, hardly more than a filament, as though this gate were but a disk as translucent and thin as the membrane of a fly's wing. Dylan waded through grass all the way around to the back of the portal, out of sight of his brother. Viewed from a point 180 degrees opposite his first position, the gateway offered the identical sight as from the front, the shabby motel bathroom, Jilly anxiously leaning forward, squinting, worried. Not being within sight of Shep made Dylan nervous. He quickly continued around the gate to the point at his brother's side from which he had begun this inspection. Shep stood as Dylan had left him, arms hanging slackly at his sides, head cocked to the right, gazing west and down upon a familiar vista. His wistful smile expressed both melancholy and pleasure. Rolling hills mantled in golden grass lay to the north and south, here and there graced by widely separated California live oaks that cast long morning shadows, and this particular hill rolled down to a long meadow. West of the meadow stood a Victorian house with an expansive back porch. Beyond the house, more lush meadows, a gravel driveway leading to a highway that followed the coastline. A quarter of a mile to the west of those blacktop lanes, the Pacific Ocean, a vast mirror, took the color of the sky and condensed it into a deeper and more solemn blue. Miles north of Santa Barbara, California, on a lightly populated stretch of coast half a mile from the nearest neighbor, this was the house in which Dylan had grown up. In this place, their mother had died more than 10 years ago, and to this place, Dylan and Shep still returned between their long road trips to arts festival after arts festival across the west and southwest. "This is nuts," His frustration burst from him in those 3 words, much the way "this sucks" might have erupted from him if he'd learned that his lottery ticket had missed the $100 million prize by 1 digit, and as "ouch" or something more rude might have passed his lips if he'd hit his thumb with a hammer. He was confused, he was scared, and because his head might have exploded if he'd stood here as silent as Shep, he said again, "This is nuts." Miles farther north, in the deserted parking lot of a state beach, their father had committed suicide 15 years ago. From this hill, unaware that their lives were soon to change, Dylan and Shep had watched the spectacular December sunset that their dad had viewed through a haze of Nembutal and carbon monoxide poisoning as he had settled into an everlasting sleep. They were hundreds of miles from Holbrook, Arizona, where they had gone to bed. "Nuts. This is nuts," he expanded. "Totally, fully nuts with a nut filling and more nuts on top." Warm sunshine, fresh air faintly scented by the sea, crickets singing in the dry grass. As much as it might feel like a dream, all of it was real. Ordinarily, Dylan would not have turned to his brother for the answer to any mystery. Shepard O'Connor wasn't a source of answers, not a wellhead of clarifying insights. Shep was, instead, a bubbling font of confusion, a gushing fountain of enigmas, a veritable geyser of mysteries. In this instance, however, if he didn't turn to Shepard, he might as well seek answers from the crickets in the grass, from the fairy midges that swooned through the day on lazy currents of sun-warmed air. "Shep, are you listening to me?" Shep smiled a half-sorrowful smile at the house below them. "Shep, I need you to be with me now. Talk to me now. Shep, I need you to tell me how you got here." "Almond," Shep said. "Filbert, peanut, walnut." "Don't do this, Shep. Black walnut, beech nut, butternut. This isn't acceptable, Shep." "Cashew, Brazil nut." Dylan stepped in front of his brother, seized him firmly by the shoulders, shook him to get his attention. "Shep, look at me, see me, be with me. How did you get here?" "Coconut, hickory nut." Shaking his brother harder, violently enough to make the litany of nuts stutter out of the boy, Dylan said, "That's it, enough, no more of this shit, no more." "Chestnut, cola nut." Dylan let go of Shep's shoulders, clasped his hands around his brother's face, holding his head in a 10-finger vice. "Don't you hide from me. Don't you pull your usual crap. Not with this going on, Shep. Not now." "Pistachio, pine nut." Although Shepard strove mightily to keep his chin down, Dylan relentlessly forced his brother's head up. "Listen to me. Talk to me. Look at me." Muscled into a confrontation, Shepard closed his eyes. "Acorn, betel nut." 10 years of frustration, 10 years of patience and sacrifice, 10 years of vigilance to prevent Shep from unintentionally hurting himself, thousands of days shaping food into neat rectangular and square morsels, uncounted hours of worrying about what would happen to Shepard if fate conspired to have him outlive his brother. All of these things and so many more had pressed on Dylan. Each a great psychological stone had piled one atop another, dear God, until he felt crushed by the cumulative weight, until he could no longer say with any sincerity, "He ain't heavy, he's my brother," because Shepard was heavy all right. A burden immeasurable, heavier than the boulder that Sisyphus had been condemned forever to roll up a long dark hill in Hades, heavier than the world on the back of Atlas. "Pecan, lychee nut." Pressed between Dylan's big hands, Shepard's features were scrunched together, puckered and pouted like those of a baby about to burst into tears, and his speech was distorted. "Almond, cashew, walnut." "You're repeating yourself now," Dylan said angrily. "Always repeating yourself, day after day, week after week, the maddening routine. Year after year, always the same clothes, the narrow little list of crap you'll eat, always washing your hands twice, always 9 minutes under the shower, never 8, never 10, always precisely 9, and all your life with your head bowed, staring at your shoes. Always the same stupid fears, always the same maddening tics and twitches, deedle-doodle-deedle. Always the endless repetition, the endless stupid repetition. Filbert, coconut, peanut. With the index finger of his right hand, Dylan attempted to lift the lid of his brother's left eye, tried to pry it open. Look at me, Shep. Look at me. Look! Look! Chestnut, hickory nut. Although standing with his arms slack at his sides and offering no other resistance, Shep squeezed his eyes shut, foiling Dylan's insistent finger. Butternut, Brazil nut, look at me, you little shit! Cola nut, pistachio, look at me! Shep stopped resisting and his left eye flew open, with the lid pressed almost to his eyebrow under the tip of Dylan's finger. Shep's one-eyed stare, as direct a moment of contact as he'd ever made with his brother, was an image suitable for any horror movie poster. The essence of terror, the look of the victim just before the alien from another world rips his throat open, just before the zombie tears his heart out, just before the lunatic psychiatrist trepans his skull and devours his brain with a good Cabernet. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Dylan heard those 3 words echoing back from the surrounding hills, decreasing in volume with each repetition, and though he knew that he was listening to his own furious shout, the voice sounded like that of a stranger, hard and sharp with a steely anger of which Dylan would have thought himself incapable, but also cracking with a fear that he recognized too well. One eye tight shut, the other popped to the max. Shepard said, "Shep is scared." They were looking at each other now just like Dylan had wanted, eye to eye, a direct and uncompromising connection. He felt pierced by his brother's panicked stare, as breathless as if his lungs had been punctured, and his heart clenched in pain as though skewered by a needle. "Shep is scared." The kid was scared, sure enough, flat out terrified, no denying that. Perhaps more frightened than he'd ever been in 20 years of frequent bouts of fright. And while but a moment ago he might have been afraid of the radiant tunnel by which he had traveled in a blink from the eastern Arizona desert to the California coast, his alarm now arose from another cause. His brother, who in an instant had become a stranger to him, a shouting and abusive stranger, as though the sun had played a moon trick, transforming Dylan from a man into a vicious wolf. Shep is scared." Horrified by the expression of dread with which his brother regarded him, Dylan withdrew his pinning finger from Shep's arched eyelid, let go of the kid's head, and stepped back, shaking with self-disgust, remorse. "Shep is scared," the kid said, both eyes wide open. "I'm sorry, Shep." "Shep is scared." "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, buddy. I didn't mean what I said, not any of it. Forget all that." Shepard's shocked-wide eyelids lowered. He let his shoulders slump too, and bowed his head and cocked it to one side, assuming the meek demeanor and the awkward posture with which he announced to the world that he was harmless. The humble pose that he hoped would allow him to shuffle through life without calling attention to himself, without inviting any notice from dangerous people. The kid hadn't forgotten the confrontation this quickly. He was still plenty scared. He hadn't gotten over his hurt feelings either, not in a wink. He might never get over them. Shepard's sole defense in every situation, however, was to mimic a turtle. Quickly pull all the vulnerable parts under the shell, hunker down, hide in the armor of indifference. "I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what got into me. No, that isn't true. I know exactly what got into me. The old Jim Jams, the Wim Whams, the old boogeyman biting on my bones. I got scared, Shep. Hell, I am scared. So scared I can't think straight. And I don't like being scared. Don't like it one bit. It's not something I'm used to, and so I took my frustration out on you, and I never should have done that." Shepard shifted his weight from left foot to right foot to left. The expression with which he stared at his Rockports wasn't difficult to read. He didn't appear to be terrified anymore. Anxious, yes, but at least not electrified with fright. Instead, he seemed to be startled, as though surprised that anything could scare his big brother. Dylan peered past Shepard to the magical round gateway at the motel bathroom for which he would never have imagined that he could feel a nostalgic yearning as intense as what swelled in his heart at this moment. One hand visored over her eyes, squinting the length of the red tunnel, clearer to Dylan than he must be to her. Jilly looked terrified. He hoped that she remained more frightened of reaching into the tunnel than of being left behind and alone, because her arrival here on the hilltop could only complicate matters. He poured out further effusive apologies to Shepard until he realized that too many mea culpas could be worse than none at all. He was salving his own conscience at the cost of making his brother nervous, essentially poking at Shep in his shell. The kid shifted more agitatedly from one foot to the other. "Anyway," Dylan said, "the stupid thing is I shouted at you because I wanted you to tell me how you got here, but I already knew somehow you must have done it yourself, some new wild talent of your own. I don't understand the mechanics of what you've done. Even you probably don't grasp the mechanics of it any more than I understand how I feel a psychic trace on a door handle, how I read the spore. But I knew the rest of what must have happened before I asked." With an effort, Dylan silenced himself. The surest way to calm Shepard was to stop jabbering at him, stop overloading him with sensory input, grant him a little quiet. In the barest breath of ocean-scented breeze, the grass stirred as languidly as seaweed in deep, watery gardens. Gnats, nearly as tiny as dust motes, circled lazily through the air. High in the summer sky, a hawk glided on thermal currents in search of field mice 300 feet below. At a distance, traffic on the coast highway raised a susurration so faint that even the feeble breeze sometimes erased the sound. When the growl of a single engine rose out of the background murmur, Dylan shifted his attention from the hunting hawk to the graveled driveway and saw a motorcycle approaching his house. The Harley belonged to Vonetta Beasley, the housekeeper who came once a week, whether Dylan and Shep were in residence or not. During inclement weather, she drove a supercharged Ford pickup perched high on 54-inch diameter tires and painted like a crimson dragon. Vonetta was a 40-ish woman with the winning personality and the recreational interests of many a southern good old boy. A superb housekeeper and a first-rate cook, she had the strength and the guts, and would most likely be delighted, to serve as a bodyguard in a pinch. The hilltop lay so far behind and above the house that Vonetta would not be able to identify Dylan and Shep at this distance. If she noticed them, however, and if she found them to be suspicious, she might take the Harley off trail and come up here for a closer look. Concern for her own safety would not be an issue, and she would be motivated both by a sense of duty and a taste for adventure. Maybe Dylan could concoct a half-assed story to explain what he and his brother were doing here when they were supposed to be on the road in New Mexico, but he didn't have the talent for deception or the time to craft a story to explain the gateway, the motel bathroom here on the hill, and Jilly peering cluelessly out at them as though she were Alice unsuccessfully attempting to scope the nature of the enchanted realm on the far side of the looking-glass. He turned to his little brother, prepared to risk agitating the kid anew by suggesting the time had come to return to Holbrook, Arizona. Before Dylan could speak, Shepard said, "Here, there." Dylan was reminded of the men's room at the restaurant in Safford the previous evening. Here had referred to stall number 1, there had referred to stall number 4. Shep's first jaunt had been short, toilet to toilet. Dylan recalled no eerie red radiance on that occasion, perhaps because Shep had closed the gateway behind him as soon as he'd passed through it. "Here, there," Shep repeated. Head lowered, Shep looked up from under his brow, not at Dylan, but at the house below the hill, beyond the meadow, and at Vonetta on the Harley. "What are you trying to say, Shep?" "Here, there." "Where is there?" "Here," said Shep, scuffing the grass with his right foot. "And where is here?" "There," said Shep, tucking his head down farther and turning it to the right, peering back past his shoulder toward Jilly. "Can we go back to where we started?" Dylan urged. On her motorcycle, Vonetta Beasley followed the driveway around the house to the detached garage. "Here, there," Shep said. "How do we get back to the motel safely?" Dylan asked. "Just reach in from this end? Just step into the gateway?" He worried that if he went through the portal first and found himself back in the motel, Shep wouldn't follow him. "Here, there, here," said Shep. On the other hand, if Shep made the return trip first, the gate might immediately close up after him, stranding Dylan in California until he could get back to Holbrook, Arizona by conventional means, thus requiring Jilly to fend for herself and the kid in the meantime. Common sense insisted that everything strange happening to them came out of Frankenstein's syringes. Therefore, Shepard must have been injected and must have acquired the power to open the gate. He found it, activated it, or more likely, he created it. Consequently, in a sense, the gate operated according to Shep's rules, which were unknown and unknowable, which meant that traveling by means of the gate was like playing poker with the devil using an unconventional deck of cards with 3 additional suits and a whole new court of royals between Jack and Queen. Vonetta brought the Harley to a stop near the garage. The engine swallowed its growl. Dylan was reluctant to take Shepard's hand and plunge together into the gateway. If they had come to California by teleportation, and what else but teleportation could explain this, if each of them had been instantaneously deconstructed into megatrillions of fellow-traveling atomic particles upon falling out of the motel bathroom, and had then been perfectly reconstructed upon emerging onto this hilltop, they might find it necessary, or at least wise, to make such a journey one at a time, to avoid commingling their assets. Dylan had seen the old movie The Fly, in which a teleporting scientist had undertaken a short trip from one end of his laboratory to the other, hardly farther than Shepard's toilet-to-toilet experiment, unaware that a lowly housefly had accompanied him, resulting in disaster on a scale usually achieved only by politicians. Dylan didn't want to wind up back at the motel wearing Shepard's nose on his forehead, or with Shepard's thumb bristling from one of his eye sockets. "Here, there, here," Shep repeated. Behind the house, Vonetta put down the kickstand. She climbed off the Harley. "No here, no there. Here, there," Shep said, making a single noun from 2. "Here, there." They were actually conducting a conversation. Dylan had only the dimmest understanding of what Shepard might be trying to tell him. However, for once he felt certain that his brother was listening to him and that what Shep said was in direct response to the questions that were asked. With this in mind, Dylan sprang to the most important question pending. "Shep, do you remember the movie The Fly?" Head still lowered, Shep nodded. "The Fly, released to theaters in 1958. Running time, 94 minutes. That's not important, Shep. Trivia isn't what I'm after. What I want to know is, do you remember what happened to the scientist?" Far below them, standing beside the motorcycle, Vonetta Beasley took off her crash helmet. "The cast included Mr. David Hedison as the scientist, Miss Patricia Owens, Mr. Vincent Price." "Shep, don't do this." "And Mr. Herbert Marshall. Directed by Mr. Kurt Neumann, who also directed Tarzan and the Leopard Woman." Here was the kind of conversation that Dylan called Shep speak. If you were willing to participate, involving yourself in patient give and take, you could spend an entertaining half hour together before you reached data overload. Shep had memorized prodigious quantities of arcane information about subjects that were of particular interest to him, and sometimes he enjoyed sharing it. Son of Ali Baba, Return of the Vampire. Vonetta hung her helmet from the handlebars of the bike, peered up at the hawk that circled to the east of her, and then spotted Shep and Dylan high on the hill. It happened in New Orleans, Mohawk, and Rocket Ship XM, among others. Shep, listen. Let's get back to the scientist. You remember the scientist got into a teleportation booth. The Fly was remade as The Fly in 1986, and there was a fly in the booth, too. Running time of this remade version, but the scientist didn't know, is 100 minutes. It was there with him. Directed by Mr. David Cronenberg, said Shepard. Starring Mr. Jeff Goldblum. Standing down there beside her big motorcycle, Vanetta waved at them. Miss Gina Davis and Mr. John Getz. Dylan didn't know whether or not he should wave at Vanetta. From this distance, she couldn't possibly know who he and Shep were, but if he gave her too much to work with, she might recognize him by his body language. Other films directed by Mr. David Cronenberg include The Dead Zone, which was good, a scary but good movie. Shep liked The Dead Zone. Vanetta might be able to see the suggestion of a third person on the hilltop, Jilly, but she wouldn't be able to discern enough of the gateway to understand the full strangeness of the situation up here. The Brood, and They Came From Within. Shep didn't like those because they were too bloody. They were full of sloppy stuff. Shep doesn't ever want to see those again. None of that stuff anymore. Not again. None of that stuff. Deciding that to wave at the woman might be to encourage her to come up the hill for a visit, Dylan pretended not to see her. Nobody is going to make you watch another Cronenberg movie, he assured his brother. I just want you to think about how the scientist and the fly got all mixed up. Teleportation. Apparently suspicious, Vanetta put on her helmet. Teleportation, Dylan agreed. Yes, that's exactly right. The fly and the scientist teleported together and they got mixed up. Still addressing the ground at his feet, Shepard said, The 1986 remake was too icky. You're right, it was. Gooey scenes, bloody scenes. Shep doesn't like gooey, bloody scenes. The housekeeper mounted her Harley once more. The first version wasn't gooey bloody, Dylan reminded his brother. But the important question is, 9 minutes in the shower is just right, said Shepard, unexpectedly harking back to Dylan's critical tirade. I suppose it is. Yes, I'm sure it is. 9 minutes. You're absolutely right. Now, 9 minutes. 1 minute for each arm, 1 minute for each leg, 1 minute. Vanetta tried to fire up the Harley. The engine didn't catch. For the head, Shepard continued. 2 full minutes to wash everything else, and 2 minutes to rinse. If we jump back to the motel together, Dylan said, right now, the two of us hand in hand, are we going to wind up like the fly and the scientist? Shep's next words were saturated with an unmistakable note of wounded feelings. Shep doesn't eat crap. Baffled, Dylan said, What? When Vanetta keyed the ignition again, the Harley answered with proud power. Shep doesn't eat a narrow little list of crap like you said, a narrow little list of crap. Shep eats food just like you. Of course you do, kiddo. I only meant crap is shit, Shepard reminded him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of that. Straddling the Harley, both feet still on the ground, Vanetta gunned the throttle a few times, and the roar of the engine echoed across the meadow, through the hills. Poo-poo, caca, diaper dump. Dylan almost cried out in frustration, but he swallowed hard and maintained his composure. Shep, listen, buddy. Bro, listen. Doo-doo, cow pie, bull duty, and all the rest is previously listed. Exactly, Dylan said with relief. As previously listed. You did a good job previously. I remember them all. So are we going to wind up like the fly and the scientist? With his head bowed so far that his chin touched his chest, Shep said, Do you hate me? The question rocked Dylan, and not solely the question, but the fact that Shepard had spoken of himself in the first person instead of the third. Not, do you hate Shep, but do you hate me? He must feel deeply wounded. Behind the house, Vanetta turned the Harley out of the driveway and rode across the backyard toward the meadow. Dylan knelt on one knee in front of Shep. I don't hate you, Shep. I couldn't if I tried. I love you, and I'm scared for you, and being scared just made me pissy. Shep wouldn't look at his brother, but at least he didn't close his eyes. I was mean, Dylan continued. And you don't understand that because you're never mean. You don't know how to be mean. But I'm not as good as you, kiddo. I'm not as gentle. Shepard appeared to boggle at the grass around his bedroom slippers, as though he had seen an otherworldly creature creeping through those bristling blades, but he must instead be reacting to the astonishing idea that, in spite of all his quirks and limitations, he might in some ways be superior to his brother. At the end of the mown yard, Vonetta rode the Harley straight into the meadow. Tall golden grass parted before the motorcycle, like a lake cleaving under the prow of a boat. Returning his full attention to Shepard, Dylan said, "We have to get out of here, Shep, and right away. We have to get back to the motel, to Jilly, but not if we're going to end up like the scientist and the fly." "Gooey bloody," said Shep. "Exactly. We don't want to end up gooey bloody." "Gooey bloody is bad." "Gooey bloody is very bad, yes." Brow furrowed, Shep said solemnly, "This isn't a Mr. David Cronenberg film." "No, it isn't," Dylan agreed, heartened that Shep seemed to be as tuned into a conversation as he ever could be. "But what does that mean, Shep? Does that mean it's safe to go back to the motel together?" "Here, there," Shep said, compressing the two words into one as he had done before. Vonetta Beasley had traveled half the meadow. "Here, there," Shep repeated. "Here is there is here, and everywhere is the same place if you know how to fold." "Fold? Fold what?" "Fold here to there, one place to another place. Here, there." "We're not talking teleportation, are we?" "This is not a Mr. David Cronenberg film," Shep said, which Dylan took to be a confirmation that teleportation, and therefore the catastrophic commingling of atomic particles, was not an issue. Rising off his knee to full height, Dylan put his hands on Shepard's shoulders. He intended to plunge with his brother into the gateway. Before they could move, the gateway came to them. Facing Shep, Dylan was also facing the magic portal behind Shep when the image of Jilly in the motel room abruptly folded as though it were a work of origami in progress, like one of those tablet paper cootie catchers that kids made in school for the purpose of teasing other kids. Folded forward, folded around them, folded them up inside it, and folded away from California.
Chapter 25. Half crazed with worry, Jilly almost snapped completely when the radiant tunnel in front of her appeared to fracture from the center and then folded upon the fracture lines. Although she thought the red passageway folded inward upon itself, simultaneously she had a sense of it blooming toward her, causing her to step backward in alarm. In place of the tunnel, she was confronted by shifting geometric patterns in shades of red and black, similar to what might be seen in a kaleidoscope, except that these designs were breathtakingly three-dimensional, continually evolving. She feared falling into them, not down necessarily, but also up and around, feared tumbling like a weightless astronaut into blossoming patterns forever, to eternity. In fact, the awesome structure that loomed in the wall defied her sense of vision, or perhaps defied her mental capacity to grasp and analyze what her eyes revealed. It seemed markedly more real than anything else in the bathroom. Real, but so infinitely strange that her terrified gaze ricocheted off one peculiar detail after another, as though her mind fled from the consideration of the true complexity of the construct. Repeatedly, she perceived a depth greater than 3 dimensions, but didn't possess the ability to lock on that perception and hold it, even though a small and panicky inner voice of intuition counted 5, and then 7, and kept counting after she refused to listen to it anymore. Almost at once, new colors intruded upon the red and black. The blue of a summer sky, the golden shade of certain beeches and of ripe wheat. Among the countless thousands of tiles in this ceaselessly reforming mosaic, the percentage of red and black rapidly declined as the blue and gold increased. She thought she saw, then knew she saw, then tried not to see fragments of human forms, distributed widely through the kaleidoscopic patterns. Here a staring eye, and there a finger, and there an ear. as if a stained glass portrait had been shattered and tossed in the air by a cyclone wind. She thought that she also glimpsed a toothy portion of Wile E. Coyote's grinning visage, then saw the merest scrap of a familiar blue and yellow Hawaiian shirt, and another scrap there. No more than 5 or 6 seconds passed from the instant that the tunnel folded upon itself, until Dylan and Shepard unfolded into the bathroom and appeared before Jilly as whole and normal as ever they had been. Behind them, where the tunnel had once churned with red light, there was now only an ordinary wall. With obvious relief, Dylan exhaled a pent-up breath and said something like,
"No gooey bloody."
Shep declared,
"Shep is dirty."
Jilly said, "You son of a bitch!" and punched Dylan in the chest. She hadn't pulled the punch. The blow made a satisfying thwack, but Dylan was too big to be rocked off his feet as Jilly had hoped he would be.
"Hey!"
Dylan protested. Head bowed, Shep said,
"Time to shower."
And Jilly repeated herself, "You son of a bitch!" as she hit Dylan again.
"What's wrong with you? You said you weren't going in there,"
she angrily reminded him and punched still harder.
"Ow! Hey, I didn't intend to go."
"You went," she accused, and she swung at him again. With one of his open hands as big as a catcher's mitt, he caught her fist and held it, effectively ending her assault.
"I went, yeah, okay, but I really didn't intend to go."
Shepard remained patient but persistent.
"Shep is dirty. Time to shower."
"You told me you wouldn't go," Jilly said, "but you went and left me here alone." She didn't quite know how Dylan had gotten hold of her by both wrists. Restraining her, he said,
"I came back. We both came back. Everything's all right."
"I couldn't know you'd come back. As far as I knew, you'd never come back or you'd come back dead."
"I had to come back alive," he assured her, "so you'd have a fair chance to kill me."
"Don't joke about this." She tried to wrench loose of him but couldn't. "Let go of me, you bastard!"
"Are you going to hit me again?"
"If you don't let go of me, I'll tear you to pieces, I swear."
"Time to shower."
Dylan released her, but he kept both hands raised as though he expected that he would have to catch further punches.
"You're such an angry person."
"Oh, you're damn right I'm an angry person." She trembled with anger, shook with fear. "You said you wouldn't go in there, then you went in there anyway, and I was alone." She realized that she was shaking more with relief than with either fury or fear. "Where the hell did you go?"
"California,"
Dylan said. "What do you mean, California?"
"California. Disneyland, Hollywood, Golden Gate Bridge, you know. California."
"California," said Shep. 163,707 square miles. With a thick note of disbelief in her voice, Jilly said, "You went through the wall to California?"
"Yeah, why not? Where'd you think we went? Narnia? Oz? Middle-earth? California's weirder than any of those places anyway."
Shep evidently knew a lot about his native state.
"Population approximately 35,400,000. But I don't think we actually went through the wall," Dylan said, "or through anything at all. Shep folded here to there. Highest point, Mount Whitney."
"Folded what to where?" Jilly asked.
14,494 feet above sea level.
As her anger settled and as relief brought with it a measure of calm and clarity, Jilly realized that Dylan was exhilarated. A little nervous, yes, and maybe a little fearful too, but largely exhilarated, almost boyishly exuberant.
Dylan said, "He folded reality, maybe. Space and time, one or both, I don't know. But he folded here to there. What did you fold, Shep? What exactly was it you folded?"
"Lowest point," said Shep. "Death Valley."
"He'll probably be on this California thing for a while. 282 feet below sea level. What did you fold, bro? State capital, Sacramento." "Last night he folded stall 1 to stall 4, Dylan said, "but I didn't realize it at the time."
"Stall 1 to stall 4? Jilly frowned, working the pain out of the hand with which she'd punched him. "Right now Shep's making more sense than you are."
"State bird, California Valley quail. In the men's room, he folded toilet to toilet. He went in number 1 and came out number 4. I didn't tell you about it because I didn't realize what had happened. State flower, golden poppy.
Jilly wanted to be clear on this. He teleported from one toilet to another?
No, teleportation isn't involved. See, I came back with my own head. He came back with his own nose. No teleportation. State tree, California redwood. Show her your nose, Shep.
Shepard kept his head bowed.
State motto, Eureka, which means I have found it. Believe me, Dylan told Jilly, it's his own nose. This isn't a David Cronenberg film.
She thought about that last statement for a moment while Dylan grinned at her and nodded, and then she said, I know I haven't even had breakfast yet, but I need a beer. Shepard disapproved.
Psychotropic intoxicant.
He's talking to me, Jilly said.
Yeah,
Dylan said. I mean, not at me. Talking to me, sort of.
Yeah, he's going through some changes.
Dylan lowered the lid on the toilet.
Here, Shep, sit down here. Time to shower,
Shep reminded them.
All right, soon, but sit down here first.
Dylan maneuvered his brother to the closed toilet and persuaded him to sit.
Shep is dirty, time to shower.
After kneeling in front of his brother, Dylan quickly examined his arms.
I don't see anything. Time to shower, 9 minutes.
Dylan removed Shepard's bedroom slippers and set them aside.
Want to bet which cartoon?
Bewildered, Jilly wanted that beer more than ever.
Cartoon?
Head lowered, Shep watched his brother set aside the slippers.
9 minutes, 1 minute for each arm. Bunny or puppy, Dylan said.
Examining the adhesive bandage on her arm, Jilly saw that it was loose, but that it still concealed the needle mark. Dylan peeled the sock off Shepard's right foot.
1 minute, Shep said, for each leg.
Moving closer, Jilly watched as Dylan examined his brother's bare foot. If he was injected, she said, why not in the arm?
And 1 minute for the head. He was working a jigsaw puzzle at the time, Dylan said.
So?
And 2 full minutes to wash everything else. You've never seen my brother work a puzzle. He's fast. His hands keep moving, and he's focused. 2 minutes to rinse, Shep finished. Then he added, cat. He's so focused, Dylan continued. You can't persuade him to stop until he's completed the puzzle. You can't force him to stop. He wouldn't care what you did with his feet because he doesn't work the puzzle with his feet, but you couldn't immobilize one of his arms.
Maybe he was chloroformed like me. Having found no obvious puncture mark on Shepard's right foot, Dylan said,
No. When I went across the street to get takeout, he was doing jigsaw. And when I woke up taped to the chair, Shep was still flying through the puzzle.
Inexplicably, Shep interjected,
cat.
If he'd been chloroformed, he wouldn't have gotten over the effects that quickly, Jilly said, remembering the disorientation that had lingered after she'd awakened.
Cat. Besides, having a chloroform-soaked rag clamped to his face would have been even more traumatic for Shep than it was for you. A lot more. He's fragile. After regaining consciousness, he'd have been either highly emotional or he'd have curled up in the fetal position and refused to move. He wouldn't have gone back to the puzzle as if nothing had happened.
Dylan stripped the sock from Shepard's left foot. Shepard's Band-Aid featured a cartoon cat.
Cat,
said Shep.
Shep bet cat.
Carefully, Dylan peeled off the tape.
Shep wins,
said Shep. More than half a day after the injection had been administered, the puncture remained inflamed and slightly swollen. The sight of Shep's stigmata sent a shiver through Jilly that she could not entirely explain. She removed her bunny-decorated bandage. The site of her injection looked identical to Shepard's. Dylan's cartoon puppy proved to conceal a needle puncture that matched his brother's and Jilly's wounds.
He told me the stuff does something different to everyone.
Glancing at the wall where the tunnel had been, Jilly said, In Shepard's case, something way different.
The effect is, without exception, interesting.
Dylan quoted Frankenstein as he had quoted him before.
Frequently astonishing, and sometimes positive.
Jilly saw the wonder in Dylan's face, the shining hope in his eyes. You think this is positive for Shep?
I don't know about the talent to fold things, whether that might be a blessing or a curse. Only time will tell. But he's talking more, too. And talking more directly to me. Now that I look back on it, he's been changing ever since this happened.
She knew what Dylan was thinking and what he dared not say for fear of tempting fate. That by virtue of the injection, with the aid of the mysterious psychotropic stuff, Shep might find his way out of the prison of his autism. Negative Jackson might be a name she'd earned. Perhaps at her worst she was, as well, a vortex of pessimism, never regarding her own life and prospects, but often regarding the likelihood that most people and society in general would always find a hell-bound handbasket in which to be carried to destruction. But she didn't think she was being pessimistic or even negative when she looked upon this development with Shep and sensed more danger in it than hope, less potential for enlightenment than for horror. Staring down at the tiny red point of inflammation on his foot, Shepard whispered, "By the light of the moon." In his heretofore innocent face, Jilly saw neither the vacant stare nor the benign expression, nor the wrenching anxiety that had thus far pretty much defined his apparent emotional range. A hint of acrimony colored his voice, and his features tightened in a bitter expression that might have represented something more caustic than mere bitterness. Anger, perhaps. Rock-hard and long-nurtured anger.
"He said this before," Dylan revealed, "as I was trying to get him out of our motel room last night, just before we met you."
"You do your work," Shep whispered.
"This too,"
Dylan said. Shepard's shoulders remained slumped, and his hands lay in his lap, palms up almost as if he were meditating. But his clouded face betrayed an inner storm.
"What's he talking about?" Jilly asked. "I don't know."
"Shep? Who are you talking to, sweetie?"
"You do your work by the light of the moon."
"Whose work, Shep?" A minute ago, Shepard had been as connected to them and to the moment as she had ever seen him. Now he had gone away somewhere as surely as he had stepped through the wall to California. She crouched beside Dylan and gently took one of Shep's limp hands in both her hands. He didn't respond to her touch. His hand remained as slack as that of a dead man. His green eyes were alive, however, as he stared down at his foot, at the floor, perhaps seeing neither, seeming to gaze instead at someone or something that, in memory, profoundly troubled him.
"You do your work by the light of the moon,"
he whispered once more. This time the suggestion of anger in his face was matched by an unmistakable raw edge to his voice. No clairvoyant vision settled upon Jilly, no vivid premonition of terror to come, but ordinary intuition told her to be alert and to expect deadly surprises.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.